Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, Are there immortals in the immortal martial world? Qin Wentian was not surprised. Since he had entered the Xianwu realm, he was destined to collide with these people. In the previous battle on the floating bridge, the 81 Xianwu Order winners selected by the Xianwu realm were on different floating bridges and had no intersection with each other. However, whether it was the Black Floating Python test, the Bull Demon test, the Life and Death Cave test, or the final Battle Drum battlefield, they were all full of the crisis of death. The Xianwu realm is known as the place where the bones of the geniuses are buried, and it is worthy of the name. Now that he has walked out of the floating bridge, the truly wonderful collision has just begun. Qin Wentian's eyes stopped on the holy son of the Taiyao sect for a moment, and then he moved his eyes away and looked towards the top of the conical tower. He gradually became familiar with the dazzling light, but Qin Wentian still couldn't see clearly what was in the light. It was very dazzling. All he could see was a strong light. Will this be a stronger treasure? Qin Wentian thought to himself. Qin, guess what's on it? Lin Xianer asked with a smile. Xianer, you came first, don't you know? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Lin Xianer shook her head and pouted, seeming to be a bit depressed. This tower is very strange. It is impossible to reach the top from the outside. I am afraid there is only one way to know what it is. Go up the tower step by step. Climb to the top, maybe there will be a chance. Qin Wentian was surprised when he heard this. He looked carefully at the light falling from the top of the tower. It seemed that the whole tower was indeed wrapped in a layer of silver halo. Since these people did not move, it was obvious that this tower was not so easy to climb, otherwise they would have started fighting for it. How to climb the tower? Qin Wentian asked. It's very simple. Just walk up the tower. But Mr. Qin, be careful. You must be ready before climbing the tower, because when you take the first step, others will climb the tower with you. At that time, their attacks will directly bombard you. Xianer said, her voice was soft, and she explained very carefully. Qin Wentian then noticed that the 11 geniuses in front of him were all keeping the same action. No one moved, and they all stood there quietly. It was obvious that they had fought before and were now waiting for the opportunity. The saint of the great demon sect had murderous intentions towards him, but he did not move either, just standing there quietly. Since I'm here, I have to try it first. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he stepped out and walked towards the pagoda in front. The pagoda was very high. The moment Qin Wentian stepped onto the edge of the pagoda, the other 11 geniuses actually moved at the same time. You don't know whether to live or die. The saint of the great demon sect snorted coldly, and a monstrous demonic aura emerged from his body. Qin Wentian entered the light falling from the pagoda. The dazzling light fell on his body like strands of silk, but it made Qin Wentian feel endless pressure. There were stairs on the edge of the pagoda. He took a step and climbed the pagoda directly. The moment he climbed the pagoda, more than 10 other people all climbed the pagoda. All this made Qin Wentian realize that he could actually see the figures of the Xianjiao in all directions of the pagoda at a glance. 11 people were clearly visible. Qin, be careful. Any attack you launch here can hit everyone at the same time. The same goes for the attacks of others. As soon as Lin Xianer finished speaking, Qin Wentian saw the holy son of the great demon sect in one direction launch his attack. It was a blood-colored palm print with an extremely wild demon power. There was a blood-colored rune light on the palm print, which rolled down and revealed an extremely strong destructive force. It came in front of Qin Wentian in just a moment and slapped him. Not only Qin Wentian, but everyone was under the same attack at this moment. The holy son of the great demon sect launched an attack and would attack the other 11 people at the same time. Qin Wentian's palm contained a blood-colored light. He raised his palm and the palm print blasted out. With a loud bang, the palm prints collided, and a huge force pressed on Qin Wentian's arm. Although it was shattered, it still made Qin Wentian's arm tremble slightly. But this was just the beginning. Qin Wentian had just resisted this attack when he found a dazzling knife light slashing down. This light was as fast as lightning, slashing down from the middle of his body to the air below. The cold light was sharp, revealing a cold meaning, and it was going to split him in two. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank, and he raised his hands at the same time, crushing and blasting into the void. The knife light slashed down, the palm print was broken, but the knife light also dissipated. However, this was far from the end. Qin Wentian finally understood why Lin Xianer reminded him to be cautious. Next, 4 or 5 powerful attacks came in succession, which made Qin Wentian's blood boil, and he couldn't stop at all, because while he was under the attack, everyone was under the attack like him. If he wanted to resolve it, he had to attack, and the weakest person would definitely be the first to be unable to bear it and be eliminated. Qin Wentian had a thought in his mind, whether anyone had been killed before him? Although there were no corpses here, it should be known that if the attacks of these people were completely hit, there would definitely be no body left. Mr. Qin, be careful. A crisp voice came, and then Qin Wentian saw Lin Xianer's figure enter his mind. A ray of piano music sounded, and the music lingered in his heart. In this murderous mood, it actually made people feel pleasing to the eye. Puff. In the music, a murderous note suddenly burst out and hit his throat. Despite Lin Xianer's reminder, Qin Wentian still reacted slowly for a moment. The blood-colored Fangbian Huoji in his hand struck out, and the notes shattered. Then his blood-colored Fangbian Huoji whistled out again, and with a puff, Lin Xianer's figure disappeared. You are not dead yet. An angry roar came, and the eardrums trembled continuously, as if thousands of demon beasts were pressing down. Qin Wentian saw the body of the holy son of the great demon sect disappeared from the spot, rushing towards all of them, and also towards Qin Wentian. Kill. The figure of the saint of the great demon sect enlarged in front of Qin Wentian, turning into a giant with demonic energy. His fist blasted out, and bloodlight flashed wildly, as if thousands of blood-colored demon wolves rushed out and rolled towards Qin Wentian. The eyes of each demon wolf were blood-colored, and staring at people's eyes made people feel scared. Everyone was madly colliding with the saint of the great demon sect, fighting with true fire. A blood-colored demonic energy roared on Qin Wentian's body, rushing straight into the sky, wrapping him up in it. Qin Wentian's body seemed to have become taller, like a descendant of the ancient demon king. His eyes were unparalleled and penetrated people's hearts. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows, emitting a terrifying demonic light. Holding a huge blood-colored Fangbian Huoji, Qin Wentian's arm was attached with demon armor, and the demon god transformation fully armed him. The huge blood-colored Fangbian Huoji trembled, carrying infinite power. Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji struck towards the void. Wherever the Fangbian Huoji fell, the void trembled violently. All the blood-colored demon wolves were killed and destroyed. This halberd rolled up a blood-colored frenzy, breaking all the attacks in front of it. Mr. Qin's strength has become stronger again. Lin Xianer's voice was soft. She sat upright and played the piano, as if she was ready to take a defensive posture instead of a continuing to attack. Next to Qin Wentian, Lu Bingyu moved. She seemed to be standing in the middle of the tower. Snowflakes fell, and a force that froze everything came. Soon, the sky and the earth were covered with frost. Qin Wentian shuddered and looked at the cold figure holding a sharp sword, standing in the middle of the tower. It was like a lonely and cold plum blossom, blooming proudly in the extreme ice and snow. She is Lu Bingyu, the favorite disciple of Mai Shin's sword master. Swish, swish. Qin Wentian not only felt the cold, he also felt the sword energy. This sword energy seemed to melt into the ice and snow in the sky, blend into the drifting cold wind, and cut through the body, as if to cut through the defense of others. However, Lu Bingyu just stood quietly in the middle from beginning to end, and had not really launched an attack. Buzz! Lu Bingyu's hand moved, and the sword reflected the cold light of winter snow. The snowflakes floating between heaven and earth were full of murderous intent. A sword came out, and this sword was so lonely and cold, just like Lu Bingyu. Qin Wentian only saw Lu Bingyu's body stabbing towards him, rolling up the snowflakes in the sky. Those snowflakes turned into whirlpools and kept stabbing at his body. Each snowflake was like a sharp sword, destroying his defense. Qin Wentian could not see the sword light, but only saw the snowflake whirlpool rolling towards him. Those snowflakes were as sharp as swords. Qin Wentian stepped forward, and the Fangbian Huoji struck out again. This time, the halberd seemed to be invisible and penetrated through the vortex of snowflakes. When the blood-colored Fangbian Huoji touched the snowflakes, a terrible pulsating force spread in all directions, shattering the snowflakes and colliding with the sword in the vortex. The Fangbian Huoji froze directly, and then cracks appeared. With a loud bang, the Fangbian Huoji was completely shattered, but the sword was also shattered. The disciple that my Shin sword master values most is indeed extraordinary. Qin Wentian thought to himself. This sword was definitely not the opponent's strongest power. He himself had some reservations, and the opponent was the same. However, one person could not hold on and died under Lu Bingayu's sword. His body felt lighter, and Qin Wentian felt the pressure from the pagoda disappear. Then he saw everyone step up to the sky at the same time, eliminating one person, and they could get one step closer to the top of the pagoda. Qin Wentian also walked up to the sky, took a look at the dazzling white light and the falling silk thread, and was secretly shocked. There are 11 geniuses left. Is it destined that only one person will reach the top? The Xianwu realm has gone through many selections. The evildoers who are finally selected will be extremely terrifying and will suppress the geniuses. So what will be the ultimate goal of the Xianwu realm? Could it be that it is really as the rumors of the royal sacred domain say? Immortals, inheritance? There are immortals in the Xianwu realm? Chapter 577 Poison Scorpion. The white silk thread hanging from the pagoda gently stroked the bodies of the people. Qin Wentian took a steady step forward. He raised his head slightly and glanced at the dazzling white light in the sky. If he wanted to reach the top, he was destined to trample all the Xianjiao under his feet. He would not have any timidity or hesitation. Qin Wentian knew very well that this was not even the last summit. There were other Xianjiao who were fighting in other places that he did not know about. If he could not even reach the top here, it would mean that he had become a stepping stone for others. How would he explain to the brothers who sent him here? The immortal martial realm, the burial place of Xianjiao, the trial of life and death. If he could not become one of the most dazzling ones, everything he did would be meaningless. When the royal extreme Holy Land looked up to the most dazzling Xianjiao, when they occasionally mentioned Qin Wentian, they would only remember that a certain Xianjiao had trampled on his body to seize glory. But if we keep fighting like this, even when we reach the top, the star energy in our bodies will be completely consumed. Qin Wentian gradually adapted to the light that kept falling down, and then carefully looked at the others. Any one of the remaining 11 people was better than Cheng and Shenting, otherwise they would not have made it this far. After collectively taking a step toward the pagoda, everyone tactfully stopped attacking temporarily. Everyone knew that once one person started attacking, the battle could not be stopped unless someone was eliminated. Since you are unwilling to take action, Xianer will play a song for everyone. Lin Xianer said softly, and then she played the piano and began to play. It was still a quiet and soft music, and a series of illusory lights bloomed from her piano music, and soon brought everyone into his illusion. We meet again, Mr. Qin. Lin Xianer appeared in front of Qin Wentian again, and the situation was so similar to the last time at Xianbo Pavilion. I'm afraid I'll offend you this time. Qin Wentian's voice was calm, without any ripples. He seemed to recall that bright night, when the moonlight shone on Lin Xianer's body and the sound of the piano was so beautiful. Lin Xianer did not seduce others as rumored. From her weak smile, one could still feel the pride in her heart. She was as quiet as water, like a proud but gentle phoenix, waiting for someone to sing with her. Qin Wentian had a good impression of Lin Xianer, not only because Lin Xianer offended the holy son of the Taiyao sect in order to speak for him when they met last time, but also because her bright smile was really pleasing to the eye. However, since they were going to climb the tower together, they were destined to compete. Xianer will also take it seriously. Of course, if anyone can escape from the illusion first and attack, it will be a huge threat to the others. Lin Xianer said this intentionally or unintentionally, but it undoubtedly reminded Qin Wentian. At this moment, he was brought into the illusion by Lin Xianer's piano music. He did not escape, but if others escaped and launched an attack, it would be dangerous. Be careful. Qin Wentian said, and the Fangbian Huoji appeared. Qin Wentian looked at Lin Xianer's many phantoms, and then his figure flashed and turned into a residual image. The Fangbian Huoji struck out, and the sound of puffing continued. Lin Xianer's phantoms kept being destroyed. The sound of the piano came from all directions. Every Lin Xianer seemed to be able to pluck the strings and attack with the sound of the piano. The white light sweeping out from the piano sound was like a dazzling blade, with the sharpness of harvesting lives. Although Mr. Qin's strength has entered, Xianer is not standing still. Lin Xianer's voice came slowly, and her external incarnation was destroyed and reborn. This was originally a super illusion. Everything was real and fake. Who knew what was true and what was false? The silk thread transformed by the sound of the piano was like an invisible silver killing net, which enveloped Qin Wentian and continued to strangle Qin Wentian's body. Illusion. Qin Wentian remembered the last battle with Lin Xiner. Perhaps, he could not find Lin Xiner's true body at all. Did he really defeat Lin Xiner last time? Maybe. The killing rhythm fell on Qin Wentian's body, but pulled him out of the illusion. Lin Xiner was still playing quietly, with her eyes closed, and her long eyelashes moved slightly, and she was about to come out of the illusion she created, because she knew that if there was someone who was out of the control of the illusion, then Qin Wentian's attack would not only threaten others, but also her. The blood-colored Fang Bian Huiji in his hand was releasing dazzling brilliance. Qin Wentian rushed out, and then the Fang Bian Huiji burst out. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly opened, and a strong cold light shot out. Qin Wentian's original body was still standing in the same place, but at this moment everyone seemed to be close at hand. Others had the same feeling. Qin Wentian attacked directly in front of them with the Fang Bian Huiji in hand. This was the strangeness of the pagoda attack. The moment Qin Wentian launched the attack, everyone began to defend. This was equivalent to Lin Xiner and Qin Wentian attacking them at the same time. Instantly, many people were startled and sweated. When someone launched an attack, they would tacitly choose to defend, because they had tried it before Qin Wentian arrived. When the two launched an attack at the same time, their attack would be directly aimed at each other, not at everyone. This was obviously an extremely dangerous behavior. When their attack fell and they were hit by others, they would immediately be in a passive state. But this time it was different, because Lin Xiner's attack was broken by Qin Wentian, but they were not. They were still under attack when Qin Wentian launched an attack. Lu Bingao beside him burst out with an extremely sharp aura, and slashed out like a ray of light, disintegrating Qin Wentian's attack. The holy son of the great demon sect roared, as if he was about to become a demon. The power he blasted out was like the roar of thousands of demons, breaking Qin Wentian's attack. But not everyone is as powerful as Lu Bingao and the holy son of the great demon sect. A puffing sound was heard, and one person was directly pierced through the throat by the Fang Bian Huiji. He looked at the figure of Qin Wentian in front of him, showing a resentful look, and then his eyes dimmed. A ray of light fell down, and the pressure disappeared again. Qin Wentian stood there with a sharp look on his face. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack. At that moment just now, he actually felt that he was facing everyone alone. This feeling was very wonderful. Boom! Everyone raised their feet and continued to move forward to the pagoda. Every time they eliminated a person, they could move up one level. This time, everyone seemed to be more cautious. After the exploration just now, they all had a clearer grasp of the rules of the pagoda battle. It was very interesting and dangerous. The man opposite Qin Wentian was wearing a gorgeous robe. He was filled with an extremely dangerous aura of fire. However, he never launched an attack from beginning to end, but just from his defense against Qin Wentian's attack just now, it can be seen that this man's strength is terrifying. He has been waiting for an opportunity and hiding in the crowd. The man next to Lin Xiner was also very strong. His pupils were shining with a hint of brown light, which made people feel weird and terrifying. Like the young man in the gorgeous robe, he had never made a move. These two people, the holy son of the great demon sect, Lin Xiner, and Lu Bingao were the 5 people Qin Wentian felt were the biggest threat to him. Since you won't reveal your true strength, I will force you to reveal it. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the sword's Wuming Xiangang burst out. A violent sword intent spread out, instantly covering everyone. They felt that Qin Wentian was walking towards them. Boom! Qin Wentian's footsteps fell, and every step had the sword intent of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Qin Wentian's eyes were like sharp swords, and the Wuming Xiangang suspended on his body also revealed a dazzling sword whistle, constantly suppressing it. Dong, dong. The sword energy became stronger and stronger as it fell step by step. Everyone resisted seriously because they could clearly feel that the sword energy was still increasing, as if they were surrounded by a terrible sword energy and pressed on their hearts. The power of the 7 killing sword technique became more and more terrible. When Qin Wentian took the 7th step, the whole pagoda seemed to be surrounded by a monstrous sword power. Everyone was resisting frantically. However, no one noticed that at the moment when Qin Wentian's 7 killing sword technique fell, the young man with the brown light in his eyes, who had been silent all the time, made a move. He grasped the timing very accurately. The moment his palm reached into the pagoda, blood light burst out from his hand and attacked the people who were still resisting the 7 killing sword technique. Qin Wentian felt a strong sense of crisis when he saw the bloodlight flying at a rapid speed. It was fast, too fast, so fast that he had no time to react. Buzz! Qin Wentian could only strike out with the remaining power of his sword, sweeping towards the bloodlight. Fortunately, the attack power of the bloodlight seemed very weak, and it was wiped out by the swordlight when it approached Qin Wentian. However, some people were not so lucky. 4 people were rushed into the body by the bloodlight at the same time. Ah! A scream came out, and Qin Wentian looked in that direction and saw that the vitality of a person withered in an instant, and soon his face was ashen. No! Someone else yelled, and Qin Wentian felt the pressure on his head loosen, and his footsteps went up. Then, it was loosened again, because a second person died, and he moved forward to the top of the pagoda again. Qin Wentian took 4 steps in a row, staring at the 4 geniuses below who had lost their vitality. They all showed the same feature, and a round poisonous scorpion appeared on their bodies after death. The living people felt their scalps tingling and stared at the figure. Sky Poison Valley, Poison Scorpion. Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes changed color, staring at the young man with the brown eyes. She was still frightened. She didn't know his real name, and even few people had seen him. She only knew that there were several geniuses in this generation of Sky Poison Valley who were very dangerous, and this poison scorpion was one of the most dangerous people. There are still 6 people. It seems much more comfortable this way. Poison Scorpion's voice was low, and he looked up. They had already arrived at the center of the pagoda. The light falling from above became more and more dazzling, making Poison Scorpion's eyes have a glimmer of light. Are they approaching the target? Chapter 578. The battle situation is confusing. There were only 6 people left on the pagoda, namely, Qin Wentian, Lu Bingao, Lin Xianer, the holy son of the great demon sect, Poison Scorpion, and the young man in a gorgeous robe that Qin Wentian noticed. Qin Wentian took a deep look at Poison Scorpion, and as expected, the remaining people were all people he thought were quite dangerous. The Sky Poison Valley was one of the 9 major sects. Since this young man with a hint of brown in his eyes was a prodigy of the Sky Poison Valley who could make Lin Xianer change color, he naturally had his own terrifying qualities, and he had just shown everyone how dangerous he was. Although he only attacked once, and it was not even a direct attack, but poisoning, this made people more afraid. The more such people were, the more deadly they were. He could kill people inadvertently. He had just killed 4 powerful prodigies. If they were allowed to fight, it would probably take a series of battles to eliminate those 4 people. It's indeed much more comfortable. After the scorpion finished speaking, the young man in a gorgeous robe continued. There seemed to be a dangerous destructive airflow in his deep eyes. He glanced at the other 5 people. Everyone wanted to find out their enemies, and to them, except for themselves, everyone else was an enemy. I have a suggestion. Why don't we make an agreement to start with someone and take turns fighting? Let him fight to his heart's content. Others are not allowed to intervene. Let's see who will be knocked down first. When this person stops, the next person will be knocked down. How about it? The young man in the gorgeous robe seemed to pause on Lu Bingao for a moment. Can you guarantee that everyone else will execute according to the agreement? What if someone is playing dirty tricks? Lin Xianer said softly, and her eyes glanced at the scorpion next to her. This requires everyone to be more careful. For example, if I am always in an attacking state, someone will attack me alone. I will just be on guard. But the moment I stop, you should be on guard. Don't get bit by the scorpion like before. The young man in Chinese clothes smiled indifferently. Of course, if someone doesn't want to attack actively, they can skip it and just defend all the time. I don't have any objection. A strange light flashed in the brown pupils of the scorpion, making everyone sneer in their hearts. Of course, he would not have any objection. If it comes to attacking secretly, the scorpion of the Sky Poison Valley should be the best at it. Others would not have time to defend against him. At least this way the battle won't be so chaotic. I have no objection. The holy son of the Taiyao cult is very confident in his own strength, so he agreed. Since you all said so, Xianer has no choice but to agree. However, if Xianer is really defeated, I hope you can show mercy, at least give Xianer a chance to escape. Even if I miss the chance and can't step on the pagoda again, Xianer can only accept it. The smile on Lin Xianer's lips was heartwarming, and it was indeed difficult to kill the beauty. Lin Xianer's show of weakness was quite strange. Those defeated people just now died, and they didn't have a chance to escape. Lin Ziner could say such a weak word because she was a woman, so people didn't mind it so much. If it was the holy son of the Taiyao sect, he would not say such a slightly humiliating word. Of course, there might be another reason, which made people inadvertently despise her. Qin Wentian smiled, which was considered as tacit agreement. Lu Bingyu didn't say anything, still cold and icy. He didn't deny it, so it was naturally not a rejection. In that case, then, let me go first. The young man in gorgeous clothes still smiled lightly, but the aura exuding from him made people feel more and more dangerous. He raised his palm, and a stream of hot air instantly spread out, carrying the power of annihilation. He stretched out his hand and pressed it towards the pagoda. In an instant, his attack blasted towards everyone. The crowd only felt that the body of the young man in gorgeous clothes appeared directly in front of them and attacked them face to face. Qin Wentian raised his hand and blasted towards the incoming attack, but saw that the other party had a sneer on his mouth, and a violent flame suddenly appeared. Blood-colored flaming wings appeared on his body, and terrible hot air swept out. He pressed his finger down, and Qin Wentian seemed to see a blood-colored phoenix coming towards him to kill, with infinite power. Qin Wentian's blood was rolling, and blood was rushing to the sky. His body was covered with demon armor, and his arm burst out, colliding with the claws of the blood-colored phoenix. He felt his arm tremble violently. The phoenix rang in the sky, and the opponent spit out dark flames. Each flame was like a flower of destruction, with terrifying killing power. Qin Wentian attacked with both palms at the same time, and the rumbling palm prints shattered the world, and violently collided with the flame flowers that kept falling. As agreed, the young man in the gorgeous robe kept launching offensive power, and the 5 people were on defense, but the young man in the gorgeous clothes was only one person after all, and his attack could not be changed for 5 people, but only for one person. The person who had the most difficulty facing his attack was Lu Bingyu, because the young man in the gorgeous robe was obviously constantly adjusting his attack against her defense. The young man in the gorgeous robe was good at fire power, and Lu Bingyu was good at ice power. The collision of fire and frost and snow made their battle the most intense. The young man in the gorgeous robe was surnamed Li. He was the proud Li Hanshan of the Li family in the southern area of the Huangji Holy Land. He was the elder brother of Li Haniao, the disciple of Maishan sword master of the sword sect. He knew that Lu Bingyu was his sister's senior sister, and was more valued by Maishan sword master than his sister Li Haniao. In addition, when they went to Yi country to fight that day, the old woman of Maishan sword master took Yi Qingyin's treasure and gave it to Lu Bingyu. At that time, the old people of the Li family were slightly weaker. Now, Li Hanshan wanted to compete with Lu Bingyu. Have you had enough? A cold voice came out of Lu Bingyu's mouth, with a chilling coldness that made people shudder. A beautiful woman is so charming even when she is angry. Li Hanshan teased. The coldness on Lu Bingyu's body became stronger and stronger, and there was a faint power of frozen mountains and rivers. The whole world began to frost and freeze. There seemed to be a terrifying coldness in Lu Bingyu's body. She said, "You want to fight? I will fulfill your wish." After she finished speaking, Lu Bingyu stepped down, as if his body also rushed into the pagoda. At this moment, the pressure on Qin Wentian and others disappeared suddenly. They saw that under the brilliance of the pagoda, there seemed to be 2 figures inside. It was Lu Bingyu and Li Hanshan fighting alone again. Lu Bingyu was obviously a little angry. She drew her sword, and the sword was frosty, as if it was an ice sword. With one sword, the frost of 1,000 miles turned into flying snow. The sword energy danced, and the phoenix bathing in fire seemed to be condensed with terrible frost. Li Hanshan's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he actually felt that Lu Bingyu had a power that he could not contend with. He knew that he still underestimated this woman, the most watched disciple of Maishan sword master. The sword came out and dissolved the frost of 1,000 miles. Lu Bingyu stabbed out with a sword, and the flying frost turned into a sword, which was more than twice as powerful as her previous sword. Li Hanshan wanted to retreat, but he saw the frost giant sword extending out, and the sword cut a blood phoenix. When Li Hanshan wanted to retreat from the pagoda, the sword split his body, and no blood came out, because it had been frozen and turned into frost. Another genius fell. The Sword Clan is known as the strongest in terms of individual combat power among the 9 major sects. Although it is impossible for every disciple to be the strongest, the average strength of those outstanding disciples can indeed crush other sects. Although Lu Bingyu is not as famous as Ji Fixu, the genius who suppressed the era, She can't be much weaker just by relying on the elegance of this sword. Moreover, everyone knows that she still has the human emperor treasure that Maishan sword master took for her in her body, which can further enhance her strength. Lu Bingyu put away her sword and stood in the same place from beginning to end, but the crowd just now really saw her and Li Hanshan's confrontation in the pagoda. This is the wonder of this pagoda. The remaining 5 people took another step up and were closer to the top of the pagoda, but everyone felt a little heavy in their hearts because the remaining opponents were getting stronger and stronger. "It's your turn, Poison Scorpion," the saint of the great demon sect said. The Poison Scorpion's brown eyes swept over everyone and he launched an attack. A fishy wind rushed towards everyone, causing Qin Wentian to hold his breath instantly. At the same time, a sword curtain appeared around him to disperse the poisonous gas. The fishy wind kept rushing out until people's vision gradually blurred. Qin Wentian looked at the fishy wind in front of him, frowning slightly, and then he saw a huge scorpion king, who seemed to be wearing armor, and his sharp scorpion tail swung directly towards him. Is the poisonous scorpion a human or a monster? Everyone's heart trembled. A blood-colored Fangbian Huoji appeared in Qin Wentian's hand, and he violently attacked the scorpion's tail. At the moment of collision, the scorpion's tail was directly crushed, and drops of blood shot out, like lightning, towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian quickly slapped out a palm force with his left hand, knocking down the blood drops, but the poisonous scorpion kept approaching and stabbed him. This made Qin Wentian hesitate, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Fangbian Huoji went forward without hesitation, and a light sound of puffing was heard, which shattered the huge poisonous scorpion alive. Drops of blood burst out and turned into a bloody rain. As soon as Qin Wentian gave the command, a bloody light with a destructive airflow rushed into the sky in an instant, drowning the bloody rain that was falling. That was close. Qin Wentian said inwardly, the blood of this poisonous scorpion might not be touched. At this moment, a dark and cold light shot over, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble violently, giving rise to an extremely dangerous feeling. This is not right. A crisp sound came out, and the sense of crisis disappeared. Then Qin Wentian saw 2 figures in the tower colliding. It turned out that the holy son of the great demon sect wanted to attack just now, but was intercepted by Lin Xiner. Last time, I wanted to have a good exchange with a fairy, and now is the perfect time. The holy son of the great demon sect chuckled, and the 2 collided. Me too. Another voice came out, and the poisonous scorpion actually rushed into the battle circle and shot a bloodlight at Lin Xiner, which turned into a 3-person melee. You 2 are bullying a weak woman like Xiner. This is not elegant. Lin Xiner's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color, and she was ready to leave the battlefield, but Lin Xiner soon found that she couldn't leave the battlefield, as if once such a decisive battle was carried out, she would not be able to leave. Chapter 579 Double Kill. Lin Xiner spoke softly. Her jade-like skin seemed to be able to squeeze out water. Her charming demeanor, although not charming, was enough to intoxicate the bones. Some people would want to take good care of her, but there were also people with strong desire to attack. The more they saw this kind of weakness, the more they wanted to tear everything on her body apart and ravage her severely to see if she was really made of water. The holy son of the great demon sect had this thought. In the past, Lin Xiner humiliated her for Qin Wentian, so he thought that one day he would definitely press this woman under him to enjoy his pleasure. What kind of attitude would this fairy, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the royal Holy Land, have when she was conquered? Is the fairy a weak woman? That day at the Xianbo Pavilion, the fairy was very strong for a wild man and made him her lover. I wonder if he made the fairy happy that night. The holy son of the great demon sect looked straight ahead, not even looking at Qin Wentian next to him, as if the person he was talking about had nothing to do with Qin Wentian. If he can't do it, I'd like to conquer the fairy. You haven't asked for my opinion yet. A covetous look flashed in the brown eyes of the poisonous scorpion. Even he couldn't help but be moved by such a beauty. Don't hurt her life, just destroy her cultivation. As for who can conquer her, it depends on who of us can go to the end. The holy son of the great demon sect said lightly. The 2 looked at each other, and there seemed to be some kind of consensus in their evil eyes. Hearing the conversation between the 2, even with Lin Xiner's self-restrained, she still couldn't help but release a cold meaning. She looked like frost, and her beautiful eyes became much colder and sharper. This look was not without a different kind of beauty, which made the evil light in the eyes of the poisonous scorpion and the holy son of the great demon sect even stronger. The light shone, the Wuming Xiangan blossomed, and Lin Xianer's incarnation appeared, turning the entire void into a huge illusion. She stroked the Xiangangguken lightly, her fingers vibrating the strings, and the jumping notes seemed to hit the poisonous scorpion and the holy son of the great demon sect directly, causing them to step back involuntarily, and their expressions suddenly became much more solemn. "The fairy is angry," the holy son of the great demon sect said coldly. Lin Xianer's fluctuating notes seemed to be able to hit his soul, making him very uncomfortable. Lin Xianer didn't say anything. Qin Wentian clearly saw her eyes looking towards him at this moment. Although there were no words, the words seemed to be hidden in those charming eyes. One look made Qin Wentian feel an urge to rush out and fight. However, Qin Wentian didn't. The poisonous scorpion was very strong. Although his attacks were not so overbearing, they were all strange and difficult to deal with. They were more dangerous than some overbearing and fierce attacks. A drop of his blood might take someone's life. The attack of the saint of the great demon sect was overbearing and powerful, with overwhelming demonic energy. Every attack was earth-shattering, showing his great power. They were strong, and Lin Xianer was also very strong. Her body seemed to become blurred. The power of the illusion made it difficult to tell where her real body was. Every time she attacked, it was not as strong as in the illusion, but the beating notes hit the bodies of the poisonous scorpion and the saint of the great demon sect, making them very uncomfortable, and their combat effectiveness seemed to be greatly affected. In the rhythm, there is an attack with the soul. Qin Wentian thought to himself. This woman with a heart higher than the sky but also very charming, when she was really angry, even the outstanding figures like the poisonous scorpion and the saint of the great demon sect could not take her down for a while, but were forced into a bit of embarrassment by her. When your master implanted other people's treasures into your body, didn't you think that the treasure was stained with other people's blood? Qin Wentian said slowly. Lu Bingyu, who had always been cold beside him, was still as aloof as ever. Hearing Qin Wentian's words, she just moved her palm slightly, and then said coldly, "How much blood has been stained on your hands since you walked here?" When the other two of them spoke humiliating words just now, a sharp murderous intent clearly flashed in your eyes. Maybe you are not as cold as you appear. Qin Wentian seemed to jump to another topic in an instant. Lu Bingyu frowned slightly. She didn't need to pay attention to Qin Wentian's words. She had such a tough character. Her master got the treasure of the human emperor for her. She promised her master that she would perform more dazzlingly than her senior brother under the seat of Lingshan's sword master in this Xianwu world. In this way, the master would seem to have more face in front of her senior brother Lingshan Jiansu. Thinking of the lonely back of the master, Lu Bingyu tightened her hands again, thinking that she must not let the master down. At least, she must not let the master lose face in front of that man, even if that man is the leader of this Hanjian sect. However, the young man who had solved the 14 swords for the first time in this Hanjian sect, seemed to have a strong power in his plain voice, making Lu Bingyu unable to ignore his existence. This charming young man should call her senior sister. Although he stood there quietly like her, he had a faint ambition and confidence to ask the world of swords. "What about you? You should have known her for a long time. She called you Mr. Qin, and you called her Xianer directly. But now you are talking to me with a heart of stone. Can it be said that you don't seem to be as enthusiastic as you show, and in fact you are also just a cold-blooded man?" When Lu Bingyu spoke, it seemed that a frost and coldness rushed out, freezing people. Qin Wentian had a subtle feeling when he heard her words, as if those cold words were not only hostile to him, but even to the word man. He couldn't help wondering, could it be that Lu Bingyu had been dumped by a man? Lu Bingyu was unbelievably cold, like ice and snow, but if he looked closely at her face, in addition to her beauty, Qin Wentian could see that she should be very young. At her age and with such strong strength, she would at least not be bullied by men, right? Qin Wentian couldn't help but think of Lu Bingyu's master, Maishan sword master. Or, was she led astray by that old witch? "Master of Maishan sword, have you ever been bullied by a man?" Qin Wentian said casually, causing Lu Bingyu to instantly burst into chilling coldness. He said coldly, "How dare you insult master? That old witch asked my foster father to dig out the bones to get the treasure. Just one word is an insult. Now the treasure is in your hands. Have you ever thought about what you would do if I defeated you?" Qin Wentian responded coldly. The two seemed to be equally proud. Lu Bingyu turned his head and stared at Qin Wentian. In his clear eyes, which were cold and proud, a strong confidence burst out. "I haven't thought about it, because the person who wins in the end must be me." Qin Wentian looked at Lu Bingyu, and their eyes collided. Lu Bingyu saw a slightly frivolous smile on Qin Wentian's charming face. Wait and see. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Wentian's body seemed to step out and rushed into the battle. At this time, Lin Xianer had been oppressed very badly by the poisonous scorpion and the holy son of the great demon sect. As the poisoned scorpion and the great demon sect saint continued to press, victory was in sight, when suddenly a strong sense of crisis came over them. The two poisoned scorpions had already fought with true rage, and Lin Xianer's strength was beyond their expectations, which hurt their souls and caused them great pain. Therefore, they were determined to destroy Lin Xianer's cultivation, and then properly discipline and humiliate her in the future, and their vigilance was slightly relaxed. At this moment, the sense of crisis came, and the poisoned scorpion and the great demon sect saint turned around at the same time. Then they saw Qin Wentian's body like an afterimage. His arm struck forward, but there seemed to be no weapon on his arm. The poisoned scorpion grinned, his palm trembled, and his palm was bloody, and he grabbed towards Qin Wentian. As long as he tore Qin Wentian's body, Qin Wentian would surely die. What's going on? At this moment, the poisoned scorpion was shocked. He felt a strong sense of crisis. Then a blood-colored light seemed to emerge from his throat. Then his mind was occupied by a blood-colored illusion. Then his throat hurt, as if something sharp had pierced into it. It was a Fangdian Huaji that seemed to come from nothingness. At the same time, Qin Wentian's left hand was not idle either. A terrible palm print directly collided with the holy son of the great demon realm. Although the holy son of the great demon religion was strong, he was still shocked by this blow, and his blood and ki rolled, and his body was shaken back. The sounds of the piano turned into an indestructible killing weapon and pierced through the head of the saint of the great demon sect. Blood spilt out, and the saint of the great demon sect seemed to not believe that he was going to die. His eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. The young man with a demonic light in his eyes was looking at him and smiled at him, as if mocking his arrogance that day. Seeing this scene, Lu Bingyu's frozen heart couldn't help but tremble. A dazzling light flashed in her cold eyes. Qin Wentian killed two such powerful geniuses as soon as he made a move. Of course, she could see how accurately Qin Wentian grasped the timing, which made this fatal blow, so that the two people lost even the chance to escape. It turned out that he was not unwilling to make a move, but was looking for an opportunity to give a fatal blow and directly cut off the two powerful opponents. But soon Lu Bingyu's demeanor returned to normal, and he was as cold as the snow. Even so, he still couldn't stop her. Here, no one could stop her from moving forward and surpassing the most dazzling figure in the Xiangang realm of this Hanjian sect, Ji Fixu. Lin Xianer looked at Qin Wentian, lowered her head, and then raised it again. A ray of bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes that could confuse everyone. The young man in front of her was plain and quiet, but what kind of pride and ambition did he hide in his heart? Seeing that you didn't make a move, Xianer is really disappointed. Lin Xianer smiled softly. Qin Wentian just watched as a bystander before. Although Lin Xianer didn't say anything, she understood their respective positions. If she failed, it would not be a good thing for Qin Wentian. He lost a strong opponent, but he still couldn't avoid a slight sense of loss. At the critical moment, a hero can save the beauty, which can be more touching, especially for a beauty like Xianer. Qin Wentian shrugged and said jokingly. Qin Wentian's behavior made Lin Xianer stunned. Looking at the young man with a bright smile, she seemed to sense the other party's joking tone, and finally couldn't help but chuckle. She was actually teased by a man, but at this moment, she had a thought, and wanted to know what Qin Wentian was thinking. Lin Xianer's smile made Qin Wentian, who was joking, lose his mind slightly. The two of them didn't seem to be in a hostile state at all, so Qin Wentian couldn't bear to fight. I quit. A crisp voice came out. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a shy smile, and then turning around and leaving gracefully, Qin Wentian was stunned there. I take back what I said before. How could someone like Mr. Qin be under the 8 geniuses of the suppression era? Lin Xianer's crisp voice came elegantly, and then she really left the pagoda. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, Snow Proud Plum. Qin Wentian was a little surprised by Lin Xianer's withdrawal. After all, he saw Lin Xianer's strength. She was able to hold out under the siege of the poison scorpion and the saint of the great demon sect, and even injured the other party. Such tyranny is far from being as weak as she looks. Moreover, Qin Wentian has a little understanding of Lin Xiner. She is ambitious and full of pride, but at this moment, she gave up with a smile. In the journey of the immortal martial realm, which Xianjiao character is not ambitious? Although it seems that they are only competing with these Xiangang realm masters in the immortal martial realm, these people who step into the immortal martial realm will represent an era. They will be the future of the royal extreme holy land. Being able to become the most dazzling existence in the immortal martial realm means that their future will not be ordinary and they will compete for the world. Therefore, no one is willing to give up even any defeat. They don't know what impact a defeat will have on the future, but everyone knows that if they want to be the most dazzling person, they can't afford to lose even once. Qin Wentian saw that moving smile and recalled that night when Lin Xiner told him about the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era. She said that those 8 people were better than him, Qin Wentian. But now, she changed her words. I guess in Lin Xiner's heart, Qin Wentian is as dazzling as those 8 people, even though his current combat power may be lacking. Qin Wentian nodded to Lin Xiner, and then his eyes looked at the last remaining frost-like figure, Lu Bingyu. Lu Bingyu also looked at him, with a firm belief in her cold eyes, which was her persistence in victory. She opened her lips slightly and said coldly, "You can't beat me. Since we are from the same sect, I don't want to hurt you. Please leave." Looking at Lu Bingyu's face, her long eyelashes made her cold eyes more beautiful. Qin Wentian thought that if Lu Bingyu was not so cold, she would be a disaster to the country and the people. The cold temperament on her body seemed to be in her bones, making it impossible for people to get close to her. Even if they stood in front of her, they would feel very far away. Lu Bingyu's words surprised Qin Wentian a little. It seemed that it was just as he thought. Although she looked so cold, perhaps her heart was not as cold as her appearance. In this immortal martial arts world, once you stand on the opposite side, the friendship between fellow disciples will seem insignificant. The equally proud Xianjiao, do you expect the other party to give up the competition and give you the glory just because you are from the same sect? This is why he was not surprised at all when the strong man from the sword sect attacked Qin Wentian. Perhaps when facing foreign enemies, the friendship between fellow disciples can become a rope to tie them together and fight side by side for the glory of the sect, but here, the enemy is on the other side. Lu Bingyu will not give up, and Qin Wentian, of course, will not give up either. It's just that this cold woman is a little too confident in herself. Fight! Qin Wentian said lightly, holding the blood-colored Fangbian Huoji in his hand. The moment he finished speaking, frost flew all over the sky, and this space suddenly became extremely cold. Lu Bingyu stood there quietly, as if she was standing in a piece of snow. The flying snowflakes brought a biting chill and a piercing sharpness. When they floated on Qin Wentian, they were as sharp as a sword, and they were about to cut Qin Wentian's skin. When I use Jifixu's Fixuli ancient sword technique, I am not weaker than him. Lu Bingyu suddenly spoke, still coldly, but Qin Wentian seemed to feel her desire to compete with Jifixu from her words. As one of the prodigies of the suppression era, Jifixu's status in the sword sect is unquestionable. He is the most dazzling existence in the Xiangang realm. Even if others are excellent, they are still suppressed by Jifixu. This must be the case with Lu Bingyu, the disciple of Meishan's sword master. The snowflakes became sharper and sharper, as if they could really cut a person's body. Qin Wentian's blood was rolling, and he was wearing armor. He looked like a monster. He stared at Lu Bingyu with a rebellious look. The palm holding the Fangbian Huoji was faintly filled with terrible starlight, and it seemed to be bright bloody. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt very cold. The will of the martial arts of the great perfection fell on him. Even though Qin Wentian had a strong bloodline and was covered with demonic energy, he still couldn't help but feel the bone-deep coldness. Moreover, this coldness was sharp. Buzz! A sword force roared, as if hidden in the snowflakes, and shot towards Qin Wentian. Lu Bingyu put his hand on the sword, as if he was about to draw it. This force was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! Qin Wentian walked out, and the sword's martial destiny burst out. In an instant, the sword force was lingering, as if to interrupt Lu Bingyu's accumulated momentum. He took a step forward, as if he turned into a residual image, and the Fangbian Huoji burst out and stabbed Lu Bingyu's head. The sword hummed. Lu Bingyu drew his sword, and the cold light of the sword reflected on Qin Wentian's face, which was so cold. His Fangbian Huoji was blocked and hit the hilt. The super strong force directly shattered the sword. After all, Qin Wentian's halberd contained an attack that integrated the will of martial arts, and the power was extremely powerful, but the broken sword turned into a terrible cold light, and hit Qin Wentian violently. The wind flashed, and Qin Wentian stepped aside to avoid it, but saw snowflakes rolling over his body. The sword energy in front of Lu Bingaiyu instantly gathered into a sword, and slashed at Qin Wentian with the sword. The flying snow was all over the sky, and the flying snow in the sky turned into this cold light sword technique that swept everything, as if to cut off this piece of void with a sword. Lin Ziner below was paying attention to this sword. Seeing the exquisite swordsmanship of Lu Bingaiyu, her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The cold light of the sword left a white light in the void, and the power was so powerful. The star power on Qin Wentian's body swept out, and he raised his hand and struck out with a halberd. It was so natural and casual, just like waving his hand. Qin Wentian practiced halberd for thousands of times, and there was no difference between his halberd and his hand. The attack speed was amazing. Bang! A destructive force burst out, and the white light collided with the halberd, turning into destructive airflow. White light still whizzed past Qin Wentian on both sides, cutting a hole in his clothes, and his body felt chilly. But this was just the beginning of Lu Bingaiyu's attack. Qin Wentian just caught the attack and saw Lu Bingaiyu's figure walking over. She stabbed out with a sword without any fancy moves. Her swordsmanship was still so cold, as if the moment she stabbed out with a sword, people could feel the coolness of their bodies, as if they were about to perish under her sword. The frost in the sky turned into a huge winter plum, which bloomed in the sword and swallowed Qin Wentian, beautiful and enchanting. Qin Wentian's left hand had been preparing a powerful attack. He struck out with a palm, roaring out like a raging storm. It seemed as if thousands of palm prints overlapped together, making a terrifying noise, hitting the middle of the winter plums, and instantly annihilated them all. Although the winter plums withered, the petals were still flying, still so cold and so sharp. A flash of cold light appeared among the snowy petals, going straight for Qin Wentian's throat, so fast that Qin Wentian felt as if the blood flowing in his throat was frozen. He seemed to have expected the opponent's sword to come, and the Fangbian Huoji collided with the opponent again, and the two bodies were knocked back at the same time. Lu Bingaiyu stood there, the coldness on his body spread out, and in an instant this space seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow, getting colder and colder. "Are you really unwilling to give up?" Lu Bingaiyu looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "The next sword strike may really kill you. If you can kill me, I have no complaints." Qin Wentian remained calm. Lu Bingaiyu nodded slightly, and then the sword fell down. Every casual sword strike seemed to cut out a frost light, with the speed and tearing power of the wind. Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji disappeared, and his palms contained a terrifying pressure. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm, shattering the sword technique. Then, Lu Bingaiyu's swordsmanship blossomed completely. Lin Ziner watched quietly below as Lu Bingaiyu slashed out with her sword. Her sword was cold and elegant. She was so calm that her sword seemed to fly with the frost all over the sky. It was indestructible and there was no place that her sword could not reach. Looking at her swordsmanship, Lin Ziner's beautiful eyes actually gave birth to a ray of admiration. Such a beautiful and elegant woman should be more dazzling, but under the guidance of the stubborn and radical old woman of Maishan's swordmaster, would Lu Bingaiyu's character also go to extremes? Qin Wentian also completely exploded. His blood was roaring, his demonic energy was surging, and his palm slapped out crazily. The world was filled with endless palm prints, leaving traces in the void. Endless and frantic sword energy and palm prints collided in the void. Lu Bingaiyu seemed to be dancing in the snowflakes and sword light. However, at this moment, a roaring sound came, which seemed to come from nothingness. Her expression suddenly changed, and her body retreated. Then, a terrifying aura of indestructibility burst out from her body. There was a crashing sound, and a faint axe light burst out from her body, and it fell down with the sword energy on her body, splitting the palm print from nothingness, but this also made her heart tremble secretly. Such a palm print of nothingness is too powerful, not only in its attack power, but also in its concealment. When it appears, this terrible palm print falls directly on your head. How terrifying! Buzz! Bathed in the axe light, Lu Bingaiyu swung the sword again, and the power of the sword technique was even more fierce and terrifying, and the attack power increased dramatically, which made Lin Ziner's beautiful eyes absent-minded. Is this the treasure that originally belonged to the human emperor? Two equally matched characters. Suddenly such a change happened to Lu Bingyu, which was absolutely fatal to Qin Wentian. Sure enough, Lu Bingyu's sword shattered the palm print in front of her and slashed towards Qin Wentian. Boom! A terrifying drum sound shook out, causing the world to tremble. Qin Wentian seemed to be surrounded by war drums. He looked at Lu Bingyu with his eyes, his body suspended there, with a proud aura in his pupils, as if he would be the only one. Boom, boom. Two consecutive sounds shook between heaven and earth, and then Lu Bingyu felt a force of annihilation sweeping over. The frost and snow in the sky danced and slashed out with her sword, but the moment the sword light slashed out, a palm print that could destroy the world emerged and suppressed it. Lu Bingyu's body retreated, and the sound of boom continued. The palm print seemed to crush the sky, and there was bright red blood, dyeing the frost in the sky red. The stunning woman's eyes were still so cold and aloof, like a snow-proud plum blossom standing against the wind and rain. Only death could make her wither. The bright red blood in the ice and snow added a bit of tragedy to this snow-proud plum blossom. Chapter 581 Character. Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes did not blink as she watched the battle in the pagoda. Even with her state of mind, she could not avoid being shocked at this moment. Although Qin Wentian had gained considerable fame for killing Yikongfen, he was still a rising star compared to many long-established Huangji Holy Domain geniuses. Lin Xianer acknowledged Qin Wentian's talent and potential, but she did not compare him with those true geniuses until he killed the poisonous scorpion and the holy son of the great demon sect with one blow. Seeing the war drum on him again, Lin Xianer sighed in her heart. This Xianwu realm, which is known as the place where geniuses are buried, is also the place where geniuses awaken. A truly brilliant person will not be buried. This handsome young man seemed to have undergone a transformation in the Xianwu realm, and was already able to crush and defeat all the geniuses. He even obtained the Xianwu realm's magic weapon. Of course, she knew that the magic weapons brought from inside and outside the Xianwu realm could not be used. Only the magic weapons of the Xianwu realm could do this. Perhaps the magic weapons of the Xianwu realm were not as powerful as the super-powerful magic weapons given by their elders to some Xianjiao, but the role of the magic weapons of the Xianwu realm in the Xianwu realm would be magnified to the extreme. For example, if she and Lu Bingyu were to compete, and their own strengths were almost the same, Lu Bingyu would be able to crush her with an absolute attitude, or even kill her. Moreover, if Lu Bingyu was already strong enough, and with the help of the power of the magic weapons of the Xianwu realm, she would be able to sweep all the Xianjiao, and even reach the heights of those 8 people in the Xianwu realm. In addition, Lin Xianer also knew clearly that the people who could obtain the magic weapon of the immortal martial realm were extremely rare. So many people in the outside world speculated that the magic weapon of the immortal martial realm could accompany the growth of the martial life cultivators, and even change a person's qualifications and make people transform. The human emperor of Yi Kingdom was a good example. Did Yi Qingyan, who had not shown his talent before, really show his edge after the end of the trip to the immortal martial realm? This is also the most obvious example that people in the outside world can find, but what is the truth? I am afraid only Yi Qingyan himself knows. Qin Wentian can hear the human emperor say that his rise is not something that can be summarized by a mere magic weapon, and mock those who went to snatch the magic weapon. But no matter what, Qin Wentian has already obtained the magic weapon of the immortal martial realm at this moment, which is enough to make Lin Xianer amazed by him. Of course, what surprised Lin Xianer was the cold figure, the lonely and proud figure who was beaten back and spit out blood continuously, with the spirit of breaking but not bending. This is a different character for a woman. Seeing Lu Bingyu vomiting blood due to Qin Wentian's constant bombardment, Lin Xianer felt a little bit reluctant and sympathetic, because she began to appreciate the aloof young beauty. Meishan Swordmaster's favorite female disciple was indeed extraordinary. She just hoped that this girl would not be corrupted by the old witch of Meishan Swordmaster. Of course, the premise is that Qin Wentian would not destroy this Aozu Hanmei here. Lin Xianer showed a gentle smile in her eyes. For some reason, she believed that Qin Wentian was reluctant to be so heartless. After all, she was a delicate and beautiful woman with a different style. Although she was a little cold, it could not cover up her unworldly temperament at all, which was different from the temperament of rouge and powder. When Lin Xianer saw Qin Wentian holding the Fangbian Huiji and pointing it at Lu Bingyu's throat, her heart was slightly lifted, and her eyes were burning at the tip of the Fangbian Huiji. On the pagoda, Qin Wentian looked at Lu Bingyu, and his heart was slightly moved. This was a woman who would rather break than bend. His first impression of Lu Bingao was not very good, of course because of Mai Shan's swordmaster, but as they fought, he seemed to see more things. The woman in front of him was more outstanding and tough than many young men. Why do you have to do this? You have a chance to get out of the battle. Qin Wentian looked at the cold face in front of him and was a little frightened. Lu Bingao seemed not to hear his words. Her heart was slightly aching and uncomfortable. She was an orphan. She followed her master Mai Shan's swordmaster when she was very young. Mai Shan's swordmaster was not only her master, but also played the role of a parent. Although he was extremely strict with her, she knew that Mai Shan's swordmaster wanted to surpass that man. If she could not surpass him, then at least he had to let his disciple surpass him, so Mai Shan's swordmaster's hope fell on her. Lu Bingao was very good. Mai Shan's swordmaster once said that among the young people in the Xiangang realm of the sword sect, except Ji Fixu, no one can compare with her disciple Lu Bingao. Although many people will not accept it, Lu Bingao's excellence in the sword sect quickly made others recognize the words of Mai Shan's swordmaster. She was as dazzling as a star at a young age, chasing Ji Fixu's footsteps. However, today, before she came to Ji Fixu and fought against the 8 great heroes of the suppression era, she had already lost to the young man in front of her. Moreover, this person was also a disciple of the sword sect like her. What's more ironic is that the master once robbed the treasure of the man in front of her father for her, but she still lost to him. Lu Bingao felt that she could not face her master. When she walked out of the Xianwu world, how disappointed would Mai Shan's swordmaster be? Qin Wentian saw a ray of despair and struggle in Lu Bingao's eyes, and his brows frowned slightly. Since the woman in front of her was not afraid of death, what would make her despair? There is only one possibility: Mai Shan's swordmaster's expectations and hopes for her. For your master. Qin Wentian whispered, is it worth it? Kill me, dig the axe out of my body and return it to your adoptive father. My master did it for me, and you did it for your adoptive father. I have no regrets even if I die in your hands. Lu Bingao was still cold and closed her eyes. Such determination made Qin Wentian stunned. Looking at the white and cold face, he couldn't stab forward with the Fangyan Huoji in his hand. He took a look at Lu Bingao's body. Did he really have to break her skin and take out the treasure? When your master took my adoptive father's treasure, my adoptive father said, with just this treasure, can my rise really depend on it? It's ridiculous. And after your master took the treasure, he also told me that its most powerful disciple would naturally teach me a lesson in the Xianwu world. My adoptive father is so charming, how could he really care about a mere magic weapon? Perhaps what really makes him unacceptable is the humiliation of the strong men coming to his door. Qin Wentian said slowly, after defeating you today, I really want to see if Mai Shan's swordmaster will still remember his bold words in the past. As for this debt, I think it should not be counted on you, but on Mai Shan's swordmaster. The Jiutian sect has the least disciples among the 9 major sects, but it is still feared. It relies on the excellence of the disciples. I think a woman like you should have a brighter future. I hope you can remember that you are a disciple of this Jiutian sect, not just a disciple of Mai Shan's swordmaster. I will not kill you or take your treasure, because in you, I see the character of a Jiutian sect disciple. After saying that, Qin Wentian whipped out the Fangyan Huoji in his hand, and the powerful force directly shook Lu Bingao off the pagoda. Qin Wentian looked at Lu Bingao below, his expression as calm as water. He had his own perseverance, the pride and character of the human emperor. He believed that his adoptive father could understand him for what he said and did. Limited to mere treasure, that was the Mai Shan's swordmaster, not the human emperor. What Qin Wentian wanted to do was to make the Mai Shan's swordmaster bow his head and admit his mistakes one day, instead of destroying Lu Bingao, an excellent disciple of the sword sect. That would be the pride of Qin Wentian. Of course, there were 2 other reasons why Qin Wentian let Lu Bingao go. First, Lu Bingao's words, since we are from the same sect, I don't want to hurt you, you can leave. Secondly, because Lu Bingao is a woman, and a very beautiful woman. Maybe Qin Wentian did not face this reason, but it is undeniable that there is such a factor in it. After all, Qin Wentian is a man. Lu Bingao was knocked down from the pagoda, and a look of surprise flashed in her cold eyes. She raised her head and looked at the young man on the pagoda. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes were also looking at her. She saw the firmness, persistence, and proud belief in his deep eyes. Qin Wentian stepped towards the top of the pagoda, and all his competitors were shot down. No one stopped him from reaching the top of the pagoda. The white light became stronger and stronger, stinging Qin Wentian's eyes. Qin Wentian narrowed his eyes into a slit, and then raised his hand to grab the light in the void, but he could not hold anything. The strong white light suddenly bloomed with a more dazzling look, and at the same time, a beam of light shot into Qin Wentian's eyebrows. His mind was slightly stung, as if something had drilled into his mind. What entered Qin Wentian's mind was a mantra, shining brightly and vibrating in Qin Wentian's mind. The mantra was even chanted directly in his mind, which was deafening. Qin Wentian's body suddenly trembled. The mantra was obscure and difficult to understand, but it seemed to contain an incomparable power that reached every part of his body. Along with the chanting of this mantra, the strong star power in Qin Wentian's body burst out crazily, as if to break through the limitations of himself. The Yuanfu and Wu Ming Xiangang in his body also trembled and roared fiercely. The meridians in his body twisted and trembled, and his blood roared like the ocean. This instantaneous change made Qin Wentian feel unbearable. With a wow, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The chanted mantra became more and more chaotic, without any rules and difficult to control. It was like a power that did not belong to him, rushing into his mind. Stop! Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently, and he interrupted the chanting of the mantra with strong willpower. He was worried that if he allowed the mantra to echo in his mind, his body would explode. Chapter 582 Self-Humiliation. Xian Wu Realm, a vast area, exudes of vicissitudes of life and ancient atmosphere. This area is very large, and many figures have appeared there. Any one of them is a famous Xiangang realm Xianjiao figure in the Huangji Holy Land, even including the 8 Xianjiao who suppressed the era. In the back of this vast area, there are a series of disordered floating bridges, crisscrossing, majestic and spectacular. There is the intersection of 81 floating bridges, and many figures have appeared on it one after another. They stand at the intersection of the floating bridges, looking at the vast area in front of them, looking at those dazzling figures. In fact, the figures on the interlaced floating bridges were all extremely outstanding geniuses, including people from the 9 major sects, princes of ancient countries, and saints and daughters of major religions. However, they did not have the courage to walk down from the floating bridges, because they could feel the aura of the geniuses in the vast area below, which was powerful and unmatched, and they themselves were still suppressed in their cultivation. If they walked down from the floating bridges, anyone below would probably slap them to death with one slap. Although these geniuses had the idea of not admitting defeat and a tenacious mind, the gap was right in front of them at this moment, and they had to accept the fact that they had been eliminated. Gu Lifeng is still so outstanding. No matter where he is, he seems to be the absolute focus in white. A proud girl of the ancient sect on the floating bridge looked at Gu Lifeng's figure in the air ahead, and a trace of admiration flashed in her eyes. Although the royal Holy Land is vast and endless, with their background and talent, there are not many people of the same generation who can make them look up. Therefore, those who can really attract their eyes are undoubtedly the most outstanding people in the royal Holy Land. Gu Lifeng is the best among them. The handsome young man Ping Hu Duan Iwen Jiutian have long become the symbol of this generation of youth. No matter who is mentioned, it is inevitable to compare him with him. In the end, it will be found that almost no one can compare with such a person, especially Gu Lifeng has no background in the royal Holy Land, which is even more precious. Are you moved? A woman next to her was wearing pink clothes, a bit coquettish, but those who really knew her knew that this beautiful woman was definitely a difficult character to mess with. Few people would not be tempted when facing the 8 geniuses of the suppression era, and Gu Lifeng should be considered the most outstanding among the 8. The woman just now smiled lightly. Moreover, it seems that he is the first one to go down, and the others arrived later. I didn't expect that we couldn't even get the admission ticket to this competition. The previous assessment trials were indeed too difficult. My last round of test was a demon tree. Only 3 people passed the test of the demon tree, and then they were thrown away by the demon tree. I don't know where they were sent. We were trapped in the same place until a while later, the demon tree suddenly disappeared, and we were able to continue moving forward, and finally came here. The woman smiled lightly, but the smile seemed a little bitter. However, my cultivation has been suppressed, and I am no longer qualified to compete with those people. There is still a chance. There are some secret places on our floating bridge. As long as you pass the test, you can go to a test called the Immortal's Guide. But I failed. The woman next to her smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was also very proud, but she failed in that difficult test. Thinking of the demon monkey who claimed to be the guardian of the test, she felt a little depressed. Yes, There are many secret places and tests on the floating bridge. Some people can go forward without hesitation, but some people take more detours. Look over there, Princess Jiutian of the Great Zhou Dynasty. She is very powerful, passed a round of extremely difficult tests, and got a fierce horse. The other woman heard this and looked towards a certain area in front of her. Sure enough, she saw Princess Jiutian riding a flaming horse with an invincible light. The flaming horse was suspended in the air, and there was a faint flame on its body, which made Princess Jiutian also shrouded in a halo. At this time, a figure walked out beside them. This person was wearing a royal robe, which was extremely gorgeous. His pupils actually had a faint golden glow, which made people feel terrible. This person's aura was at the 7th level of Xiangang. Obviously, he had also gotten rid of the suppression of the realm. He walked out directly and stepped forward. It's Shuangtong, the prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Shuangtong. His cultivation has entered the 7th level of Xiangang, and his realm is stable. He is much stronger than when he just entered the Xianwu world. Someone recognized this person and exclaimed, "The two great dynasties of the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Xiao Dynasty are very powerful." In addition to the Princess Jiutian, another prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty has stepped into the front. After Shuangtong stepped out, several people appeared behind him and walked out together. They had a strong aura and their eyes were extremely sharp. This situation did not surprise people. In fact, every time someone stepped out to the front area, there was more than one person. Occasionally, there would be several people at the same time, and they were even Xianjiao who had the Xianwu order. Lin Ziner is here. At this moment, a cry of surprise came, and many people looked back, only to see Lin Ziner's figure appear in a direction. She was still so charming, and her lotus steps moved lightly, as if every step could move people's hearts. Lin Ziner is really amazing, and her cultivation has not been suppressed. Everyone sighed, worthy of being a fairy of the fairy cult. Not only is she beautiful, but her martial arts talent must also be extremely outstanding. The only thing that made everyone feel a little uncomfortable was the young man next to Lin Ziner. This man's seemingly calm eyes gave people a sense of sharpness. His eyes looked calmly ahead and walked slowly. Next to this young man, there was not only a beauty like Lin Ziner, but also a frosty beauty behind him, which made everyone wonder what the identity of this young man was. Senior Sister Lu. Someone from the sword sect called out to Lu Bingaiyu when they saw her. Lu Bingaiyu's cold eyes slowly turned away, expressionless, and then she continued to walk forward, her beautiful eyes occasionally looking at the back of the young man in front of her. This young man came from the same place as her, and this time he should be able to become a dark horse on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. She is Lu Bingaiyu, the favorite disciple of Maishan sword master Lu Bingaiyu. Everyone's eyes froze slightly when they thought of Lu Bingaiyu's identity. Such an outstanding woman, she actually walked behind a young man, and beside her was Lin Ziner, who was known as the #1 beauty. All of this made people feel incredible. It was rumored that Lu Bingaiyu was as cold as ice, and she never walked with men. What happened? Looking at the posture, whether it was Lu Bingaiyu or Lin Ziner, they were actually willing to be supporting roles. Such a scene undoubtedly had a strong impact on everyone's state of mind. The person who called out Senior Sister Lu just now was an outstanding female disciple of the Maishan sword master lineage. There were several disciples of the sword sect beside her, one of whom was wearing a phoenix feather robe and was extremely beautiful and outstanding, but at this moment she was stunned by the scene in front of her, and she couldn't believe her eyes. As a disciple of the Maishan sword master, Li Hanao's understanding of Lu Bingaiyu was far beyond that of others. She knew that her master had high hopes for Lu Bingaiyu, which even made her feel a little jealous, but she also knew Lu Bingaiyu's talent and strength, and knew Lu Bingaiyu's indifference and arrogance. She came this time to challenge Ji Fixa's position in the sword sect and to challenge the 8 great prodigies of the suppression era. But now, Lu Bingaiyu walked beside that man, and with Lin Ziner. When Li Hanao first saw Qin Wentian, she disdained him. Although he later proved his excellence, Li Hanao was still not very convinced. In the palace of Yi Kingdom, he even dared to threaten his master, the Maishan sword master. He simply didn't know what was good for him. Lu Bingaiyu would not be unaware of the affairs of Yi Kingdom. But now, compared with Lu Bingaiyu and Lin Ziner, the young man who was a little lucky in her heart seemed so extraordinary. Stop. For some reason, Li Hanao shouted at Qin Wentian. The voice was impolite, with a bit of indifference and arrogance. Qin Wentian stopped, frowned slightly, and looked at Li Haniao. In fact, he and Li Haniao had no intersection, only a few encounters. However, for some reason, this woman always looked at him with such unkindness. She once appeared in the palace of Yi State with the people of the Li family. But even so, although Qin Wentian didn't like the other party's eyes, he didn't hate it either. After all, they were really unfamiliar. At this moment, hearing the other party's faint commanding tone, Qin Wentian glanced at the other party coldly. This look was like a sharp sword, which made Li Haniao's heart tremble violently. This made her feel strongly humiliated. A cold murderous intent flashed across that beautiful face, and this murderous intent made Qin Wentian's eyes sharper. Sister, when Master was in the palace of Yi Kingdom, he said in public that he wanted you to teach this boy a lesson in the Xianwu world. Although we are both disciples of the sword sect, this person does not respect Master and is extremely rebellious. How can sister sit back and watch? Li Haniao knew that she could not be Qin Wentian's opponent at this moment, but Qin Wentian's eyes made her very uncomfortable, so she said to Lu Bingyu, hoping to use Lu Bingyu to deal with Qin Wentian instead of walking with him because of the friendship of fellow disciples. A cold color flashed in Lu Bingyu's eyes. In fact, although Maishan's sword master said this in Yi Kingdom, he did not really ask her to deal with Qin Wentian. After all, in the eyes of Maishan's sword master, Qin Wentian was just a junior, and she was not so serious about it. Lu Bingyu had her own things to do. What's more, Li Haniao didn't know that Lu Bingyu had already lost to Qin Wentian, so how could she talk about teaching him a lesson? Slap. As soon as Li Haniao finished speaking, a crisp sound was heard. Qin Wentian slapped Li Haniao's body through the air, and she flew out. When she fell to the ground, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This slap stunned Li Haniao. She got up and stared at Qin Wentian angrily, her whole body full of strong anger. Qin Wentian's murderous intent permeated, and Li Haniao felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. Then, Qin Wentian turned around and continued to walk forward without looking at him again. Lu Bingyu also walked forward. Such ignoring made Li Haniao feel like a thorn in her back, as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at her, watching her suffer humiliation. What an interesting woman. Lin Xianer smiled lightly, and then caught up with Qin Wentian. The crisp voice seemed to be mocking Li Haniao's stupidity or overestimating her own abilities. Chapter 583 The Name on the Ancient Monument. Li Haniao looked at Qin Wentian, who ignored her. She stretched out her hand and stroked her cheek. It was burning. Her eyes were bloodshot at the moment. She was beautiful but gave people a ferocious feeling. When had she ever been insulted like this? She had never been. She was the proud daughter of the Li family, but today she was slapped hard in the face. The slap was on her body and also on her proud heart. Qin Wentian didn't think so much. He still walked forward and walked to the edge of the floating bridge, looking at the vast space in front. After getting the formula, a road appeared in the closed square. The three of them practiced in the same place for a few days to restore themselves to their peak state. Then they followed the road and found that they were back to the floating bridge. However, the floating bridge began to intersect, so they walked here. Lin Xianer had a good relationship with Qin Wentian, so she naturally came with him. She was a little looking forward to how far this handsome young man who had been despised by her could go. Lu Bingyu was also deeply touched by Qin Wentian's words that day. Qin Wentian not only did not kill her, but he did not even take the treasures from her body, just because he saw the character of the Jiutian sect from her. After such a speech, even though Lu Bingyu was pulled down from the pagoda by his halberd, she still could not feel any resentment. Her heart could not calm down for a long time. She had been thinking about how to face her complicated thoughts. Until her heart finally gave her the answer, she would not resent Qin Wentian, but she would work hard to make herself better and stronger, until one day, she regained her pride and defeated Qin Wentian. Although the disciples of this Jiutian sect were united, they also advocated competition, so they never stopped the fights between disciples. The journey to the Xianwu realm has not ended yet, and she still has a chance. Qin Wentian can rise in the Xianwu realm, so why can't she undergo a transformation in the Xianwu realm? The three people, Qin Wentian and others, who were the focus of everyone's attention, finally walked out, leaving three dazzling backs in the crowd, shocking their hearts. Many years later, when they think of the legendary figures of the royal Holy Land, they still can't help but recall this scene today. That handsome young man, against a backdrop of Lin Xianer, the most beautiful woman in the royal Holy Land, and Lu Bingyu, The frost beauty of the sword sect, his back seemed so tall and powerful, like an insurmountable mountain. Hanao. A disciple who had a good relationship with Li Hanao wanted to persuade her, but saw that the only light in Li Hanao's bloodshot eyes was full of murderous intent, cold to the bone. When Li Hanshan arrives, I will definitely let Brother Hanshan cut him into pieces. Li Hanao didn't know that Li Hanshan had fallen in the battle with Qin Wentian, Lu Bingyu and others. Qin Wentian and the other two landed on the ground, staring ahead, and saw huge stone tablets, which could even be called stone walls. Each tablet had a strong light, and the tablets seemed to have an ancient history, witnessing the rise of many geniuses. In front of the tablets, there was a line of white-clothed figures. These people looked calm and peaceful, as if they were hermits. They were all messengers from the immortal martial realm, guarding here. In addition, the vast area in front of the tablets was filled with the most dazzling geniuses in the royal Holy Land who had not been suppressed. They came here one after another, but stood there quietly, as if they had no intention of competing. Qin Wentian saw familiar faces, including two Xianjiao figures from the sword sect. One of them was naturally the dazzling Ji Fixu, and the other was Duan Han, who also came here, which made Qin Wentian feel a little happy. Duan Han, as the disciple of the sword master, was extremely calm on weekdays, but when he was arrogant, he was completely different. No matter where he was, Duan Han should be able to shine his own light. In addition to Duan Han, there were naturally Di Shi, who had a grudge against him, and Shang Tong, the prince of the great Shang dynasty. They obviously saw Qin Wentian, and a cold look flashed in their eyes, especially Di Shi. The murderous intent on his body pressed towards Qin Wentian without any disguise. Qin Wentian killed his brother in public, and this revenge has not been avenged yet. However, before Di Shi attacked Qin Wentian, Ji Fixu and Duan Han had already walked towards Qin Wentian, forcing Di Shi to give up the idea of directly killing Qin Wentian. In this Hanjian sect, it seems that 4 geniuses have reached this point, including Ji Fixu, a genius who suppressed the times. If a clash occurs, it is obvious that Di Shi, will suffer. Junior brother Qin, junior sister Lu. A smile flashed across Ji Fixu's eyes, and she was quite pleased in her heart. It was something to be proud of that 4 people from the Hanjian sect could reach here. Duan Han walked behind Ji Fixu, and he also saw Lu Bingyu. Seeing Lu Bingyu coming with Qin Wentian, he couldn't help but reveal an interesting look in his eyes, especially in addition to Lu Bingyu, there was also the most beautiful woman in the Huangji Holy Land, Lin Ziner, who was walking with Qin Wentian. Thinking of Mo Qingchang and Kinger, Duan Han felt a little jealous of this junior brother. He was too popular with women. Let alone Lin Ziner, he naturally had some understanding of what kind of person Lu Bingyu was. Meishan sword master's favorite disciple, the iceberg beauty of the sword sect, many people joked that she and Ji Fixu were like a couple given by heaven. Even the master Lingshan sword master had laughed and said that the two were quite suitable, and had the idea of bringing them together. Only Meishan sword master was very cold about this, and always hoped that Lu Bingyu could surpass Ji Fixu. But in fact, in the sword sect, many people have already regarded Ji Fixu and Lu Bingyu as a pair. Lu Bingyu behind Qin Wentian glanced at Ji Fixu, and there was not much expression in her cold and beautiful eyes. Then she couldn't help but glance at Qin Wentian, and her heart was inexplicably comparing the two. In the past, her only target was Ji Fixu, so she was actually very concerned about Ji Fixu. Of course, she had heard those rumors, and her heart had occasionally had some strange waves. Even she herself didn't know what she thought of Ji Fixu, she only knew that he was very good, and her goal was to surpass him. Lu Bingyu quickly put away her thoughts, thinking that she was overthinking. She could see that the light in Ji Fixu's eyes was getting brighter. Although Qin Wentian was good enough, there must be some gap between him and Ji Fixu. It was just unknown who would be able to carry the banner of the younger generation of Zhanjian sect in the future. Senior brother. Qin Wentian admired Ji Fixu. He was the pride of the younger generation of Zhanjian sect. He had a sincere smile and did not show any arrogance in front of the disciples of his Hanjian sect. He even helped him out last time. Such a person was indeed worthy of respect. Junior brother, the fact that you have come this far shows how good you are. The road to the ancient steel will be the real test. Go as far as you can. The farther you go, the more benefits you can get, and the higher your position will be on the list of ancient steel in the Xianwu realm. Ji Fixu smiled and said, "This is the final showdown of the Xianwu realm. You must know that when we walk towards the ancient stele, our names will appear on the huge stone stele outside. Soon, your name will be the focus of everyone's attention and will be watched by millions of people. I wonder how many people's hearts will be moved by having your name constantly float forward. Yet, Qin Wentian nodded, his eyes looking out over the vast space and looking at the group of geniuses. Gathered here will be the most outstanding group of geniuses who have entered the Xianwu realm, including the geniuses of the 8 suppression eras. Soon, they will walk towards the ancient stele that records the ancient stele of the Xianwu realm. The wind blew through the vast space, blowing everyone's long hair and clothes. Some stood with their eyes closed, while others sat cross-legged. Qin Wentian and Ji Fixu greeted each other, then sat on the ground and began to practice in peace. The robes of the envoys from the immortal martial realm danced with a breeze. They didn't speak, which meant they were still waiting and some people hadn't arrived yet. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and several figures came here one after another. At the intersection of the floating bridge, Yiling Shuang and the others appeared. Fan Li and Yu Yang were also there. They had entered many secret places and experienced many tests, but they still hadn't lifted the restrictions on their cultivation. Fortunately, the door opened for some reason, and they were able to arrive here and look at the figure of the young man sitting cross-legged in the distance. Next, I won't be able to fight side by side with you. The fat man's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was proud of the young man. At this moment, his black eyes no longer had the vulgarity of the past, but were shining with sharpness. He would always remember the day they met in the imperial city of Chu. They signed up for the college assessment and then walked into the dark forest together. At that time, who could have thought that several years later, that young figure would be able to achieve today's achievements? This guy, I want to get closer to him, but I find that we are getting farther and farther away. One day, I'm afraid we won't even be able to see his back. Yang Kuangsheng didn't know what it felt like, and even felt a little jealous, but more of a blessing, hoping that he could go further. Li Haniao had been waiting for Li Hanshan's arrival, but until the envoy of the immortal martial realm opened his sharp eyes and made way, Li Hanshan still did not appear, which made Li Haniao pale. She knew that Li Hanshan might never appear again. At the same time, everyone was shocked to find that the holy son of the great demon realm, the poison scorpion of the sky poison valley, or a certain Xianjiao of an ancient country, or the Xianjiao of a certain big sect, they were all gone and stayed in the immortal martial realm forever. This damn Xianjiao's burial place, it turns out that he is destined to be a stage for only a few people. Someone cursed in a low voice, speaking out the voices of many people. They thought they would find their own place in the immortal martial realm, but in the end they sadly found that they were just a foil. Looking at the figures walking towards the stone tablet, everyone's eyes had a hint of loneliness. They understood that from today on, these people will definitely have a place in the future of the Imperial Holy Land. Outside the Xianwu realm, countless people looked ahead, inside and outside, in a mighty manner. In the sky and underground, within a radius of 100 miles, there were countless people gathered. They kept pushing forward, just to take a look at the stone tablet that was blooming with dazzling brilliance. What names would appear on that ancient tablet? Kulin Fen, Ji Fixu, Emperor Shi. One by one, the names began to float above the ancient tablet, wandering on the ancient tablet, flashing with brilliant light. These names were familiar to everyone, and there were more and more of them, and the ancient tablet was getting brighter and brighter. Many people from powerful forces clenched their fists and stared at the ancient tablet in front of them. Many powerful people from the Taiyao cult occupied a position in a mighty manner, staring at the ancient tablet. When the name no longer appeared, they sadly discovered that the name of the holy son of the Taiyao cult had never appeared, which made them feel a little cold in their hearts. Many people had this feeling, whether it was a big sect or an ancient country, a big clan or an ancient religion, many powerful people felt a chill on their bodies. Of course, some people showed a triumphant smile. They saw the name of their own sect, especially the people of the Sword sect. The 4 names shining on it were so dazzling. The fairies of Yaohuang Valley gathered together. Mo Qingchang stood in the middle, looking at the floating Qin Wentian 3 words. Her face showed a touching smile. Chapter 584, the first and the last. Although Mo Qingchang had not entered the immortal martial realm, she had been tense since Qin Wentian entered it. Her indifferent face showed no expression, but a hint of worry could be seen between her brows. However, when she saw Qin Wentian's name appear on the ancient monument, her clenched fists relaxed slightly, and sweat appeared on her palms. The strong men in Yaohurong Valley also saw Qin Wentian's name. A glimmer of light flashed in their eyes, and they looked up to Qin Wentian a little more. It seemed that the saint's lover was indeed good, and he could be listed on the ancient monument ranking list, but they didn't know whether he could eventually enter the top 30. They glanced at Mo Qingchen and saw the brilliance on the face of the holy woman shrouded in a halo. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Such a smile was pure and flawless, so beautiful that it made women jealous. They sighed in their hearts that the saint was too deeply in love with a young man, and they didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. As the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, Mo Qingchen had a stunning appearance, so naturally many people paid attention to her, especially many young men, who would occasionally secretly look at her. Seeing Mo Qingchen smile, they could not help but be a little dazed, and then they looked at the stone tablet again. Saint Mo Qingchen, which name did she see that made her smile like this? Thinking of this, they felt a little jealous in their hearts. If the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley could smile like this for them, they would probably have no regrets even if they had to pay everything. The people in the immortal martial realm did not know the situation outside. After Qin Wentian and the others engraved their names on the same ancient stele, they walked in front of the group of stele. These ancient stele were filled with a wisp of wonderful breath. They could all choose an ancient stele and merge with the thoughts of the ancient stele. Qin Wentian walked to one of the ancient stele in the first row. There was a gorgeous golden light on this ancient stele, revealing an extremely strong, wild and unruly spirit. This temperament attracted him, so he chose this ancient stele. His consciousness merged into the ancient stele. In an instant, golden light filled the sky. Qin Wentian's thoughts completely merged with the ancient stele. He seemed to have entered another space, the space of the ancient stele. In this vast space, golden light shone above the sky. Golden runes flashed with brilliant brilliance. The golden runes gathered into ancient characters that shook the sky, suspended in the air, and bloomed with brilliant brilliance. Qin Wentian looked up at the void, looking at the golden runes and the brilliant ancient characters. Above these runes, a long whistle came out, shaking the earth. A rock covered in golden light appeared there, as if it was made of pure gold. It spit out brilliant runes and covered Qin Wentian. These runes fell directly on Qin Wentian's body. In an instant, his whole body turned golden, as if it was also made of pure gold. A sharp whistle came out of his mouth. Qin Wentian's hands trembled, and there was a howling wind. He found that he had grown wings and turned into golden rock. The thought of the ancient tablet merged into his body. At this moment, he seemed to be a pure golden winged rock. His hands were sharp, staring at the ancient characters in the void. Those ancient characters seemed to be imprinted in his mind, turning into pictures. Those were pictures of the golden winged rock practicing. Qin Wentian also began to practicing with the body of the golden winged rock. The golden light on his body became brighter and brighter, and his wings continued to extend and become longer and sharper. Boom! A shocking sound came, and then a blue dragon appeared in Qin Wentian's picture. This blue dragon was extremely terrifying, with huge pupils, staring at Qin Wentian. It's the pride of Shenlong Fort, He Yan. The strong man on the floating bridge saw that the two stone tablets actually intersected together, and two connected patterns appeared in the void, which were projected by the two stone tablets. He Yan was the first person to invade the stone tablet of other strong men. The first person he found was Qin Wentian, a disciple of the sword sect, who slapped Li Haniao of the Li clan and flew away in public. He Yan is a genius of Shenlong Fort. He should have a strong control over the demon dragon. Qin Wentian's road may have come to an end. The crowd thought in their hearts. The demon dragon stared at the golden winged rock transformed by Qin Wentian with its huge eyes, and smiled coldly. The first time it launched an attack, it was natural to find someone who was not so dazzling, so it chose Qin Wentian and attacked directly. The demon dragon rolled through the void and went towards the golden winged rock transformed by Qin Wentian. His thick and powerful claws smashed down directly and blasted towards the rock. Qin Wentian stared at the other party with cold eyes, golden light shining, and his sharp claws also blasted towards the other party. The Azure Dragon and the rock collided, and the Azure Dragon undoubtedly had the upper hand in terms of strength, and directly shocked the rock back. Qin Wentian's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were still staring into the void. He looked at the spell and cursed the blue dragon fool in his heart. He Yan saw Qin Wentian ignoring him, and a ferocious look flashed in his huge eyes. He shouted angrily, "The first battle is your doomsday. Get out of here. This place doesn't belong to you." As he said that, he turned into a demon dragon and pressed towards Qin Wentian again. Qin Wentian's wings flickered and turned into golden light and flew towards the sky. He didn't fight with the opponent. His eyes were still looking at the void, wanting to comprehend more talisman lights. The golden light on the big peng bird became brighter and brighter. The huge wings were like golden blades, full of sharp breath. Roar! The demon dragon roared. He Yan naturally understood that he couldn't let Qin Wentian comprehend with peace of mind. He had to kill Qin Wentian in the shortest time and attack and invade in the fastest time, so that he could get ahead of others. Thus, a chase battle appeared in the light curtain. The golden-winged weapon was hit and injured several times. Qin Wentian, who was standing in front of the stone tablet, couldn't help but groan. After another heavy blow, Qin Wentian even spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the eyes of the golden-winged weapon in the ancient tablet's base became more and more brilliant, and the golden light on his body shone brightly, which made He Yan's eyes flash with a strange color, as if he was a little anxious. But if he gave up the attack and went back to comprehend now, he would undoubtedly be weaker than Qin Wentian. He could only continue to attack with powerful attacks. At this time, it was not just He Yan and Qin Wentian who were fighting. Many ancient tablets appeared in the void, and the pictures were suspended in the air. This made the people on the floating bridge understand that this expedition was a 2-on-2 duel. Not many people paid attention to the picture of Qin Wentian's battle. The battle pictures of the 8 great heroes of the suppression era attracted most of the attention, such as Gu Lifeng. The ancient tablet he chose made him wear silver-white armor, and the sun-shooting arrow appeared in his hand. He was handsome and unrestrained. Gu Lifeng's opponent was a Xianjiao from Qinghu Mountain, one of the 9 sects in the royal sacred domain. This attack was of course Gu Lifeng's own choice. How could the opponent dare to choose him as an opponent? The light shone, Gu Lifeng held a bow and arrow in his hand, the talisman light shone, and the arrow seemed to have a residual image. With a buzzing sound, the bowstring trembled and hummed endlessly. His arrow was like a meteor. Puff! With a light sound, the Xianjiao figure of Qinghu Mountain in the painting was directly pierced through the center of his eyebrows, and the ancient monument in front of him was directly dim. The Xianjiao of Qinghu Mountain standing in front of the ancient monument opened his eyes, looked up in the direction of Gu Lifeng, and showed a deep sense of loneliness. Then he heard a wow and spit out several mouthfuls of blood continuously, and then he turned around and left. Gu Lifeng also opened his eyes, and saw him lift his feet and continue to walk forward. He came to another ancient monument, and then his perception spread out, and once again chose an ancient monument and began to practice. I understand the rules. On the floating bridge, Fen Li whispered, the mind is integrated into the ancient steel, and the power in the ancient steel is cultivated. Inside, they can only cultivate the power in the ancient steel, instead of using their own power to fight, so that everyone's starting point is exactly the same. That's right, only after defeating an opponent can you move to the next ancient steel. Gu Lifeng should have comprehended the power in the first ancient steel, defeated one person, moved to the second ancient steel, and began to comprehend the power in the second ancient steel. This will undoubtedly give him the upper hand. Yang Kuangsheng's eyes showed a sharpness. If Gu Lifeng also comprehended the power in the second ancient steel, it would be easy to attack the people who came later, and the gap would be getting bigger and bigger. The stronger the person, the further he can go, until he leaves everyone behind and becomes the only one. A strange light flashed in Yi Lingshuang's beautiful eyes, and she looked at Qin Wentian nervously. He Yan was still attacking Qin Wentian relentlessly, but now he could no longer threaten Qin Wentian, as the golden-bodied weapon was growing stronger and stronger. He's going to fight back. Qin Zhang uttered a voice, and then the crowd saw the golden-winged weapon bird transformed by Qin Wentian streaking across the sky and swooping down. The sky was filled with golden light, and the golden wings were filled with brilliant rune light. His wings cut through, and like a gust of wind, his body appeared under He Yan. Then in that picture, the demon dragon transformed by He Yan was directly split into 2 and cut off alive. Puff! He Yan spat out a mouthful of blood on the stone tablet, and the stone tablet was dim. He opened his eyes and stared at the direction where Qin Wentian was, with an extremely ugly expression. Qin Wentian's eyes were still closed, and he was still in the comprehension of the ancient tablet. There were many people like him who were quite cautious and always comprehended without fighting, but as time went on, winners walked towards the ancient tablet in front. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The number of people in front of the ancient monument had dropped from more than 70 to only 36. Gu Lifeng has defeated 3 people in a row and walked to the 4th row of ancient monuments. He is the only one in front of the fourth row of ancient monuments. Everyone was shocked. Gu Lifeng was too powerful. Whenever he had almost understood something, he would choose to fight with one person and then blast the other person out. Moreover, the crowd found that the person who walked to the front could choose to attack the strong who was weaker than them. A person like Gu Lifeng, who rode away from the crowd, could not stop and wait for others. All the Xianjiao walked to the ancient monument at the same time. It was fair to them. Who could blame them for not walking as fast as others and being defeated? 3 days later, the crowd also found a strange phenomenon. Qin Wentian was still in front of the first row of ancient monuments. This made many people look strange. Now, his name, Qin Wentian, is really known to everyone. Gu Lifeng rode away from the crowd, and Qin Wentian fell behind. Chapter 585, finally, still gorgeous. Whether it was Gu Lifeng or Di Shi, Ji Fixu or Qin Wentian, these Xianjiao who walked towards the ancient monument all understood what was in the ancient monument at the first moment. Among these ancient monuments standing here, there might be a batch of treasures left by the master of Xianwu realm. Each ancient monument contained a powerful magical power. Moreover, even if you are defeated, you can survive here. It can be said that for those who step into Xianwu realm, when it comes to harvest, how much you can harvest depends on your ability. Therefore, they all understand that the farther they go, the more they can see. Gu Lifeng, who was at the front, knew it, and Qin Wentian, who was at the back, also understood it. But the two of them chose completely different paths. Gu Lifeng chose to advance quickly. He had an extremely brilliant reputation in the Huangji Holy Land, but he also knew that he could be proud, but he must not stop and let this pride affect his determination to move forward. He needed to move forward more than others, otherwise once he fell, it would be fatal. He also understood that each ancient steel contained a kind of power, and he could not fully comprehend it in a short time. It would take a long time. If he was the only one here, he would stop and comprehend each steel thoroughly. But this was the Xianwu world where all the Xianjiao competed for the top. He could not make any mistakes. Therefore, he needed a balance between how much he comprehended and how much he advanced, so that he could always maintain the posture of moving forward and have the power to sweep away others. In fact, Gu Lifeng also involved many people to move forward with him. This situation made Gu Lifeng feel a little relieved. Since they all comprehended in a short time, he believed that with his talent, even if the time he used was shorter than that of the other party, he would never be much weaker than his opponent. Until Gu Lifeng found that there was another young man standing in front of the first row of ancient steel. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and his calm heart actually gave birth to a ripple, but soon calmed down again, and continued to do the best of the current things with peace of mind. This was his character, Gu Lifeng. Qin Wentian was also taking a risk. If he stayed in front of the first ancient steel, he would most likely be left far behind by the others and thus eliminated. There is no such thing as perfection. It all depends on which path you choose and how you make the decision. Qin Wentian thought very simply. The bright rune light in the ancient steel contained the power he urgently needed. If he didn't eat what was right in front of him, what was the point of digesting the rest? He hoped that he could use this ancient steel to truly improve himself. Even if he was really eliminated, he would not regret his choice. However, the people watching on the floating bridge in the distance did not think so. Gu Lifeng's demeanor was so dazzling that Qin Wentian, who was at the end, naturally seemed too insignificant. Some people even slandered him lightly, saying, of course, his strength played a role in his success, but luck also played a role. You said he was very powerful, but now he seems so insignificant. He has not been eliminated yet. Perhaps it is just because no one noticed this figure who was at the end. No one is paying attention to his existence at all. Several young men from the Tuotian sect of the Northern Territory gathered together. One of them had a hint of irony on his face. He stared at Qin Wentian, who was at the end, with a proud and cold gaze. The light in his pupils showed his disdain. This ironic voice also attracted a lot of laughter from the people around him. It was not known whether they were jealous of Qin Wentian for having two peerless beauties walking beside him before, or jealous of Qin Wentian for having the good fortune to enter the final battle, while they were excluded. Anyone can see that those who stepped onto the ancient monument have done something that no one here has done, but there are still people who slander them. They are clearly slapping themselves in the face, but they are still complacent. Yiling Shuang and his group happened to be not far away. Hearing the other party slandering Qin Wentian in this way, he naturally felt indignant and refuted. The people of Jiutian sect turned their eyes and stared at Ling Shuang, with a hint of coldness in their eyes. They are also a big sect, but now, no one is still staying in front of the ancient monument, which makes them feel very uncomfortable. However, the other party is not a good person, so the people of Jiutian sect just snorted coldly without arguing. However, someone in the other group of people had a cold light in his eyes. He stared at Ling Shuang and uttered a sarcastic voice, "Qin Wentian is too popular with women. There's Lin Ziner from the fairy sect and Lu Bingaiyu from the sword sect. There are two beautiful beauties here." This beauty is eager to explain. Is there something unspeakable behind her? As soon as these words were spoken, many people laughed out loud. The person from the Jiutian sect took a look at the group of people talking over there and saw that there were quite a few people. He immediately felt more confident and stared at Ling Shuang and Yun Mengai. These two beauties have really hot bodies. Qin Wentian is really enviable. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the person who spoke just now. They were from the D family. They also witnessed the last confrontation. Now they are deliberately provoking, obviously with a purpose. You are looking for death? How could Yang Kuangsheng bear the foul language of these people? The light of thunder and fire shone on his body, and everyone around him showed an interesting look, and they were faintly watching the fun. They were also suppressed in cultivation, and everyone's realm was at the same level. However, the people of the D family and the people of the Jiutian sect had the advantage in numbers, with 2 more people than the other side. We are looking for death? The people of the D family sneered, and the coldness permeated their bodies. They smiled and said, "Two beauties are so tempting, how can I bear to die?" Someone recognized the people of the D family here, and showed a look of understanding. It turned out that it was a deliberate provocation. Qin Wentian killed Di Shi's brother, but it was widely spread, so that many people knew the name Qin Wentian. Sure enough, Yang Kuangsheng and his men could no longer bear it, and took action. In an instant, a fierce group fight broke out here. As for the other direction, under the stone tablet, Qin Wentian's thoughts were still integrated with the ancient tablet, and he was at ease to comprehend. He did not invade other people's ancient tablets, but just silently comprehended the dazzling talisman light formula. The golden winged rock he transformed into became more and more dazzling, with the golden light all over the sky, and his whole body was full of sharp meaning. This set of formulas is really powerful, not inferior to the 9 unique skills of Daksha. It will surely exert a powerful power when combined with the 3rd level of the demon god transformation. It's a pity that I am not good at the gold system and the wind martial arts will, otherwise the power can be even stronger. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. In the stone tablet, the golden winged rock that Qin Wentian transformed into was crisscrossing the sky and the earth, like a golden lightning. This further strengthened Qin Wentian's idea of walking step by step. These stone tablets are real treasures. The owner of the immortal martial arts world who can leave such a rich treasure is likely to be the legendary immortal. Qin Wentian wanted to practice peacefully without being disturbed, but this was obviously impossible. At this time, another person invaded his stone tablet. On the stone tablet that separated Qin Wentian from the other factions, a bright light shone on the stone tablet where Qin Wentian was, and instantly formed a pattern, the pattern in the ancient tablet. After Qin Wentian's previous battle, no one saw how far Qin Wentian had practiced. At this moment, in the pattern, the golden winged rock that Qin Wentian turned into was shining more and more, and its sharp eyes stared at the incoming figure. This person was bathed in a hot flame armor, with dazzling wings behind her. She was an extremely gorgeous and beautiful woman, like a woman like the sun. The Jiauang princess of the great Zhou dynasty found Qin Wentian. This time, Qin Wentian, who had been hiding at the end, should also be eliminated. Beautiful women always attract attention, especially the identity and strength of Princess Jiauang. Her fame in the great Zhou dynasty is at its peak, and everyone knows it. Shangtong of the great Shuang dynasty has also been found. It's really interesting. It's Jiutian. I'm afraid Shangtong is going to be in trouble. Everyone saw another scene. Jiutian was about to take action. Lin Ziner was targeted by Jiutian of the Blood Demon Palace. It seems that 3 duels will break out at the same time. Lin Ziner, the first beauty of the Royal Holy Land, has come to the end of her journey to the immortal martial realm. Everyone saw another heavyweight confrontation. It's not that they looked down on Lin Ziner's strength. In fact, Lin Ziner also defeated someone in the previous battle, but now it was Jiutian of the Blood Demon Palace who found him. Jiutian of the Blood Demon Palace of the 9 major sects is not only a disciple of the Blood Demon Palace, but also a descendant of the Qi family in the western regions. He is one of the 8 prodigies of the era of suppression and is shrouded in endless aura. Although Lin Xianer is outstanding, she must be defeated in the face of such an enemy. Princess Jiauang and Qin Wentian stared at each other. Although Qin Wentian had been practicing on the first ancient steel, Princess Jiauang would not look down on Qin Wentian, because she understood that Qin Wentian, who had won a battle, was qualified to move forward, but he chose to stay where he was, which required courage in itself. At least she did not have the courage to do so. However, although she admired Qin Wentian's courage, she still chose Qin Wentian as her opponent, because in her opinion, the remaining people were all very famous, and probably only Qin Wentian's reputation was a little weaker. Buzz! Princess Jiauang's body moved, her wings shone, bathed in the firelight, like a sun. She was seen holding a sharp sword. The person and the sword merged. This sword was as dazzling as the sun. This was the power that Princess Jiauang comprehended in the ancient steel. Qin Wentian also moved. His body, transformed into golden winged rock, retreated into the void first, and then swooped down. His unruly eyes revealed an indomitable spirit, just like a real golden winged rock, ready to destroy everything. The brilliance that erupted from the 2 people made people dare not look directly at them, and instantly attracted the attention of the crowd who were focused on other battlefields. Then they saw Qin Wentian, who had been practicing in front of the first stone tablet, passing through Princess Jiauang's body. In the eyes of the crowd, it seemed that there was only a gorgeous golden light. On the floating bridge, Yang Kuangsheng and others were fighting with the D family and the Two Ocean sect, and the other people who looked at the stone tablets saw the gorgeous scene, and their eyes were collectively dull. Chapter 586, Pressure from Emperor Killer. Princess Jiauang of the Great Zhou Dynasty, with her prominent status and outstanding talent, has a world-renowned reputation in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Princess Jiauang chose to collide with Qin Wentian at the ancient monument. Just when everyone thought that Qin Wentian's journey to the immortal martial realm had come to an end, he used a brilliant blow to tell everyone that there are always some people in this world who are not born to be so dazzling, but at certain moments, the light they burst out may make those proud sons of heaven pale in comparison. At that time, he may be truly taken seriously by others and gradually step onto the stage of history. At this moment, Qin Wentian made the hearts of the crowd tremble involuntarily. Will he become such an existence? From an unknown ordinary person, he stepped onto the dazzling stage of the Huangji Holy Land and created his own era. Maybe. The Two Ocean sect and the D family members who were fighting saw the crowd fall silent. They glanced over there and saw Princess Jiauang being pushed back outside the ancient monument. Qin Wentian, who chose to fight her, was still standing firmly in front of the first row of stone monuments. It was still the same ancient monument, and he had never changed it. Even though he had defeated 2 people, he still had no intention of moving forward. Princess Jiauang's mouth was bleeding, her face was slightly pale, and she stared at the young figure in front of her in a daze. It seemed that she had not recovered from the brilliant blow just now. What happened? Her heart was still beating non-stop. Princess Jiauang's face, which was as bright as the sun, actually flashed a trace of loneliness. The smile on her lips was bitter. She had thought of many ways to be eliminated, such as losing in a fierce battle with a peerless genius, or losing in a battle with the 8 strong men who suppressed the era. Perhaps none of these would make her feel as disappointed as she did at this moment. She was defeated by an opponent she had never even taken seriously. She was even unfamiliar with everything about Qin Wentian. She only knew that this young man had extraordinary courage and had killed the young ancestor of the D family. Bang! With a light sound, another figure was shaken back. Princess Jiauang came back to her senses and looked at the defeated person next to her. After seeing who it was, she was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. The princess of the Great Zhou Dynasty and the prince of the Great Shang Dynasty were defeated together. Their names would definitely not be in the top 10 of the ancient monument ranking list of the immortal martial realm. Shang Tuang looked very unhappy. He lost. Although he lost to Ji Lifen, he still felt very uncomfortable. Especially when he found that Qin Wentian, who was still standing in front of the first stone tablet, was still there. His anger became even stronger. He didn't know that Qin Wentian, who was still standing in front of the first stone tablet, had defeated Princess Jiauang beside him just now. It's really ironic. A person hiding at the back. I should have eliminated him earlier. Shang Tong said softly, turned his head and looked at Princess Jiauang with a sarcastic smile. Although Shuangtong said it unintentionally, Princess Jiaoyang's face suddenly changed. Shuangtong's words and the slightly sarcastic look seemed to be mocking Qin Wentian, but also mocking her Jiaoyang. You have to know that the person Shuangtong mocked just defeated her. Since you have been eliminated, what qualifications do you have to comment on others? Princess Jiaoyang snorted coldly and left with a wave of her sleeves, which made Shuangtong stunned for a moment. There was even more anger in his heart. He felt that it was extremely embarrassing to stay here. Turning around, Shuangtong's figure flashed away, and he actually walked towards the floating bridge. When he turned and left, Lin Ziner was also defeated by Qi Lian, which was not beyond everyone's expectations. Although Lin Ziner was strong, the 8 geniuses of the suppression era could stand the test. Neither Ji Fixu nor Qi Lian let everyone down. On the floating bridge, Shuangtong came here and looked around the crowd. In an instant, those who were staring at him all dodged and moved away. Although Shuangtong was defeated, after all, for those who were suppressed, he was still in existence that they could not compete with. At this time, Shuangtong was probably still in a state of anger, so it was better not to provoke him. Shuangtong soon discovered that there were still people fighting on the floating bridge. Especially when he saw Yiling Shuang, a cold light like a blade flashed in his pupils. Yiling Shuang, the daughter of the Emperor of Yu country, was a disciple of the sword sect like Ji Fixu and Qin Wentian. Shuangtong recalled the arrogance of the sword sect in Zhuanwang City. He said coldly, "The people of the sword sect are really arrogant and are causing trouble everywhere." Yiling Shuang bumped into a strong man from the D family and then separated. After seeing the targeting in Shuangtong's eyes, she snorted coldly, but did not refute the other party. After all, they were in a weak position at the moment and she did not want to make enemies. Shuangtong saw that Yiling Shuang ignored him and said coldly, "Back then, your Qingyuan was also the #1 figure in the ancient monument ranking list of the immortal martial realm. Now, her daughter has no backbone except for her beauty. As for the other sons, they are all waste. Your Qingyuan really has no successor. Being defeated and eliminated by others, now showing off in front of us, it's really ridiculous." How could Yiling Shuang tolerate the repeated provocations of the other party, and refuted. The coldness in Shuangtong's eyes became even more intense. He stared at Yiling Shuang and took a step forward. A surge of pressure rolled down and landed on Yiling Shuang, knocking her back. Shuangtong's body was suspended in the air, looking down at the other party from a high position, and said coldly, "Even if you lose to Ji Fixu, it is not your turn to speak. Even if you are your Qingyuan's daughter, I will help him discipline you." As soon as the voice fell, Shuangtong's palm trembled, and suddenly a golden palm print suddenly hit Yiling Shuang's body, causing Yiling Shuang's body to be knocked out and fell to the ground fiercely, spitting blood, and his clothes were a little messy. The people of Jiutian sect and Di's family surrounded him, and the smiles on their faces became colder and colder. Although they suppressed the other party in the previous battle, they were unable to defeat him for a long time, which made them a little angry. Fanel, Yang and others walked forward one by one, staring at Shuangtong. Their faces were extremely ugly. Shuangtong's cultivation was not suppressed, so it was easy for him to kill them. How shameless. Fanel snorted. Uneducated things. Shuangtong stepped forward, and a huge pressure enveloped everyone. Another palm print was swung out, and Fanel and others could not resist at all, and were all blown away. At this moment, Shuangtong was already holding back a rage, so there was no room for Fanel and others to refute. "You can do whatever you want." Shuangtong glanced at the people of Jiutian sect and the D family and said coldly. The people of the D family and Jiutian sect were a little unhappy with Shuangtong's tone. After all, they were also extraordinary people, but their cultivation was suppressed. Shuangtong's arrogant appearance really made people want to beat him up, but fortunately Shuangtong helped them, so he didn't care about anything. He just walked towards Yiling Shuang and the others, his eyes swept over the two beauties Yiling Shuang and Yun Mengai, and strange looks flashed in their pupils. A faint chill descended upon them. Turning back, they saw Princess Jiaoyang staring at them coldly. Then Princess Jiaoyang glanced at Shuangtong again and said indifferently, "You are so unscrupulous in bullying people whose cultivation is suppressed. If those people from the sword sect come back, won't you be humiliated?" Obviously, although the arrogant Princess Jiaoyang was defeated, she still despised Shuangtong's actions. Humph! Shuangtong snorted coldly. Although he also knew that it was not right to do so, he would not admit anything. At this time, Another figure descended here, attracting many eyes. It was Lin Ziner. Shangtong, the prince of the great Shang dynasty, is such a person. Lin Ziner's bright eyes were cold, and she obviously looked down on Shangtong. This made Shangtong clench his fists. 2 consecutive beauties looked at him with contempt. How could he not be angry in his heart? His face became particularly ugly. Shangtong, do whatever I want. Why do I need others to tell me what to do? After saying that, he walked towards Yiling Shuang and the others, with a hint of murderous intent on his body. Princess Jiaoyang turned her eyes and the contempt in her eyes became stronger. Although she looked down on Shangtong's actions, she was too lazy to intervene in such matters. After all, it had nothing to do with her. I really can't stand it today. Lin Ziner was filled with murderous coldness and rushed towards Shangtong. Such a scene made people look interesting. Shangtong raised his head, and the two confronted each other, but this battle did not happen after all. The movements of the geniuses in front of the stone tablets seemed to slow down. Qin Wentian stayed in front of the first stone tablet for 7 days before finally walking to the second row of stone tablets. His perception spread out, and then he walked to one of the stone tablets, and his consciousness penetrated into the stone tablet. In the void, the starlight shone, and the bright rune light was dazzling. There was a figure wearing star armor, standing proudly between heaven and earth. The rune light in that space fell down madly and landed on Qin Wentian's body. The light shone, and soon Qin Wentian's body was also covered with a layer of starlight. What kind of power is hidden in this stone tablet? Qin Wentian has not had time to practice, but someone invaded his stone tablet again, which made Qin Wentian speechless. He has never actively invaded other people's stone tablets, just because he wants to use more time to comprehend the power in the stone tablet, without wasting a single bit. When the people on the floating bridge saw the figure invading Qin Wentian's stone tablet, they couldn't help but exclaimed, thinking that Qin Wentian's trip to the immortal martial realm had finally come to an end. They wondered how this person could be so patient, and now he couldn't help but attack Qin Wentian. The reason I let you go before was because I knew I couldn't kill you in here, so I didn't want to waste my time, but I didn't expect you to be still here. So even if I can't kill you now, I should at least let you get out, and keep your life for now. The domineering and powerful voice of Emperor Shi came, revealing an invincible belief, and those unruly and sharp eyes looked down at the tiny figure of Qin Wentian. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, Invincible. Qin Wentian stared at the figure of Emperor Shi, with a hint of vigilance in his dark pupils. Although he had a deep understanding of the magical power contained in the first stone tablet, he did not dare to underestimate Emperor Shi, who was a genius who suppressed the era. When he stepped into the second row of ancient tablets just now, he saw Emperor Shi standing in front of the third row of ancient tablets. It took him 7 days to comprehend the 3 stone tablets, but he was still reluctant to move forward. Obviously, he also realized that the power contained in the stone tablets needed more time to immerse in them. Killing him at this time was naturally ill-intentioned. The power of the stars seemed to turn into a golden light curtain, covering Qin Wentian's body with a layer of golden glow. His body was shrouded in a layer of golden brilliance, like a big rock, revealing a strong and unruly spirit. The first stone tablet was built to allow him to better comprehend the power in the stone tablet, so that he could use the strange power in the stone tablet to transform into golden winged rock. However, since he had already left the first stone tablet, he obviously could not transform into golden rock, and he could only use the power obtained from practicing in the stone tablet. He tried to use other means, but found that they were useless. But even if it was just an illusory golden light, Qin Wentian's figure floating in the air was still like a rebellious rock, filled with a strong spirit. There was a demonic wind flashing on Emperor Shi's body, revealing a cold and chilly air, which kept blowing on Qin Wentian's body. Buzz! The wind howled, and Emperor Shi stepped towards Qin Wentian with a domineering attitude, like a real king. He stretched out his palm, and his 5 fingers were like hooks, grabbing Qin Wentian. In an instant, an extremely terrifying golden claw directly tore Qin Wentian's body. This claw was extremely huge, like the claws of a fierce bird, which could tear a person into pieces. Qin Wentian's body was shining with golden light, and he drew a gorgeous arc, directly avoiding the attack. His speed was so fast that it even surpassed Emperor Shi. The wind was howling, and Emperor Shi's eyes were cold. He chased Qin Wentian and kept striking with his 5 fingers. In an instant, a series of terrifying claws of fierce birds tore everything apart and kept hitting Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body was still dodging, and at the same time, the golden wings flapped out, as if indestructible, constantly cutting off the claws that hide him. At the same time, his palms kept slapping the void. An extremely huge claw was even larger than Qin Wentian's body. It enveloped Qin Wentian's body, but was smashed to pieces by the golden rune light shot out from Qin Wentian's palm. Although that attack was not as fierce and powerful as the opponent's claws, it still gave people a feeling of being indestructible. Qin Wentian was able to counter the attack of Emperor Shi. The same look flashed in everyone's eyes. Although Qin Wentian was at a disadvantage and relied on speed to dodge and powerful attacks to break the oppression of Emperor Shi, this still shocked many people, because if it was counted as a single attack, the attack Qin Wentian launched was obviously stronger than Emperor Shi. How could they not be shocked? After a short confrontation, Qin Wentian knew where his advantage was. Facing Emperor Shi's bombardment, he actually fought back with his speed and attack advantages. He no longer retreated, but attacked in the direction of Emperor Shi. The giant claws of the fierce birds were shattered under Qin Wentian's attack, and his body kept pressing towards Emperor Shi. Such a battle situation made many people show a strange look. Qin Wentian faced Emperor Shi, one of the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era, and actually counterattacked the opponent? As expected of Emperor Shi, he comprehended 3 magical powers in 7 days, and cultivated the attack and speed magical powers to such a level. It is indeed incomparable to ordinary people. However, that guy only comprehended 1 power in 7 days, which allowed his ability to surpass any single ability of Emperor Shi, which led to the current occupation. If it were not Emperor Shi but me, I would probably lose to that guy soon. Lin Zion said in a low voice while looking at the battlefield. Princess Jiutian nodded slightly not far away. She was killed instantly by Qin Wentian in a gorgeous manner. Emperor Shi comprehended the power of 3 ancient tablets, and he has not yet fully erupted. Princess Jiutian responded to Lin Zion from a distance, wondering if the guy who killed him instantly could cope with Emperor Shi's attack. Just when Qin Wentian was about to reach Emperor Shi, a brilliant rune light suddenly shone, and Emperor Shi burst into extremely dazzling light. Starlight burst out in an instant, and his body seemed to split into many figures of Emperor Shi, and at the same moment, they launched a fierce attack. At this moment, all the forces that tore through the void all rushed towards Qin Wentian, covering the sky and the sun, and the power shook the sky. It's over. Many people thought in their hearts when they saw this attack. Qin Wentian, who was close at hand, was also stunned, but his reaction was also very fast. He did not stop his momentum. The illusory golden wings seemed to draw a perfect arc in the void, turning and flashing. The control and reaction ability in this lightning moment were amazing. At the same moment, golden light filled the sky and enveloped his body. When the first attack fell on him, the golden bird used this recoil force to faintly spread its wings and soar into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Attack after attack landed on Qin Wentian, but it made Qin Wentian's speed even faster. The subsequent attacks just couldn't keep up with the peng shadow Qin Wentian transformed into. Qin Wentian rushed into the void with a gorgeous arc, groaned, and even his original body spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes in the stone tablet were sharper and more unruly, staring at Emperor Shi. It seemed that this battle was not easy. Qin Wentian was not arrogant enough to think that he could be invincible in front of everyone with the understanding of the first stone tablet. He stopped and stayed in front of the first stone tablet, which was an adventure in itself. Perhaps if he had walked through 3 stone tablets like Emperor Shi at the beginning, he would not necessarily be weaker than Emperor Shi, but this was his own choice, and he did not regret it. Emperor Shi could not destroy Qin Wentian with that attack just now, so he could not help but frown. Then he continued to press towards Qin Wentian, continuously launching his powerful attacks. However, Qin Wentian, who had been prepared, relied on his speed and single target attack advantage to force a tug of war with Emperor Shi. Unless Emperor Shi launched a powerful attack like the one just now, he could not destroy Qin Wentian. In the end, Emperor Shi gave up, withdrew his consciousness, and began to quietly comprehend the power in the stone tablet. The pattern in the void disappeared, and the battle between the two returned to calm. Such an ending caused an uproar on the floating bridge. Emperor Shi unexpectedly failed to kick Qin Wentian out. Tong's expression changed, with surprise, solemnity, and unwillingness. He was strongly destroyed under Ji Fixu's attack, but although Qin Wentian was at a disadvantage in the competition with Ji Fixu's equal, he did not lose like him. What does this mean behind it? Tong was a little reluctant to admit. Lin Zainer's bright eyes contained a faint smile, with surprise and expectation. Princess Jiaoyang seemed to be relieved. Qin Wentian's ability would make her feel better and accept the tragic outcome of the battle with Qin Wentian. However, all this seemed to have nothing to do with the young man. Qin Wentian still did not attack or invade, as if he had always been like this, quietly contemplating the power in the second ancient monument, which was a terrifying power of picking stars with one hand. He could see the vague figure in the void, wearing star armor, with strong rune light shining in his palm, like text and substance. He attacked brazenly, sending out the power to invade the sky and attack the stars. This offensive power is somewhat similar to the star-picking palm print of the star-picking mansion back then, but the power is obviously incomparable. It is also somewhat similar to the sharp claw attack of Emperor Shi just now, but Emperor Shi's attack is more fierce and evil, and the power in front of him is more pure and heavy. Surprisingly, it seems to be an attack from the soul refining atlas. Qin Wentian was quite shocked. He had never given up practicing the soul refining atlas, which was why he could easily fight against opponents of higher levels. However, the attacking power in front of him had some shadows of the soul refining atlas in it. The brilliant rune light that condensed in the palm before the attack was like a condensation of divine essence, and then attacked. Although similar, it was obviously not as good as the soul refining atlas. In front of the ancient monuments, the figures of the Xianjiao were getting fewer and fewer. Those who were very famous were also eliminated one after another, including Qin Wentian's senior brother Duan Han, who was also expelled. As for the shining Gu Lifen, he had already walked to the fifth stone monument. The Xianjiao's understanding of the stone monuments gradually slowed down, as if they realized something, or got some inspiration from the battle between Emperor Shi and Qin Wentian. All the 8 great geniuses who suppressed the era were still there, as if announcing to everyone that they were as good as ever. Only the episode of the battle between Emperor Shi and Qin Wentian was quite frightening, causing no one to continue to fight Qin Wentian. Now, there were less than 20 people left in front of the ancient monument, which made the hearts of people on the floating bridge beat. Perhaps it would not be long before the top 10 seats on the ancient monument ranking list of this session of the Xianwu realm would appear. I am afraid that people in the outside world are looking forward to the arrival of the much anticipated moment. But no matter whether the outside world is quiet or turbulent, it has nothing to do with Qin Wentian, who is at ease to comprehend the power. He only knows that his goal is to take every step steadily, move forward steadily, and improve his strength. If he is lucky enough to be the last person left, he would certainly be very happy. At least he can give an explanation to the brothers who assisted him in the battle, and also to smile for the pure and flawless figure waiting outside the Xianwu realm, when the years and scars have eroded his memory, but he still can't forget his pure and flawless figure. 7 days later, Qin Wentian, who had defeated 2 people, walked forward without any obstacles and walked towards the 3rd row of stone tablets. This time, he chose the stone tablet that Emperor Shi had chosen before. This situation undoubtedly made many people open their eyes wide and look at the young man who was becoming more and more impressive. Now, there are only 12 people left in front of the stone tablet of the Xianwu realm. As long as this young man who fought against Emperor Shi and was not defeated can persist until the 2 are eliminated, he will become a dark horse and become a figure in the top 10 of the Xianwu realm ancient tablet rankings. At this time, outside the Xianwu realm, the bright figure that Qin Wentian was thinking about was still standing in the crowd of Yaohuang Valley. Her beautiful face was full of tension. Her tender little hand loosened and clenched again when she saw Qin Wentian's name on the ancient tablet, and then never relaxed again. Looking at the floating handwriting, she didn't care where Qin Wentian would be in the end. She only hoped that when he stepped out of the Xianwu realm, he could still be as intact as before. P.S. Thanks to my account name was taken by a dog for becoming the leader of Jiutian. Thank you. There have been a lot of things going on recently, and I haven't had any outbursts for a long time. I'm sorry, brothers and sisters. Chapter 588 The First Invasion. In front of the ancient monument of Xianwu realm, 12 figures all quietly comprehended the power in the ancient monument. These 12 people were the 8 prodigies who suppressed the era: Gu Lifen, Ji Fixu of Xianjian sect, Di Shi of Di family, Li Yuan of Xingshan clan, Dongyu Hanjiang, the prince of Dongyu Kingdom, Qilian of Ziyu Qi family, a disciple of Blood Demon Palace, Fan Mianwu, the saint of Xianfan sect of Biu Great Sect, and Hua Taixu of Taixu sect. Among them, Fan Mianwu was the only woman among the 8 prodigies who suppressed the era. Like Qilian, she had a dual identity, that is, she was the saint of Xianfan sect, and she joined Wangxin Tower and became a disciple of Wangxin Tower. In the Huangji Holy Land, it was not surprising that many geniuses from aristocratic families would send their disciples to stronger forces such as the 9 sects to give them a better platform for cultivation. Not only that, if these people reach a stronger level in the future, the forces they belong to will be very happy to send them to a higher level to practice. If staying in the sect restricts the development of others, it is nothing but short-sighted and selfish behavior. Some people are destined to be unable to stay forever. The sect will only help them and let them move to a more glorious stage. Among these 8 people, Gu Lifeng has the greatest reputation and Fan Miao has the strongest realm. Hua Taixu, who is at the 9th level of Xiangang and the Taixu sect, became famous the latest and is the most mysterious. The reason why the 8 great prodigies of the suppression era are all at the 7th level of Xiangang and above is because when their cultivation is weak, the achievements they can create will not be too brilliant to attract attention. Therefore, it is often not until the 6th level of Xiangang or later that some of their brilliant achievements will be known to people, and then they will be famous in the Huangji Holy Land. In addition to these 8 people, the other 4 of the 12 are Qin Wentian, a disciple of this Hanjian sect, Lu Bingao, a disciple of this Hanjian sect, Nanguang Shuang of the Nanguang family, and Si Ling, a disciple of the Zili sect. At the same time, Si Ling is also a descendant of the Si family, a great family of the Great Shuang dynasty. Among these 12 people, the Sword sect occupied 3 seats, Ji Fixu, Lu Bingao, and Qin Wentian. This also made many people sigh that the individual combat capability of the Sword sect was as strong as ever. Lu Bingao had always been very low-key and rarely appeared, but because she was the favorite disciple of the Maishan sword master, many people knew her reputation. However, Qin Wentian was a dark horse from beginning to end. Even when Emperor Shi personally attacked, he was not able to blast him out. The 12 people were quietly comprehending. Obviously, they were more cautious now, and at the same time, they silently improved their strength. This time, Qin Wentian chose the ancient steel that Emperor Shi practiced not long ago. In this ancient steel, the void was still shining with brilliant starlight, and the stars shone into the sky. A figure stood proudly in the sky. This figure could transform into millions of incarnations in an instant and launch attacks at the same moment, which was thrilling. This attack was the same magical power that Emperor Shi had used to injure Qin Wentian, but Emperor Shi had only grasped the basics. The figure in the void was transformed into millions, so powerful and terrifying that the world felt like it was about to collapse. Qin Wentian stared into the void with a faint light of excitement in his deep eyes, which were bright and brilliant. There seemed to be a starry sky in his eyes. If the magical power in this ancient steel was used to gather millions of figures and blast out the star-picking power in the previous ancient steel at the same time, the stars in the world would be picked off. The real power would shake the sky. How could Qin Wentian not be excited? This made him believe that he had not made the choice, and he was determined to practice steadily and immersed in the practice of this ancient steel. On the floating bridge, Yang Kuangsheng was stunned when he heard Yiling Shuang's words. He stared at Yiling Shuang, pointed at the figure in front of an ancient monument and said, "You said that person is Hua Taixu." "Yes, Hua Taixu of Taixu sect." He became famous in 2 battles. One was to kill a notorious high-level expert. The other was a battle with Dongyu Hanjiang, who is already known as one of the prodigies of the era of suppression. He was not inferior to him. He became famous and became the 8th prodigy of the era of suppression. Yiling Shuang nodded, and Yang Kuangsheng was still stunned. In fact, Hua Taixu was Yang Kuangsheng's idol when he was young, and he was inspired to surpass him. Of course, he had seen Hua Taixu himself. The heroic Hua Taixu had changed a little. Whether it was his face or his temperament, he gave people a feeling of being unpredictable, but after looking carefully, Yang Kuangsheng could still recognize him. It's true. Yang Kuangsheng was stunned. Although he had glanced at Hua Taixu before, because Hua Taixu's temperament had become a little ethereal and easier to ignore compared to the other 7 people, he did not look carefully and did not recognize him. At this time, he could not help but feel a little shocked. Hua Taixu, who was once the most dazzling young genius in Daxia, had become so radiant after coming to the Huangji Holy Land. He was somewhat similar to Qin Wentian. After the battle in the Xianwu realm, Qin Wentian would surely become famous in the Huangji Holy Land. Do you know him? Yiling Shuang looked at Yang Kuangsheng in surprise. This Huateksu is very mysterious. The first time I heard about him, it was rumored that he was accepted as a personal disciple by the leader of the Taixu sect. I know him. He was my idol in my youth. He was the first on the Great Summer Fate list back then. Later, Wentian also achieved the same achievements as him. Moreover, Wentian and Huateksu have a grudge. Huateksu's younger brother wanted to humiliate Mo Qingcheng back then, but was later killed by Wentian. Yang Kuangsheng's words made Yiling Shuang speechless. I didn't expect that there was such a history between them. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng should have known each other for a long time. No wonder they have such a good relationship. So Wentian should recognize each other. Yiling Shuang whispered. Qin Wentian, the prodigy of the 8 suppression era, should have heard of their names before. Now he should recognize Huateksu in person. Of course, this guy is as calm as Huateksu, as if he doesn't know him. Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. So what if they can't keep their cool? Are they going to have a big fight? Yiling Shuang smiled and said, let's see. Maybe they will use the ancient monument to fight each other later. Xiling is going to attack Lu Bingaiyu. It seems that he is accumulating the number of eliminated people. Otherwise, it will be more difficult for him to rely on defeating others to move to the ancient monument in front. So he chose Lu Bingaiyu. At this time, Xiling invaded Lu Bingaiyu's ancient monument. The two fought fiercely. Xiling practiced a thunder magic, and the thunder danced wildly with terrifying power, but Lu Bingaiyu was equally powerful and had an impenetrable defense against wind and rain. The two fought evenly, and finally Xiling of the Purple Thunder sect gave up. After a few days of peace, everyone practiced quietly. The people on the floating bridge were very patient and waited quietly. Although these people were patient and understanding, there would be a shocking battle at the end. Sure enough, on the 5th day, Dongaiyu Hanjiang attacked Nangong Shuang. This prince of Dongaiyu, one of the geniuses of the era of suppression, used his domineering attack to force the gifted Nangong Shuang out of the battle. The stone tablet dimmed. At this point, there were 11 people left in front of the ancient tablet. The top 10 will soon appear. As long as one more person is eliminated, the top 10 places can be officially determined. Many people clenched their fists. So far, the 8 geniuses of the era of suppression have never been defeated. Except for the battle between Emperor Shi and Qin Wentian, which ended in a tie, all other battles were won. It is not known whether Emperor Shi was weaker among the 8 people or because he chose Qin Wentian as his opponent. The 8 of them can monopolize the top 8 places. Many people thought to themselves, clenched their fists, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. As long as one more person is eliminated, the top 10 will appear. This person should be one of Qin Wentian, Lu Bingaiyu or Xiling. On this day, in the ancient monument where Qin Wentian was, he stopped practicing and wanted to exit the ancient monument, but he suddenly realized that he had only defeated 2 people from the beginning to now, so he could only reach the 3rd row of ancient monuments at most. Therefore, if he wanted to continue moving forward, he had to blast one person out. It seems that he has to take the initiative to fight. Thinking of this, a terrible and sharp light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and then the ancient monument burst into an aggressive light, covering the other ancient monuments. A moment later, in the ancient monument where Emperor Shi was, his pupils suddenly flashed a dazzling cold light. Unexpectedly, someone dared to take the initiative to invade him. Turning his eyes, Emperor Shi saw Qin Wentian bathed in the golden starlight, with the phantom of the golden winged rock shrouded around him, and the unruly and cold eyes were staring at him. The people on the floating bridge were stunned. Is he crazy? Taking the initiative to invade Emperor Shi's ancient monument. Qin Wentian, he did not choose Lu Bingaiyu or Xiling, but Dishi. Qin Wentian's last battle was against Dishi. At that time, he had just walked out of the first stone tablet and was suppressed by Dishi, but he was invincible with his speed advantage. But now, he took the initiative to invade. Well done, kill him. The light curtain in the ancient tablet in front of Fan Li showed excitement, while the people of the D family not far away had gloomy faces and said coldly, looking for death. Finally took the initiative to invade. Will there be a surprise? Lin Zioner's bright eyes were faintly beating with excitement. As long as Qin Wentian won, It meant that the top 10 seats were decided, and Ishu was kicked out of the top 10. That meaning could make the Xiangang realm of the Imperial Holy Domain tremble. I'm actually a little nervous. Yang Kuangsheng looked at the light curtain reflected by the ancient tablet and felt his heart beating. He knew Qin Wentian. This guy took the initiative to invade, and he must be sure. You are really looking for death? Emperor Shi stared at Qin Wentian. He was the first one among the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era to be provoked. This was a very embarrassing thing. The light in Qin Wentian's eyes was still flickering. His body moved, like a golden light, and rushed towards Emperor Shi like a lightning. Buzz! The wind swept past, and Emperor Shi's body also rushed towards Qin Wentian. The two rushed straight towards each other, and their pupils were full of terrible coldness and arrogance. The starlight in Qin Wentian's palm flowed and turned into dazzling rune light. Then his palm suddenly stretched out and blasted towards Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi also launched an attack, which was an extremely huge and fierce bird claw. Bang! The huge fierce bird claw was torn and shattered under the palm print, and the power that seemed to be able to pick off the stars continued to pounce towards Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi slapped out with both palms at the same time, and the huge claws of the fierce bird kept bombarding out. There was a constant rumbling sound of shock, and the claws were shattered, and the palm prints were indestructible. Emperor Shi's body was forcibly knocked back. Fuck. The fat man on the floating bridge became even more excited. Isn't this Emperor Shi arrogant? Then blast him out. When the others saw the golden figure that continued to swoop down, their hearts were beating non-stop. In the first confrontation just now, Qin Wentian firmly occupied the advantage. Is this really going to be against the will of heaven? Chapter 589, Heaven Suppressing Immortal Demon Art. Qin Wentian swooped down, his golden light shone brightly, he was unparalleled, his cold eyes could penetrate a person's eyes. Emperor Shi was repelled by a blow, and he roared angrily. At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared behind Emperor Shi. A group of fierce birds shone behind him, and the light enveloped Emperor Shi's body, and an even more terrifying and fierce aura permeated. Seeing Qin Wentian attacking again, Emperor Shi's body trembled. Those bright and fierce birds had a faint aura of laughing at the sky. When he attacked again, the huge and sharp claws of the fierce birds seemed to have turned into the fierce birds themselves, rushing towards Qin Wentian, and could tear a person's body directly into pieces. Emperor Shi fought back. Such a strong attack, this should be the ability he cultivated in the 4th ancient monument. The attacks of the two collided once, and the picture reflected by the ancient monument seemed to be blurred. Bang, bang, bang. The bright starlight on Qin Wentian's palm kept flowing, the rune light radiated out, and the surroundings were gorgeous. The brilliance on Emperor Shi's body spread out, and the murderous aura rose up and rushed into the sky. One after another, the star-picking palm prints blasted out, constantly colliding with Emperor Shi's attacks. As the two of them blasted against each other, their bodies soared up, and the void seemed to be constantly exploding, which made everyone stunned and fascinated. Qin Wentian's attack is so strong that he is not inferior to Emperor Shi at all. Many people sighed in their hearts. Emperor Shi roared again when he saw such a battle situation. In an instant, a more dazzling brilliance bloomed from his body. It seemed that the whole world was filled with his figure. Those terrible beasts stared at Qin Wentian, which was extremely terrifying. Kill! Emperor Shi roared, and at this moment, the sky was full of attacks and crushed down. Buzz! Starlight burst out, and Qin Wentian's body seemed to be transformed into millions of figures. Many figures of Qin Wentian appeared. The palms of these figures were shining brightly at the same time, and the rune light was blazing. Then they turned into star-picking palms and blasted in the direction of Emperor Shi. At this moment, the crowd only felt that both of them had 3 heads and 6 arms. Emperor Shi won because his light was stronger because he had the superposition of the phantom of the fierce bird, but in fact, the two figures were actually more Qin Wentian. The airflow of destruction raged in the picture reflected by the ancient monument. The picture was blurred and flickering, and there was a tendency to collapse. The crowd vaguely saw that Emperor Shi's body was repelled. Then Qin Wentian was faster. The golden big bird flickered and pulled out golden light all over the sky. Then many star-picking palm prints strangled out, shaking the world and destroying everything. The hearts of the crowd were beating non-stop. Everyone on the floating bridge stared at the blurred picture in front of them, and there were waves of shock in their hearts. The young man who had been in a defensive posture seemed to have finally revealed his sharp fangs. Qin Wentian could have continued to take a defensive stance and not fight. In this case, As long as the others fought and eliminated one person, he would be able to enter the top 10 of this session of the immortal martial world. However, he did not do so. Instead, he took the initiative to attack, and attacked Emperor Shi. This confidence shook people's hearts. The blurred light curtain suddenly shattered, and the hearts of the crowd trembled violently. They stared at the movements in front of the ancient monument. Then, they saw Emperor Shi's body being shaken back to the first row of ancient monuments, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Emperor Shi's slightly hunched body was completely different from his previous rebellious temperament. It was as if at this moment, the aura shrouded in him was shattered by someone in the most cruel way. It was cruel and hard to accept, but it was true, and it turned into a series of huge waves that hit everyone's hearts. The 8 great prodigies of the suppression era, Emperor Shi, lost. Although this was not a true fight with their original strength, the battle in the immortal martial realm was very fair. Under the same conditions, Emperor Shi lost to Qin Wentian, which meant that even though Qin Wentian's own combat power was not as good as Emperor Shi, his potential was still stronger than Emperor Shi. This was the battle of the fall of the prodigies of the suppression era. In this session of the immortal martial realm ancient monument ranking, Emperor Shi's name would no longer be in the top 10 of the list. This duel was of extraordinary significance. The crowd thought that although Emperor Shi lost to Qin Wentian, he should still be stronger than Lu Bingyu and Si Ling. Unfortunately, the unruly young man stepped on him, the prodigy of the suppression era, to rise up and made his own voice. With just this one battle, Qin Wentian would become famous. Countless eyes gathered on Qin Wentian. At this moment, the aura on Qin Wentian seemed to be more dazzling than the 8 prodigies of the suppression era. He seemed to use this battle to announce that he would replace Emperor Shi and enter the level of the suppression era. Everyone could not help but think of the conflict between Qin Wentian and Emperor Shi again. It was rumored that Emperor Yu was arrogant and insulted Qin Wentian's friends, and even coveted the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley. Qin Wentian wanted to kill Emperor Yu, but Emperor Shi rushed to stop him. Moreover, the powerful Emperor Shi fought against the heroes and wanted to kill Qin Wentian and his friends. At that time, Emperor Shi was invincible until Ji Fixu appeared to stop him. Then Qin Wentian killed Emperor Yu in front of Emperor Shi with great determination and courage and left. What Qin Wentian did in that battle certainly made people admire his courage, but he still did not have the ability to face Emperor Shi. In the eyes of everyone, he was still not on the same level as Emperor Shi, so they all thought that when Emperor Shi invaded Qin Wentian's steel, it would be Qin Wentian's last battle in the immortal martial realm. Unfortunately, Emperor Shi did not expel Qin Wentian. On the contrary, Qin Wentian expelled him. Such a counterattack, if you savor it carefully, is undoubtedly a passionate inspirational story. Qin Wentian completed his gorgeous transformation in the Xianwu world and stepped on Emperor Shi. Now, who dares to despise the low-key young man of this Hanjian sect? He only used one invasion to shatter all doubts and told everyone that the prelude to his legend has just begun. Well done. The fat man on the floating bridge roared excitedly, and the fat on his face turned red because of excitement. Chu Mang and Yu Yang roared. Although they felt that they were still pulled away by him no matter how hard they tried, they were still happy for him to witness him going further. The young man who once held Mo King Chang's hand and announced to the world on the battle stage of the Destiny list finally made his voice in the royal Holy Land. They believe that this battle has just begun. Even Yu Mengai, who has always been cold, flashed a brilliant look in her bright eyes at this moment. He finally embarked on the road to rise. Princess Jiaoyang, who was not far away, breathed a sigh of relief. Since Emperor Shi was defeated by Qin Wentian, she could accept her defeat. It was just that she was unlucky and chose to fight him too early. Lin Ziner still had a faint smile in her bright eyes, and a slight arc was drawn at the corner of her mouth, which made her even more beautiful. As for the people of the Emperor family, their faces were livid. Emperor Shi was defeated and was not on the top 10 of the ancient monument ranking list of the immortal martial realm. Qin Wentian did not go to the 4th row of ancient monuments after defeating Emperor Shi. Now there are only 10 people left here. His defeat of Emperor Shi was only enough for him to step into the 4th row of ancient monuments, but this would obviously not be his end. In order to avoid a more difficult battle, he would sweep one more person out. When Si Ling saw Qin Wentian invading his ancient monument, his face suddenly became unhappy. Thunder flashed on his body. Staring at Qin Wentian's deep and unruly eyes, he seemed to see a strong ambition. Buzz! Amidst the raging wind and dazzling golden light, Qin Wentian rushed towards Si Ling as fast as lightning. Sealing's speed was obviously not as fast as Qin Wentian's. He had no way of avoiding it and could only resist. Then the crowd saw palm prints that could pick off the stars falling down at the same time, directly eliminating Sealing in the most gorgeous manner. If we were to ask everyone to evaluate this battle, there would probably be only two words that would be most appropriate: massacre. Sealing was blasted back to the first row of ancient monuments, spitting blood. He stared at Qin Wentian in front of him, his face extremely ugly. He probably wouldn't have thought that the reason Qin Wentian invaded his ancient monument was just to sweep away one person. If he knew the reason, he would be so angry that he would spit out more blood. 9 people. Sealing should be ranked 10th in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, but in fact, his strength should not be as good as Emperor Shi. Someone said, but this Qin Wentian is really perverted. He can easily sweep Sealing into the top 10, but he chose Emperor Shi first. This is no longer a word that can be summarized by confidence, it is simply arrogant. Others have the capital to be arrogant. If you can defeat Emperor Shi, you can be so arrogant. Someone next to him responded, causing the people around him to nod secretly. Obviously, since the battle in which Qin Wentian defeated Emperor Shi, his status has changed. Everyone understands that his rise is unstoppable. Qin Wentian then walked to the 4th row of ancient monuments, quietly feeling the power emanating from those unoccupied monuments. After a moment, he felt a different aura from one of the monuments, which faintly made a spell in his mind emitted dazzling brilliance, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash with a strange color. The unknown spell I got in the previous pagoda battle can affect the power in my body, which is almost unbearable for me. Could it be related to this stone tablet? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. That's it. Qin Wentian walked to this ancient monument. He believed in his feelings. Perhaps the previous spell was for this moment. If he couldn't reach this step, the spell would be useless. Walking to the ancient monument, Qin Wentian's consciousness entered it. The ancient monument shone with brilliance, and his thoughts merged with the ancient monument. This time, a giant who seemed to come from ancient times appeared in front of Qin Wentian, suppressing the world. In the void, huge ancient characters directly pierced into Qin Wentian's mind, faintly resonating with the magic formula in his mind. At this moment, lines of large characters floated in front of him, and the magic formula began to become clear. Zhenshin Zian Moju. 5 huge characters appeared in his mind, causing Qin Wentian's heart to beat suddenly. Zian Moju, it was the level of Xianfa. This was probably the biggest gain of Xian Wuji. The rumors of Xian Wuji had become clear. Since there was Xianfa, then the owner of Xian Wuji was undoubtedly an immortal, and it was very likely not an ordinary immortal. People who had won the first few seats in Xian Wuji, or the high-level leaders of various sects and major religions, should all know this. Therefore, the trip to Xian Wuji, which was held every 10 years, was taken so seriously. Chapter 590 Simultaneous Eruption. The Xian Wu realm is known as the place where the bones of the geniuses are buried, but there are still countless strong people who come one after another. Whether it is the disciples of the 9 major sects, the princes and princesses of the ancient country, or the saints and saints of the great sects, they all rush to the Xian Wu realm to participate in this grand event. I don't know how many people died in the Xian Wu realm, but when they walked to the stone tablet, they began to gain real rewards. Each ancient tablet contains a kind of power. If someone gets the first place in the pagoda test and gets the magic formula like him, they may even have the opportunity to find a matching skill in these ancient tablets. Qin Wentian understands that if he doesn't have the previous set of magic formulas in his mind, this ancient tablet may be a magical skill like the previous one. He also understands that if he can't walk to the 4th row of ancient tablets, that set of magic formulas will be useless. Only those who are truly recognized by the Xian Wu realm have the opportunity to get the immortal law. At this moment, Qin Wentian also understood that in the vast Huangji Holy Land, there were many people who had practiced immortal arts. Those who were once dazzling figures in the immortal martial world must have obtained immortal arts, but they would only tell the closest people about this matter, and would not spread it to others. That was the immortal arts. Who would not covet it? Even if you get it, you can't say it, just pretend you don't get it. So the master of the immortal martial world is an immortal has always been a rumor, not a consensus of everyone, just because those who know it are tight-lipped, and those who don't know can only guess. I don't know if Emperor Shi has obtained the immortal arts. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. He didn't know if Emperor Shi had obtained a set of magic formulas like him during the test. Even if he did, he couldn't be sure in which row of the ancient monument the immortal arts that could resonate with Emperor Shi were. If Emperor Shi had the formula but didn't get the immortal arts, I'm afraid his hatred for himself would be even deeper. The heaven-suppressing immortal demon art suppresses the heaven and earth. One thought can make you an immortal, and one thought can make you a demon. It's just right. In the future, I will practice a set of immortal arts with Emperor Yan's body. Emperor Yan's body will still focus on the great dream immortal art, while I will practice the heaven-suppressing immortal demon art. The heaven-suppressing immortal demon art contains the power of body refining and cannot be shared. Therefore, it is more appropriate for me to practice it. As long as Emperor Yan practices the great dream immortal art, I can also use it. Qin Wentian was quite excited, thinking in his heart. Now, he has 4 immortal arts in the true sense. I am afraid that there are not many people in the entire Huangji Holy Land who can be like him. One of these 4 sets of immortal arts is the alien immortal art, the great nirvana immortal art, which can forge another body with great power, 2 sets of skills, namely the great dream immortal art and the heaven-suppressing immortal demon art, both of which need to be practiced slowly. The last set is the attack immortal art, the immortal destroying sword art. He dare not use this set of immortal arts at all now. The attack immortal art is too powerful and he cannot bear the load. But as his strength becomes stronger in the future, he will be able to unleash the power of the immortal destroying sword art sooner or later. This set of Zhenshin Zian Moju contains magical powers. If I don't have the spell in my mind, then what appears in front of me is only this magical power, but it is still very strong. Qin Wentian thought to himself and began to practice. It was obviously impossible for him to practice Zhenshin Zian Moju in the Zian Wu realm. Unless he reaches the legendary immortal realm one day, the technique can be considered as a master. At present, he can only enter the door at most. But this does not affect Qin Wentian's practice of magical powers. First, to deal with the battles in the Zian Wu realm. Fan Maoyu is going to attack Lu Bingyu. At this time, the floating bridge, which had been silent for a long time, boiled again. Fan Maoyu, her original realm is the 9th level of Xiangang realm. At the level of Xiangang realm in the Huangji Holy Land, she is almost invincible. If the Xiangang realm has a limit, Fan Maoyu belongs to the limit level of Xiangang realm. Some people even say that Fan Maoyu may be able to defeat the Xiangxiang strong man, but it has never been confirmed. The 8 great prodigies of the suppression era can easily cross the border to fight, but the Xiangang's influence on the celestial phenomena is not just a simple cross-border battle, it is a qualitative change, so even the most outstanding genius cannot guarantee that he can cross this gap. Lu Bingyu's journey to the immortal martial realm is coming to an end. Many people secretly said in their hearts. Although Lu Bingyu's strength surprised many people, she ranked 9th in the immortal martial realm, which should be worthy of her strength. After all, Emperor Shi was eliminated in advance. Fan Maoyu has walked to the 5th row of ancient monuments. She has practiced 5 powerful powers, while Lu Bingyu is in the 4th row of ancient monuments, practicing 4 magical powers. The 2 fought a battle, and there was no massacre. On the contrary, if it comes to the attack of a single magical power, Lu Bingyu seems to be not much weaker than Fan Maoyu, which means that Lu Bingyu's comprehension is not inferior to her. After all, when fighting with the help of ancient monuments, everyone's starting point is exactly the same, and they can only use the power in the ancient monuments. Their realm is the same, and magical powers can only be used to comprehend in the ancient monuments. In the end, Lu Bingyu was defeated soon after because she lacked some combat experience and the use of magical powers, but her potential was obvious. However, seeing this duel, the crowd felt strange. There were several battles not long ago, and Lu Bingyu and Xiling were helpless, but Xiling was slaughtered by Qin Wentian, which means that if Qin Wentian attacked Lu Bingyu, there might be a one-sided slaughter, but Fan Maoyu did not do it. So what does this mean? Thinking of this, everyone's heart was beating. Did Fan Maoyu choose Lu Bingyu as an opponent to indirectly test Qin Wentian's intention? Many people looked at the figure of a young man in front of a stone tablet in the 4th row. The guy who defeated Emperor Shi was going to impact the top 5 or even higher. This time, a big dark horse was going to appear. There are 8 people left. Emperor Shi ranks 11th, Xiling ranks 10th, and Lu Bingyu ranks 9th. Someone whispered, as if it was nonsense, but when thinking of the meaning behind it, many people couldn't help but feel their hearts beating. 8 people, 8 geniuses who suppressed the era. What is this hinting at? After Fan Miao defeated Lu Bingao, the ancient steel was quiet for a long time. The remaining 8 people were quietly comprehending until more than 10 days later, when Qin Wentian stepped towards the 5th row of stone tablets. His pace had already caught up with most people. The remaining 8 people, plus Qin Wentian, had 6 people in front of the 5th row of ancient tablets. Interesting. Lin Xianer smiled lightly. It was self-evident that Qin Wentian had walked to the 5th row. Before, Qin Wentian started from the first ancient tablet and spent the most time comprehending, taking steady steps. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage at the beginning, was injured by Emperor Shi, and almost faced the danger of elimination. But because of his solid foundation, Qin Wentian would become stronger and stronger. When he finished comprehending the 3rd ancient tablet, he blasted Emperor Shi away. Now, Qin Wentian has walked to the 5th row of ancient monuments. The number of ancient monuments he has comprehended will not be less than that of others. What will be the outcome? It is really exciting. There are still the 6th and 7th rows of ancient monuments. I need to defeat 2 more people to reach the end. Now there are only 8 people left here. I can't wait any longer. Qin Wentian said secretly. If he doesn't take down 2 people, he can't reach the last row of ancient monuments. This is obviously what he doesn't want to see. Not only Qin Wentian has such an idea, but others do too. Now, except for Gu Lifeng and Hua Taixu in front of the 6th row of ancient monuments, everyone else is in front of the 5th row of ancient monuments. However, Gu Lifeng has defeated 6 people, which is enough to support him to reach the last row of ancient monuments. Therefore, he does not need to defeat any opponents. Now all he wants to do is to comprehend seriously. Hua Taixu is still 1 person short, so he took the initiative to attack, and the target of the attack is Ji Fixu of the Sword Sect. At the same time, Li Yan, he invaded the ancient monument of Dongyu Hanjiang, and obviously understood that he had to take action. Qin Wentian first chose an ancient steel, and then before he had time to practice, he invaded the Chilean ancient steel. A single move can affect the entire body. Seeing such a scene, the crowd's hearts were beating wildly. 3 super duels actually kicked off at the same time. Hua Taixu, the most mysterious and the latest to become famous among the 8 prodigies of the era of suppression, chose Ji Fixu. Ji Fixu was the weakest among the 8 prodigies of the era of suppression. When he was listed among them, his cultivation was at the 6th level of Xiangang. When he came to the Xianwu realm, he entered the 7th level of Xiangang. I don't know who will win this battle. Xingshan clan Li Yan and Dongyu Kingdom Prince Dongyu Hanjiang, they are both good at attacking. When fighting, they are open and close. I don't know what kind of power they cultivated in the ancient monument, but it must be in line with their nature. If these 2 people fight in the outside world, the victory and defeat will be 50-50, then it will be equally difficult to predict the outcome inside. As for Qin Wentian versus Qi Lian, this battle, everyone thought about it and had a strange feeling. They thought that the battle of this dark horse was the clearest, and Qin Wentian's chance of winning was very high. A person who is not one of the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era is the most favored. This would have seemed ridiculous in the past, but for some reason, many people now feel that Qin Wentian has a high chance of winning, because they see Qin Wentian walking steadily step by step. The battle between Hua Taixu and Ji Fixu began. Hua Taixu stepped out, giving people a sense of illusion, as if it was a little unreal. Among the several powers that Ji Fixu cultivated in the ancient monument, the most important one is still the swordsmanship. A row of ancient swords, clanging, a sword cuts through the void, extremely dazzling. However, Hua Taixu still strolled leisurely, and the sword light slashed on his body, but it seemed to be just an illusory shadow. He was nowhere to be found, and his body was full of dazzling auras, which gave people an unreal illusion. Ji Fixu, I'm afraid he will lose. This Hua Taixu's strength is a little stronger than imagined. The crowd trembled slightly. As for the other battlefield, Li Yan's body turned into a giant, stepping on the heaven and earth and suppressing the sky. The ancient monument that Qin Wentian chose in the 4th row contained the heaven-suppressing, immortal demon art. Li Yan had also practiced it, but he did not obtain the skills, only the magical powers. Chapter 591 The Road to Rise. Li Yan's attack was as domineering and powerful as his attack in the outside world, but Dongyu Hanjiang was not weak at all, and he actually fought against Li Yan. Both of them were arrogant, maneuvering and powerful, and the battle was extremely fierce. Among the 3 duels, the one with Qin Wentian was the quietest. Qilian and Qin Wentian stood opposite each other, and Qilian was filled with strong blood-colored magic power, just like a demon head. A dazzling demon shadow appeared behind him, and the violent airflow swept past, stirring the world, but the look he gave Qin Wentian did not show any contempt, but was very solemn instead. He knew very well that Qin Wentian, who had been practicing steadily since the first ancient steel, was an extremely dangerous person, and might even be one of the most dangerous people here. When the 8 of them, the Xianjiao who suppressed the era, stepped into the ancient steel, they took a balanced attitude, that is, to comprehend the power in the ancient steel while not delaying their own progress. Especially when they saw others moving forward, they did not want to fall behind. It was not until they reached the 4th and 5th rows of ancient steel that they began to slow down and spend more time comprehending the power in them. For Qin Wentian's situation, it would be the best way to deal with him if he could be kicked out earlier. Unfortunately, Emperor Shi did not do so at that time, and later Emperor Shi was even blasted out by him, which made them realize that they had missed the best opportunity to deal with Qin Wentian. Now Qin Wentian has become a very threatening person. Staring at Qin Wentian, Qilian's demonic power roared, and blood light shone into the sky. He was covered with blood-colored rune light, covering the sky and the sun. Soon the picture reflected by the stone steel turned into a blood-colored picture, as if there were demon kings roaring. Boom! Trampling on the empty earth, Qilian seemed to have transformed into a demon, staring at Qin Wentian, his eyes revealing terrible penetrating power and astonishing destructive power. Seeing such a scene made many people on the floating bridge tremble violently. They had previously felt that Qin Wentian would defeat Qilian, but now seeing the violent power on Qilian, they couldn't help but doubt their own guesses. After all, none of the 8 geniuses of the suppression era was a simple character. Qilian was different from Emperor Shi. He also spent a long time comprehending the 2 ancient monuments behind. He should be much stronger than when Emperor Shi was eliminated. Qilian raised his hand and then slapped out with his palm print, as if the bloodlight between heaven and earth swept out like a torrent, rushing towards Qin Wentian, as if there were terrible demons holding halberds to kill, and Qin Wentian only felt that there was a giant standing in front of him. The golden light on his body shone brightly, and Qin Wentian's body flashed out like a rock. Then he stepped into the void, and in an instant, the starlight enveloped him. His body seemed to be forcibly raised, and he turned into a fairy demon giant who suppressed the world. The starlight seemed to fall from the sky and landed on him. The giant suddenly transformed into many phantoms, and at the same time, he shot a palm print that could take off the sun, moon and stars in front of him, crushing the world. This shocking scene made many people's hearts beat non-stop, as if their breathing had stopped. The palm print was crushed and decayed, and the blood-colored demon halberd was destroyed under the starlight. Qilian still stood there proudly, but a trace of loneliness flashed in his domineering eyes. He was already very strong, but he didn't expect that an alien appeared in the fairy martial world this time, an alien named Qin Wentian. Bang! A terrifying force rolled over, and Qilian was blasted out of the ancient monument by Qin Wentian. This battle was the last to break out among the 3 duels, but it ended the earliest. The powerful Qilian was just like that, and Qin Wentian fixed his ranking on the ancient monument of this session of the immortal martial realm, the 8th place. Many people on the floating bridge took a deep breath, and felt that the scene in front of them was a little unreal. It seemed that the road to the rise of the young man of this Hanjian sect was really unstoppable. It seemed that the top 5 positions all underestimated him. Li Yuan and Dongyu Hanjiang were still fighting violently. Hu Taixu was surrounded by an endless halo, still unpredictable, just like his mysterious name. However, Ji Fixu was not a good person. His swordsmanship was superb, and he was both offensive and defensive, without any flaws. The attack power of the sword was terrible and extremely threatening. After Qin Wentian defeated Qilian, he did not stop his invasion. Then, he invaded Fan Miao's ancient monument, which made the crowd stunned. The young man who was conservative and low-key before has now completely released his sharp fangs. What about the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era? No one can stop him from moving forward. As long as he defeats Fan Miao again, it will be enough to support him to walk to the 7th row of ancient monuments and practice the 7 kinds of power. He will be the biggest winner of this trip to the immortal martial world, just like Gu Lifeng, unless someone can blast him out before he walks to the 7th stone tablet, but obviously, it is unlikely. Gu Lifeng is now busy practicing and will not take the initiative to fight again. If Hu Taixu defeats Ji Fixu, He can also walk to the 7th row of ancient monuments safely. Of course, he will not look for anyone to fight again, unless they wait for their final decisive battle and need to compete for the ranking of the ancient monuments in the immortal martial world. Fan Miaoyu is a disciple of the Wangsun Tower of the 9 sects, and is also the saint of the Xianfan sect. Although she is not very old, she exudes a noble and elegant beauty. This beauty is even a little coquettish, which is completely opposite to Lu Bingayu's temperament. Her eyes are clear, but it seems to have many stories, and her eyes seem to be able to speak. I've thought of many possibilities, but I didn't expect this ending. Fan Miaoyu's voice was very clear, giving people a sense of elegance. It was obvious that she was surprised that the person who eliminated her was a young man she had never paid attention to. Qin Wentian had already eliminated Emperor Shi and defeated Jiutian. Although Fan Miaoyu was arrogant, she knew that she had no chance of winning this battle. Times are changing. Qin Wentian whispered. Fan Miaoyu's red lips showed a charming smile. Looking at the young man in front of her, she said, "Yes, times are changing. Those who were once peerless have all risen by stepping on others. After the immortal martial realm, you will be famous. No one in the royal Holy Land does not know your name. However, this does not mean that the 8 prodigies who suppressed the era have been defeated. This is just the immortal martial realm. If you want to replace them, you still need to prove yourself outside. I will wait and see who you will step on and become an existence that amazes the era. I will." Qin Wentian nodded, and then released his light. Fan Miaoyu released her own power at the same time. Even though she knew that she would lose to the opponent in this battle, she still wanted to fight vigorously. This battle was wonderful and brilliant. There was no doubt that Fan Miaoyu was defeated by Qin Wentian. However, she did not show much other emotions except a trace of loneliness. As Qin Wentian said, the times are changing. When a person who dominates the times rises, someone will inevitably become a foil. Unfortunately, she became one of them. The other 2 duels have not yet ended. Fan Miaoyu's ranking was fixed by Qin Wentian at 7th place. After a while, Ji Fixu was finally defeated by Hua Takesu. There was no miracle. His position will be fixed at the 6th place in the ancient monument of the Xianwu world. The battle between Li Tian and Dongyu Hanjiang was the most intense. It was earth-shaking. The battle was full of changes. In the end, Li Tian narrowly defeated Dongyu Hanjiang, which meant that Dongyu Hanjiang's ranking would be 5th in the Xianwu world. The rankings from 5th to 10th have all been announced, namely, Dongyu Hanjiang, Ji Fixu, Fan Miaoyu, Qi Lian, Lu Bingao, Si Ling. The remaining 4 people will become the top 4, and these 4 people are Gu Lifeng, Hua Takesu, Li Tian, Qin Wentian. The battle of the immortal martial realm is also coming to an end. The most surprising person in this battle is naturally Qin Wentian, followed by Hua Takesu. Among the 8 Xianjiao who suppressed the era, Qin Wentian alone eliminated 3 people. Such a record is unmatched. Now the most embarrassed person should be Li Tian. He needs to defeat 1 more person to reach the 7th row of ancient monuments, but the remaining 3 people make people feel desperate. If nothing unexpected happens, Gu Lifeng, Hua Takesu and Qin Wentian will lock in the top 3 seats in this session of the immortal martial realm in advance. Top 3, who could have thought that Qin Wentian would be among them? Moreover, there is only 1 person in the 9 major sects, 7 major families and 2 dynasties. Gu Lifeng and Hua Takesu are not among them. The crowd sighed in their hearts. If people outside saw such an ending, they would probably be shocked speechless. Emperor Shi had been watching the battle here in front of the first row of stone tablets. At this moment, he was seen clenching his fists, staring at Qin Wentian with murderous intent in his eyes. This murderous intent was looming and unconcealed. He, Emperor Shi, had not even obtained the immortal method, but was eliminated by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, who did not dare to confront him head-on not long ago, and Qin Wentian, who killed his brother, now defeated him in the immortal martial arts world. Not to mention Emperor Shi, even Ji Fixu and Duan Han were a little distracted. Now there are 3 people from the sword sect here, Ji Fixu, Duan Han, and Lu Bingao. Who of them could have thought that it would be Qin Wentian who would make it to the end? Junior brother Qin, it's really a surprise. Ji Fixu smiled bitterly, feeling a little complicated. Lu Bingao looked at the figure in front of her, and her heart was also in turmoil. She glanced at Ji Fixu beside her, thinking that from now on, Qin Wentian's status in this Hanjian sect would be on par with Ji Fixu. Outside the Xianwu realm, On the huge ancient monument, more than 70 names kept floating and flashing. Each name had a great reputation in the Huangji Holy Land, including Gu Lifeng and other 8 Xianjiao who suppressed the era. However, what would the final ranking be like? I don't know what stage it is now. The top 10 seats should have been decided. Who will be the top 10 in this Xianwu realm ranking? Many people discussed. The 8 geniuses who suppressed the era should occupy 8 seats. The other 2 may be sealing from the Purple Thunder sect. After all, he is really strong, or he may be the holy son of the Taiyago sect. Of course, Lu Bingaiyu from the Zhanjian sect, Nanguang Shuang from the Nanguang family, and the beautiful Lin Xian are all very promising. Yes, that makes sense. But for the top 3, I think it would be Gu Lifeng first, Fan Miao second, and Li Tian third. I guess Gu Lifeng first, Qi Lian second, and Di Shi third. Many people were whispering and guessing the ranking. The most common name on the first seat was Gu Lifeng. As for the second and third, everyone had different opinions. However, Hua Taixu rarely appeared in the top 3, after all, he became famous the latest. As for Qin Wentian, he has never even appeared in the top 10 according to everyone. After all, people outside cannot see the situation inside. Chapter 592 The final battle is coming. In the Xianwu realm, seeing that the battle on the floating bridge was almost over, many people walked down to watch the final battle up close. There were only 3 battles left in the Xianwu realm, which would determine the final ranking. Soon, a mighty army appeared not far from the ancient monument. Of course, if compared with the people who entered the Xianwu realm, these people seemed too few. 80% of them fell in the Xianwu realm, which was terrifying. There were so many heroes of the Huangji Holy Domain buried in the Xianwu realm, but in the end, only these people who entered the ancient monument became successful. There was a faint scene of the general's success is achieved by the sacrifice of thousands of bones. Emperor Shi felt that many people were staring at him, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Those people on the floating bridge could not feel it before, but now there were obviously more. After all, Emperor Shi was the only one among the 8 Great Repression eras who did not enter the top 10. If we talk about a most shameful person, he would be the first to bear the brunt, and of course he attracted more attention. On normal days, Emperor Shi would not care how many people looked at him. In fact, wherever he went, he was the center of attention. But today, in this situation, he felt that these eyes were so dazzling, and he was filled with a fierce aura. Many people who felt it quickly turned their eyes away. This aura was like a dark cloud over the crowd, as if a storm could fall at any time. Emperor Shi looked back at everyone. The first people he saw were the people of the emperor family. Seeing the faint sense of loss in their eyes, Emperor Shi felt more and more painful. He remembered that many elders of the emperor family told him that they would come in person when the Xianwu world announced a list, and watch his name on the Xianwu world ancient monument ranking list shine brightly from outside the Xianwu world. He simply couldn't imagine how disappointed the relatives and elders of the Di family would be when they saw that his name was not on the top 10 of the ancient monument ranking list of the Xianwu realm. Moreover, Diyu was killed in front of him not long ago. Diyu was one of the leaders cultivated by the Di family. After he entered the Xiangxiang realm, Diyu would replace his position in the Xianggang realm. All of this was destroyed in Qin Wentian's hands. Huh? At this moment, Di Shi's eyes saw Fan Li and the others, and a strong murderous intent instantly burst out in his eyes. It seemed that it was the conflict between these people and Diyu that eventually led to the death of his brother Diyu. These people dared to appear in front of him, simply not knowing whether to live or die. Fan Li and the others were standing in the far back direction, but they didn't expect Di Shi's eyes to be so vicious. Yiling Shuang frowned, but she was not too worried. She had a good relationship with senior brother Duan Han, so when she came over, she called Duan Han to her side to prevent any emergencies. But Yiling Shuang's beautiful eyes soon froze, because she saw the body of Emperor Shi rushing towards her, shining brightly, and a fierce aura swept out. His body rushed out like a terrifying ferocious bird, turning into a hurricane that swept through the void. The people in front of him quickly dodged and made way. Some people who couldn't dodge in time were swept away by him and vomited blood. Almost in the blink of an eye, the opponent crossed the space and landed in front of Fan Li and the others. Duan Han certainly saw him. When the sword came out, the world seemed to dim, but in this dim space, the light on Emperor Shi's body seemed even more dazzling and shining in the dark night. He saw his palm burst out, and a terrifying huge ferocious bird rushed out angrily, directly tearing Duan Han's sword. Not good. Yiling Shuang's expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have missed the Xianwu realm in the 8th level of Xiangang. Emperor Shi's realm broke through. The sword of darkness slashed out angrily, as if to cut off the night, but many phantoms seemed to appear on Emperor Shi's body, and at the same time, it was a critical strike, destroying everything. It was the power he cultivated in the ancient monument, and now it was directly used in actual combat. Bang! Duan Han's body was directly blown away, which made the crowd feel shocked. This Emperor Shi wanted revenge. Kill! Emperor Shi shouted coldly, and at the same time, many attacks rushed towards Fan Li and others, making Fan Li and others look desperate. They would definitely die under this attack. In front of Emperor Shi, even if they were in their prime, they had no resistance at all. Emperor Shi was still Emperor Shi after all, the pride of the suppressed era. Although he was defeated in the ancient monument, his strength was unquestionable. Now he was at the 8th level of Yangang, and there were few rivals at this level in the entire Huangji Holy Land. Ji Fixu and Lu Bingaiyu on the other side noticed when Emperor Shi launched the attack, and rushed over there quickly. They were about to arrive, but it seemed too late. They were behind Emperor Shi and could no longer attack Yiling Shuang and others. Emperor Shi! Ji Fixu shouted angrily, and the sword light slashed out. The sword crossed the sky and cut through the void. Bang! On the other side, Emperor Shi's attack fell, but it was not as devastating as imagined. A beautiful figure blocked the attack. The figure that floated like a fairy made everyone stunned. It turned out that it was Lin Xianer who blocked Emperor Shi's attack. Emperor Shi's anger-killing attack was so powerful that Lin Xianer was directly blown away in a hurry. Blood quaffed out and stained her clothes red, which made many people who saw this scene feel a little distressed. Emperor Shi, who had broken through to the 8th level of Xiangang, was too strong. Although Lin Xianer was also a Xianjiao, her cultivation was weaker than Emperor Shi's. She was injured by the shock. Her body, which was knocked back, hit Yiling Shuang at the same time, causing Yiling Shuang to be injured. After all, her cultivation was still suppressed. Fortunately, at this time, Ji Fixu and Lu Bingaiyu's attacks arrived, and Emperor Shi had to turn around to resist the opponent's attack. The three of them broke out into war in an instant. Although Ji Fixu's cultivation had also increased, he had not yet broken through to the 8th level of Xiangang. As a Xianjiao of the suppression era, the advantage of the realm was immediately revealed. Emperor Shi's attack was violent and fierce, and Ji Fixu and Lu Bingaiyu had only the ability to defend. Duan Han rushed up to encircle and suppress them. The three of them had a tendency to be unable to restrain Emperor Shi. Stop! A cold shout came down, vibrating into the eardrums of Emperor Shi and others, and then they saw a white-clothed envoy from the immortal martial realm floating in the sky, looking at them coldly. Anyone who dares to disturb others from comprehending the ancient steel here will be killed. After these words fell, Emperor Shi had to stop. His cold eyes swept over Ji Fixu, Fan Li and others again. He said coldly, "The Huangji Holy Land is very large, but there will never be a place for you to survive." Rampant. Ji Fixu's voice was sharp, and sword energy was everywhere. "There is probably no one in the Xiangang realm of this Hanjian sect who can stop me from killing people. Ji Fixu, if you anger me, I will kill you too." Emperor Shi pointed his finger at Ji Fixu, extremely arrogant, which made everyone in this Hanjian sect look livid. Yiling Shuang shot back, "Don't forget how you were defeated. He can defeat you in the ancient steel, and he will be able to defeat you in the outside world in the future." "Really? I'm waiting for him to die." Emperor Shi swept towards Qin Wentian in the direction of the ancient steel, with a fierce killing intent. The person that Emperor Shi wanted to kill the most was none other than Qin Wentian. At this time, Qin Wentian was immersed in the practice of comprehension, and had no idea what was happening outside. The ancient steel he chose was the one that matched the power of dreams. There were very few such ancient steel. He walked to the 5th row of ancient steel and found this one, so he naturally would not miss it. Qin Wentian was originally practicing the great dream immortal art, and was also good at the will of martial arts in dreams. The magical power in this ancient steel was to use one eyes to create a dream world, making people fall into it unknowingly, and it was a very scary dream. Qin Wentian vaguely felt that if this ability was cultivated to the strongest level, it would be like the dream that they experienced in the Imperial Mausoleum, making people fall into an artificial dream for a short period of time. Time passed unknowingly. Everyone had been in the Xianwu world for quite some time. The remaining 4 people, except Qin Wentian, were still in front of the 5th stone tablet. The other 3 were in front of the 6th row of stone tablets. At this time, the final decisive battle was about to take place. They obviously wanted to make themselves more thoroughly practice the power in the stone tablets. Once the stone tablets were out, the effect of practicing on their own would definitely be much worse. The battle finally broke out. Jiutian challenged Huateksu. If he didn't defeat someone, he couldn't go to the 7th stone tablet. Therefore, the other 3 had a choice, but he didn't. This battle to establish the top 3 seats ended with Jiutian's defeat, which made everyone have a clear understanding of Huateksu. The mysterious Huateksu, the previously low-key Qin Wentian, and Gu Lifeng became the biggest winners of this Xianwu world trip. Once the ranking of the ancient tablets was released, it would surely set off a terrible wave. Finally, Gu Lifeng and Huateksu both stepped towards the 7th row of ancient tablets, and Qin Wentian stepped towards the 6th row of ancient tablets. The 3 of them tacitly chose not to take action. Gu Lifeng and Huateksu have already reached the 7th row of ancient monuments. Of course, they have to complete all the ancient monument training for this trip to the immortal martial world. As for competing for the ranking, there is no rush, and Qin Wentian is not in a hurry either. This time, the ancient monument Qin Wentian chose is an ancient monument filled with sword intent. Qin Wentian chose the last kind of power without any hesitation, so that it fits with his martial arts will. In the ancient monument, Qin Wentian looked up at the sky. There was no gorgeous sword tactics, no sword skills that could cut through the world, only a faint sword energy, which diffused from the figure in the void, giving people the feeling that people are the masters of swords. The sword power that permeated the sky was not released by the sword, but by people, and it was not the will of the sword, but just an extremely pure sword feeling. If you can reach this realm, the 2nd realm of the sword's martial arts will must be perfect, and a thought can become a sword. Qin Wentian said in his heart, falling into this understanding. The final battle is about to come, but it is surprisingly quiet. This silence continues, but no one shows impatience. They are all waiting quietly, waiting for the upcoming final battle. Chapter 593 Immortal Message. This time, Qin Wentian stayed in front of the ancient stele for 18 days before he walked to the 7th row. In the 7th row, there were only 3 ancient stele, and there didn't seem to be too strong fluctuations on them. Qin Wentian couldn't even sense any power in the ancient stele. Now Gu Lifeng and Huateksu each occupied an ancient stele, so he had to either defeat one of them first or choose the last one. Qin Wentian chose the last ancient stele, and he was stunned after his consciousness merged into the ancient stele. In the ancient stele, Gu Lifeng and Huateksu stood together with their backs to him. It turned out that the 3 ancient stele were actually connected. In front of Gu Lifeng and Huateksu, there was a statue. This statue was a man, but just looking at the statue made people feel like looking up to a mountain, as if they wanted to crawl on the ground and worship the statue. This is. Qin Wentian was a little frightened. He walked forward and walked to the side of Gu Lifeng and Huateksu, looking at the statue in front of him, feeling the shock brought by the statue. We're all here. At this moment, a voice seemed to come from the void and fell into the ears of the 3 people, causing their hearts to tremble violently, and they looked at the statue in front of them in shock. Is it the senior who is speaking? Gu Lifeng asked, looking at the statue, and saw that the statue in front of him actually lit up. Yes. Another voice came out, and Qin Wentian and the others still couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Could this statue contain the will of a super strong man? Don't be surprised. I am the master of the immortal martial realm. I also came from the Imperial Holy Land in the past. Since I have a connection with this place, I naturally want to do something for the Imperial Holy Land. The voice in the statue was calm, without any ups and downs. Everyone who has been able to come here in the past will know my existence. Although I am willing to have a connection with you, I also need to see if you are qualified, so there are many tests in the immortal martial realm. Although Qin Wentian and the others were quite uneasy, they still listened quietly and seriously. The statue in front of them was a real immortal, a powerful figure in the legend. The overlord of the Imperial Holy Land, the patriarch of the Imperial Holy Sect, was a figure of this level. He ruled a domain and influenced hundreds of millions of lives. You can imagine how terrifying the power in his hands was. At this time, there was such a figure in front of them. If you can walk to this ancient monument, you can get some things I left behind, and you won't lose your life. As for you being able to walk here, you should be considered the most outstanding person of this generation in the Xiangang realm of the Royal Holy Land. The voice of the statue has never fluctuated, as calm as water, and it makes people feel particularly comfortable to listen to, like a spring breeze. The Royal Holy Land is very vast to you. It may be the entire world you have seen now, but in fact the world is far from what you see. Only when you go out will you know how vast the world is. This Xianwu realm is left by me, and the messengers of the Xianwu realm are also sent by me. If you want to leave the Royal Holy Land, come to the Xianwu realm. The messengers of the Xianwu realm will welcome you, and they will arrange everything, and even leave. The voice in the statue remained the same, and then it seemed to smile lightly, and then said, I won't say too much. I believe you will naturally have your own ideas. You can leave whenever you want. The Xianwu realm welcomes you at any time. After the voice finished speaking, the statue dimmed, and then there was no sound. But the hearts of Qin Wentian, Gu Lifeng and Hua Taixu were not at peace. It was beyond doubt that the immortal martial realm was left by the immortal. The immortal even said a lot to them. The three of them were very smart and soon figured everything out. In the Huangji Holy Land, the Huangji Holy Sect was the supreme overlord. As long as they were the geniuses of the Huangji Holy Land, they would eventually gather in the Huangji Holy Sect, thus achieving the supreme status of the Huangji Holy Sect. However, the continent was far more than just the Huangji Holy Land. There were many forces outside the Huangji Holy Land, such as the force where the owner of the immortal martial realm was. The owner of the immortal martial realm created the immortal martial realm in the Huangji Holy Land. In addition to what he said about establishing a bond with the geniuses of the Huangji Holy Land, there was of course another purpose that was not stated clearly. I believe this purpose is the main one, to recruit talents. If a force wants to be strong, it must have a steady stream of young talents joining it. Those who can make it to the end in the immortal martial realm are undoubtedly extremely outstanding. Even if there may be only 1 or 2 people in 10 years, what about 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years? When you reach the legendary immortal realm, you don't know how long your lifespan is, let alone 10,000 years. If you create a sect, it is of course a very good choice to select the most outstanding talents across domains in this way. At the same time, some peerless geniuses in the Royal Saint domain can also go out with the help of the immortal martial realm, but after going out, it is obvious that they have to become the disciples of the master of the immortal martial realm. Otherwise, why would the master of the immortal martial realm spend so much effort to do something useless to him? Obviously impossible. The immortal martial realm can be located in the Royal Saint domain forever, and the Royal Saint domain never interferes. It can be seen that the master of the immortal martial realm is powerful. Moreover, those who can go to the end in the immortal martial realm must be able to obtain the immortal law. How powerful is it that the master of the immortal martial realm can easily teach them the immortal law? It may even be an existence that surpasses the master of the Royal Saint sect. Such temptation is undoubtedly amazing. There is no doubt that many people will choose to leave. For example, if your King Guyan had no descendants and concerns in Yi state, he would probably have left. If he could find a successor, how could he not leave? The master of the immortal martial realm is very powerful. He set up the immortal martial realm in the Huangji Holy Land and used such a gentle method to seduce them. It is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Everything will end. Gu Lifeng turned around and looked at Qin Wentian and Hua Taixu. The three of them stared at each other. Next, it was their battle. Your courage is admirable. Although everyone knows that steady practice from the first ancient steel will be more beneficial in the future, you are the only one who really did it. This is an adventure after all. Obviously, you succeeded. Gu Lifeng smiled at Qin Wentian, but it didn't seem like a hostile attitude. The three of them all practiced the power of the 6 stone tablets, but if we say who has the most solid foundation, it is undoubtedly Qin Wentian. If the person who attacked me the first time was not Dishi but you, perhaps the result would be different. Qin Wentian responded with a smile. Gu Lifeng was the fastest person and was good at arrows. If he attacked Qin Wentian when he stopped at the first ancient steel, Qin Wentian might really be blasted out. But obviously, Gu Lifeng didn't bother to do so. Qin Wentian looked at Hua Taixu again. Hua Taixu's temperament was even more extraordinary now, giving people a feeling of returning to nature. When I was in Daksha, many people thought that I would die in your hands. Now that we meet in the Xianwu realm, it seems that we must fight in our destiny. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. Hua Taixu also looked at Qin Wentian, without any emotion in his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. Actually, I don't hate you as much as others imagine. Hu Taixu said slowly, your excellence is unquestionable. The first time I met you was in Chu State. At that time, I didn't even think of killing you, because at that time, I didn't regard you as an enemy at all. You were not qualified. Even when you killed Jiutian, you still didn't qualify, until you also got the first place on the destiny list. You killed Jiutian, that's right. Based on what he did to Mo Qingchen, you have reason to kill him. However, he is my brother after all. No matter how much of a bastard he is, I still have to avenge him. Even though I admire you, if I have the opportunity to kill you, I will not show mercy in the future. If you meet me outside, you must also be determined to kill me, because if you don't kill me, I will find a way to take your life. There is only one thing, I don't want the grudge between us to involve the family. This is considered as me leaving a way out for the Hua family. After all, if I can't kill an opponent like you, it will be a disaster for the Hua family. If I kill you, it won't implicate your relatives and friends. Hu Taixu's voice was calm. Qin Wentian looked into those clear and slightly illusory eyes and nodded, you are the first on the destiny list, and you have been steadily suppressing King Chen. The gap between him and you is indeed insurmountable. How to fight? Hu Taixu asked, glancing at Gu Lifeng. Gu Lifeng smiled slightly, and then his figure flashed. Soon, the three of them turned into a three-legged tripod, and all of them were filled with terrifying momentum. The wind swept across the world. They seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding, and they could read each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. Buzz! The light was bright, and the arrow appeared. Gu Lifeng held a bow and arrow, and the starlight flashed. The arrow broke through the air and killed Hu Taixu and Qin Wentian. The arrow was shot out, and in an instant, the 3 stone tablets in the 7th row seemed to flash a brilliant light at the same time, like a star-like arrow light, which flashed away. The war has begun, the decisive battle, why is it not reflected? I saw 3 people, they are fighting together. The people behind the stone tablets were shocked. They just saw the 3 stone tablets shining brightly at the same time, and immediately understood that the decisive battle had begun. Gu Lifeng's arrows were fast, extremely fast, and had terrible penetrating power. Hu Taixu's body seemed unreal. When the arrow fell, his figure would become illusory. As for Qin Wentian, his whole body turned into gold, picking stars with his hands and shooting down arrows. However, Gu Lifeng was still standing in the same place. He saw that his arrows were aimed at the sky, not at people, but at the void. The arrows broke through the sky and then fell from the sky, like a series of meteors falling towards Hu Taixu and Qin Wentian. The meteors turned into a meteor shower in the sky, just like the real Yi shooting at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The entire space was buried by the rain of meteors and arrows. Hu Taixu's body was constantly hit, but every time he was hit, his real body seemed to appear next to him. Qin Wentian turned into a giant, raised his hand to shake the sky, indestructible, and the falling arrows could not shake him. The 3 stone tablets kept flashing with a bright starlight, which made the hearts of the outsiders pound. The strong starlight seemed to be raining arrows all over the sky. What kind of battle was this? They wanted to get into the stone tablet to find out. Hu Taixu's body turned into residual images, which kept stretching and went towards Qin Wentian and Gu Lifeng at the same time. These residual images sometimes separated and sometimes overlapped, as if there were really millions of incarnations, and they slapped out palm prints at the same time, killing Qin Wentian and Gu Lifeng. Gu Lifeng's arrow disappeared, holding a knife in his hand. The knife flashed, the lake broke the moon, and the sky and the earth were separated. Bang! Qin Wentian stepped out, trampled the earth, suppressed everything, and his figure, which was transformed into an immortal demon body, rushed out like lightning, as if it had golden wings, and rushed towards Hu Taixu and Gu Lifeng. With a roar, the heaven and earth were about to shatter. Immortal demon bodies appeared in the sky, which could truly suppress the sky and the earth. They blasted out magic palm prints in front of them. Thousands of star-picking palm prints seemed to encompass the entire sky and the void, unstoppable, sweeping everything. One force can defeat 10 skills, and one force can break the void. Qin Wentian roared, as if many immortal demon bodies fell from the sky to suppress the earth. Endless star-picking palm prints blasted out again, and the earth made a loud rumbling sound, turning the world upside down. Bang, bang. 2 muffled groans were heard, and Hu Taixu's real body was shaken out, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gu Lifeng was also injured. The two of them swept towards Qin Wentian at the same time. The bodies that seemed to have transformed into immortals and demons, one force defeated 10 skills, and broke through the Taixu realm. Hu Taixu and Gu Lifeng's bodies rushed towards Qin Wentian at the same time. The palms of the people outside were sweaty, but they could only see vague shadows, but they were so nervous that they had difficulty breathing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Grandmaster arrives. There were only 3 people fighting, but the people in front of the stone tablets in the Xianwu realm were so powerful that they all wanted to squeeze forward. They could only see the 3 stone tablets flashing brightly, and the images flashing in the 3 stone tablets in the front were the same every time. They could faintly see that a shocking battle was already taking place, and it was a chaotic battle between Gu Lifeng, Hu Taixu and Qin Wentian. Many people even had sweat dripping down their foreheads, and their breathing became unstable. Even the geniuses of the suppression era felt nervous. They were eliminated, and Gu Lifeng and Hu Taixu were left. Could they defend the title of the geniuses of the suppression era, or would they witness the rise of another genius of the suppression era today? No one could know the answer before the battle ended. Although Qin Wentian was very strong, Gu Lifeng and Hu Taixu were both people who walked to the 7th row of stone tablets. How could they be weak? It was just that they were very unhappy. They were unhappy that they could not look at the stone tablet projection screen as clearly as before, so that they could fully enjoy this ultimate showdown. But some people were more upset than them. Although they could not see the clear battle, they could see the vague shadow of the battle in the Xianwu realm. At this time, outside the gate of the Xianwu realm, the huge ancient monument guarding the entrance stopped everyone. No one knew what was happening inside. They only knew that more than 70 people had entered the ranking finals, and these more than 70 people would be ranked in the final. There were countless figures in the sky and on the ground. In the area in front of the ancient monument, the people in the Xiangang realm had withdrawn, and replaced by the powerful celestial beings from the ancient sects. For example, the strong men of the Nanguang family. There was a line of strong men from the Nanguang family wearing the same tasseled robes, looking very chic. They looked at one of the names on the ancient monument, with a burning look in their eyes. Nanguang Shuang, can you fight for the top 10 seats? The people of the Nanguang family whispered. A fool's dream. A cold voice came from the side. The people of the Nanguang family turned their eyes and looked at those who were talking. It was a figure riding on a huge nether wolf demon. The other party had a strong demon aura and a wild aura all over their bodies. They were the strong men of the Taiyao sect. The name of the holy son of your Taiyao sect does not appear on the stone tablet. How dare you say such shameless things? A strong man of the Nanguang family pointed at the stone tablet and sneered. The people of the Taiyao sect were hit in the sore spot and their faces turned pale. One of them said coldly, when he comes out, we must ask him what happened. Maybe he can't come out. The strong man of the Nanguang family sarcastically said, which made the expression of the Taiyao sect strong man change slightly. Hanshan, Hanao, you have disappointed the family too much? The strong men of the Li family also arrived. They looked at the stone tablet. There was neither Li Hanshan's name nor Li Hanao's name. Hanao is still young and unlucky. If she doesn't enter the celestial phenomena in 10 years, maybe she can give it a try. There is nothing to worry about this time. A cold voice came, and the Li clan strongman looked at the person standing on the stone pillar and nodded slightly, without refuting the other party's words. That person was Li Hanao's master Maishan Swordmaster, and she certainly had the qualifications to say this. Maishan Swordmaster's beloved disciple Lu Bingyu entered the stone tablet. I wonder what ranking he can get on the ancient tablet. The Li clan strongman asked. Top 10. Maishan Swordmaster spoke lightly, with a strong confidence in her voice. She came to wait outside the Xianwu realm in person, just to see her disciple Lu Bingyu's name release a dazzling light. This time, Mai's Hanjian sect is doing very well. There are 4 names on the ancient monument list, Ji Fixu, Duan Han, Lu Bingyu, and Qin Wentian. A middle-aged man with tied hair next to Maishan Swordmaster spoke lightly. He was wearing a flame robe and had an extraordinary aura. He was the Yanshan Swordmaster of the 9 mountain swordmasters of this Hanjian sect. He happened to pass by here and came to the Xianwu realm to take a look. Meishan Swordmaster glanced at the three words Qin Wentian and frowned slightly. He inadvertently remembered what the young man said to him in the Yi Kingdom Palace, so he snorted coldly. Qin Wentian may be included in the list because he is taken care of by Ji Fixu and Duan Han, and he is at the bottom. Haha. Yanshan Swordmaster smiled and said nothing. He knew that Meishan Swordmaster was a stubborn woman, and as for Qin Wentian, he was not very familiar with him. When the Meishan Swordmaster finished speaking, her brows suddenly frowned, and a hint of strong coldness bloomed. Then she looked back and saw several figures walking over. The two leading them were two old men. One of them was a little unkempt and had a messy beard, but he had a bit of ethereal fairy style. Just now, the Meishan Swordmaster clearly felt that the other party's eyes looking at her were extremely sharp, but when she turned back, the other two just glanced at her lightly. "Who are you?" The Meishan Swordmaster's eyes suddenly became sharp. She felt that she couldn't see through these two people, but she could guarantee that she, the Meishan Swordmaster, had never seen these two people. Many people looked over here. The temperament of this group of people was extraordinary. Although they seemed to be casual, they actually had a master's demeanor. The two looked normal. They turned their eyes and didn't look at the Meishan Swordmaster again. Their figures fell on the stone pillar, looking at the ranking stone tablet in front of them, with a faint smile in their eyes, and they were calm. Mo Qingcheng and the people from Medicine Emperor Valley flashed, and a brilliant light flashed in Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes. Everyone in Medicine Emperor Valley was shocked, because they saw that the person following the two people was actually their elder, their master, or even their grandmaster. So, what are the identities of the two old men in front? Mo Qingcheng came to the side of the unkempt old man on the left, with her eyes lowered and her hands clenched tightly, as if she was a little nervous. The old man's eyes fell on Mo Qingcheng, revealing a meaningful smile, and then smiled lightly. "I heard that you are in love. Which genius in the royal Holy Land do you like? Which sect master or leader's disciple is it?" As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the people in Medicine Emperor Valley trembled violently. In Medicine Emperor Valley, who could make Mo Qingcheng so cautious and talk to Mo Qingcheng like this, except for the existence of the dragon that can't be seen from head to tail? Who else could it be? My heart was beating like a thump. I saw their figures flashing at the same time, coming to the bottom of the stone pillar, and then kneeling on one knee, respectfully saying, "Disciple greets the Medicine Emperor, and greets the Master and Grandmaster." Medicine Emperor. These two words instantly set off a great uproar in this space. Countless eyes looked at the two figures on the stone pillar at the same time, and their hearts trembled slightly. Medicine Emperor Valley is not in conflict with the world, and Medicine Emperor does not ask about external affairs. However, as the peak of the pill world in the Huangji Holy Domain, Medicine Emperor's status is absolutely transcendent. Medicine Emperor actually came to the outside of the immortal martial realm in person. When did he, who is at the top of the pill world, become so interested in the immortal martial realm, a place for practicing martial arts? It should be for Saint Mo Qingcheng. It is rumored that Medicine Emperor dotes on Saint Mo. How could he ignore the fact that Saint Mo is in love with someone else? Qin Wentian is miserable. He actually abducted and sold other people's disciples without the consent of Medicine Emperor. Many people thought secretly in their hearts, no wonder Mo Qingcheng was so nervous. It seems that he was also worried about the attitude of Medicine Emperor. A sharp light flashed in Meishan Swordmaster's eyes. The Medicine Emperor ignored her question just now. She was very unhappy in her heart, and even had a murderous aura. There were not many people in the entire Huangji Holy Land who could ignore her, but unfortunately, the Medicine Emperor happened to be one of them. Thinking of this, Meishan Swordmaster actually felt depressed. It was rumored that this old immortal had lived for many years. There were several times when he was about to die, but he just didn't die. The most recent one was more than 20 years ago. It was rumored that the Medicine Emperor could not hold on, but he came now, and his condition was still so good. It was said that the Medicine Emperor had a very high vision. Many strong men from the ancient countries and major sects asked him for medicine but could not even see him. Qin, the Emperor of Yi country, was critically ill and wanted to ask the Medicine Emperor for help, but he only went to a saint. It can be imagined how difficult it is to ask the Medicine Emperor to do things. Thinking of this, Meishan Swordmaster glanced at Qin Wentian's name on the ancient monument. Since the Medicine Emperor came for Mo Qingcheng, he would surely let this guy know the height of the world. The arrival of the Medicine Emperor caused a great stir outside the Xianwu world. Although many top-level figures from various sects and schools, including the Sword Master of the Hanjian sect and the Honored Master of the Purple Thunder sect, were present today, none of them could match the weight of the Medicine Emperor. Qin Wentian's name became the focus of many people's discussion for a while, just because of his love affair with Saint Mo Qingcheng. The Medicine Emperor must have come for this matter. Master. Mo Qingcheng raised her head when she heard the Medicine Emperor's question, and a bit of stubbornness appeared in her clear and bright eyes. Mo Qingcheng knew that since the Medicine Emperor had come here, how could he not know who Qin Wentian was? The Medicine Emperor's words made her feel a sense of pressure. You're in love and you're glaring at your master like that. I can't say a word. You have no conscience. Medicine Emperor sighed, causing Mo Qingcheng to hurriedly say, Master has been very kind to me. You know I don't mean that. Okay, I know. Medicine Emperor rubbed Mo Qingcheng's head, which shocked many people. It seems that the rumors are true. Everyone thought that Medicine Emperor doted on Mo Qingcheng, but they didn't expect him to dote on her to this extent. I want to see who this guy who kidnapped my disciple is. Can he get first or second place in the ranking of the immortal martial world? Medicine Emperor looked at the ancient monument, which gave people a sense of awe without anger. This made Mo Qingcheng even more nervous, and her heart was beating non-stop. As for the people around him, they sighed. First or second? Is the Medicine King joking? Although Qin Wentian is very talented, he is lucky to be in the top 20. Maybe he is lucky to be in the ancient monument ranking list. The name of the holy son of the Great Demon Sect is excluded. If the people of the Great Demon Sect don't want to ask the holy son of the Great Demon Sect in person what happened, they will probably leave in anger. P.S. Thank you, Yi Rangxibabi Rongsheng Alliance leader, for your continued support. Thank you, Xiaoxi sister. Before I knew it, there are more than 20 alliance leaders of Ancient God-King. Thank you everyone. Chapter 595 Who is going to win? Countless people inside and outside the Xianwu realm were looking forward to this duel. In the ancient monument, the battle was already intense. Qin Wentian's body was shining with brilliant starlight, as if he had transformed into the body of an immortal or demon. His body was extremely huge, and there was a faint glow of an immortal golden body. He actually had brilliant wings, which made him indestructible and had extremely powerful defense. However, what kind of person was Gu Lifeng? He was the only one among the 8 Xianjiao of the suppression era who had not joined any force. He was also the one with the highest voice and the top ranking of the Xianwu realm ancient monument. He was the object of admiration of countless Xianjiao women. If Lifeng was not so romantic, I don't know how many women would be willing to devote themselves to him. Hu Taixu was mysterious, but he was able to walk to the last ancient monument like Gu Lifeng, which showed how powerful he was. He was once the number 1 on Daxia's destiny list. King Chen was suppressed by him and had no temper at all. He was left far behind by more than 1 level. Although Daxia was far from being comparable to the Huangji Holy Land and was called a barren land, it did not mean that Daxia did not have real evil geniuses. It was just that they had not come out yet. Hu Taixu and Qin Wentian came out and made their mark. Now, Gu Lifeng and Hu Taixu felt the pressure from Qin Wentian, and they attacked Qin Wentian at the same time. Hu Taixu is still like being in an illusory realm, a realm of great illusion, true and false, real and fake. Every body of Hu Taixu is covered with brilliant halos, which continuously burst out brilliant starlight and blasted towards Qin Wentian. The palm prints burst out from each halo were completely different, drowning the world and madly bombarding Qin Wentian, trying to crush the entire world. Hu Taixu exploded, his fighting power was so strong that it shook the world. Gu Lifeng's bow and arrow turned into meteors, constantly falling down and hitting Qin Wentian. At the same time, he walked out, with a blazing sword light on his body, and thousands of sword lights cut off the stars and slashed out. Even though Qin Wentian turned into an immortal and demon body, his might shook the world, he was still shaken by the two people's violent attacks. Although Qin Wentian had been steadily comprehending the first ancient steel, Hu Taixu and Gu Lifeng themselves were also extraordinary in their understanding. They also had a deep understanding of the following ancient steel, and their attack power was amazingly strong. Qin Wentian, who looked like a fairy or a demon, shone brighter and brighter. He shouted loudly and took a big step forward. Another phantom appeared, picking stars with his hands. At this moment, it seemed as if a pair of huge pupils were staring at Hu Taixu and Gu Lifeng. The bodies of the three people were shaking violently at the same time. Gu Lilifeng had his sword intent that soared into the sky, and Qin Wentian had his sword power that soared into the sky. Kill! Kill! The two shouts suddenly shook the world. Many incarnations of Hua Taixu appeared in front of Qin Wentian's huge body, as if they were wrapping up Qin Wentian. Each incarnation blasted out a brilliant seal, and the talisman light was overwhelming, destroying everything. Gu Lilifeng's sword intent was extremely powerful, constantly cutting Qin Wentian's body, and wanted to cut Qin Wentian into pieces. If his opponent was not Qin Wentian, but the Emperor Shi, he would have been killed on the spot under this blow. Qin Wentian groaned. At that moment, he felt that a blade light was about to appear in his body, breaking his flesh. At the same time, a huge blade from the outside world chopped down, enough to split the body of the immortal demon. Roar! Qin Wentian roared to the sky, his golden wings shining with a dazzling luster. The body of the immortal demon seemed to be covered with the wings of the golden-winged rock. He raised his hand to blast the sky. Hua Taixu's endless palm print and the hand of picking stars collided with each other, making a rumbling sound. At the same time, Qin Wentian pulled off the golden wings on his body and slashed towards the void. Boom! He took a step, and the sword energy destroyed everything. The space in the ancient monument seemed to vibrate unsteadily. In the immortal martial realm, those people only saw three ancient monuments flashing with extremely dazzling brilliance. For a moment, it seemed as if there were endless images interweaving, and they could vaguely see a world-shaking battle. Then, the brilliance released by the three ancient monuments completely flooded the space, dazzling, and it actually trembled with a buzzing sound. The three ancient monuments simultaneously shot out rays of light, interweaving together, and then a violent rumbling sound came out, and the empty space in front of them made a buzzing sound, as if the earth was shaking. Boom! With a loud noise, the crowd only felt the earth tremble violently. The light of the three ancient monuments pointed to the front, where a huge bronze door flashing with dazzling starlight appeared. The door slowly opened, and a star ladder was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The dazzling light inside made countless people tremble with fear. This is, where? The strong man in front of the ancient monument of Xianwu realm looked up at the emissaries of Xianwu realm on both sides of the monument, but he didn't know that the emissaries of Xianwu realm were also shocked when they looked inside. The gate of the monument was actually opened. The emissaries of Xianwu realm looked at the three young figures on the three ancient monuments in front, and saw that the bodies of the three people were floating up. The ancient monuments in front of them also floated up with their bodies, forming a tripod. There was a shocking sound from inside, and there was a constant flash of light. A hint of the battle inside could be seen. I didn't expect that the three people of this session were so powerful that they actually blasted open the gate of the monument. This was a phenomenon that had never happened before, which meant that there was an unprecedented strong confrontation in this session of Xianwu realm. Of course, this strong confrontation was not completed by two people, but by three people. Gu Lilifeng and Hua Taixu really fought with flames. They joined forces to attack Qin Wentian at all costs. Although the ranking of the first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm was actually very clear, they were still willing to fight madly when they met such an opponent, not for anything else, but just to respect their opponents. Therefore, the two of them fought together. In the ancient monument, the brilliant light flooded the world. Qin Wentian stepped forward step by step. Every step was to pierce the heart with sword energy and destroy everything. There was a palm print that took off the sun, moon and stars, and blasted the void to explode. Hua Taixu still had many incarnations outside his body, real and false. Gu Lilifeng was not only powerful in swords and arrows, but his attacks were also extremely corrosive. Qin Wentian was hit by a knife and his arm was almost cut off. Moreover, when his arrows hit his body, they could not only attack the flesh, but also corrode the heart. These were two terrible opponents. Qin Wentian finally gave up Hua Taixu and attacked Gu Lilifeng wholeheartedly. He knew that if he could not destroy both of them at the same time, then there was only one strategy, to defeat one of them first. Gu Lilifeng watched Qin Wentian, who ignored Hua Taixu's attack, approach step by step, and his heart was filled with intense waves. Those huge eyes seemed to make him fall asleep. He not only had to resist Qin Wentian's attack, but also had to resist the erosion of the power of sleep. Finally, Gu Lilifeng witnessed Hua Taixu blasting Qin Wentian's right arm off and injuring him. For this reason, Gu Lilifeng rushed forward together, Yi shot the 9 heavens, fell down with killing, and continuously bombarded Qin Wentian. At the same time, He turned into knife light and chopped at Qin Wentian's other arm. Blood burst out, and Qin Wentian outside couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. But almost at the same time, Gu Lifeng saw Qin Wentian's right arm that could take off the sun, moon and stars blasting over, submerging his body. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Lifeng could no longer resist, vomiting blood, dying. He stared at Qin Wentian with a shocked expression and asked, "Is this a dream you created? When did it happen? My arm was indeed almost cut off, and the blood was real. My left arm was indeed cut off by you. How could such a fake dream let you in?" Qin Wentian responded. Hu Taixu also stopped attacking Qin Wentian. His figure turned into one, standing proudly in the void, his robe fluttering. Although his expression was calm, Hu could tell the shock in his heart. "When fighting with you, I have to prevent you from dreaming and deceiving. How painful is such a battle? Being your opponent is really a nightmare." Gu Lifeng was speechless. This kind of opponent was too terrible. His own offense and defense were already super strong, and coupled with the all-pervasive dream-making ability, it was simply a nightmare for any opponent. "Liu Feng is not romantic, Ping Hu Du and you, Yishi Jiutian, Gu Liu Feng, your reputation is well deserved. You only have a bow and arrow, but you can travel the world, and you have a big knife, so you can do whatever you want. You have all kinds of abilities in one body. Who would want to have an enemy like you?" Qin Wentian sighed, with a sense of mutual admiration. "It's over," Gu Lifeng said calmly. "It's over." Hu Taixu also said it. The two of them had no intention of continuing to fight. Everything was no longer necessary. Since Qin Wentian was already in first place, what was the point of fighting for second or third place? Boom, boom, boom. The ancient monument shook and landed on the ground. The bodies of Qin Wentian and the other two also fell to the ground. Then, the light of the ancient monument gradually dimmed. Gu Lifeng, Hu Taixu, and Qin Wentian, the three of them opened their eyes at the same time, and a brilliant light shone out. At this moment, everyone in the back trembled in their hearts and stared at the front closely. Is the battle finally over? But how is the battle going? Who will win the battle at the immortal martial realm? P.S. Thanks to Demon Degree for becoming the leader of another alliance. I burst into tears. Thank you Xuanxun. There will be more updates today. Chapter 596 I really want to kiss you. In the Xianwu realm, there was silence, and one could hear a pin drop. Countless eyes fell on Qin Wentian and the other two. Although they all wanted to ask loudly who won the first place, they all remained surprisingly quiet, hoping to get the answer from Qin Wentian and the other two's words or expressions. But they were disappointed. Qin Wentian, Gu Lifeng, and Hu Taixu were all terribly quiet, and their expressions were not abnormal at all, not even the slightest ripple. They did not talk, just standing there quietly, as if they were still digesting the battle in the ancient monument. A moment seemed to have passed for a long time, and finally the crowd saw the three people move. They stared at each other, but with a faint smile on their faces, they nodded to each other, as if to show respect for their opponents, but such a scene made the crowd crazy, and they cursed in their hearts, "You three guys, please say something, who won the first place and who won the second place?" However, Gu Lifeng has always been a loner. Naturally, no one would dare to ask him if he didn't know anyone. Even if they asked, Gu Lifeng probably wouldn't answer. Hu Taixu was even more mysterious. No one was very familiar with him, except Qin Wentian, who had many friends. However, even if Fatty Leon Fanel waited for a while, although he felt very uncomfortable and wanted to ask, he still persuaded himself that he would know sooner or later, so there was no rush. Although he warned himself like this, he was still very itchy. But in such an occasion, if Qin Wentian didn't win the first place, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him to ask? So he had to endure it. At this time, a group of figures walked out from the bronze giant in front of the ancient monument, which was shining with the brilliance of stars. They were all dressed in white, and they were dressed as envoys of the immortal martial realm. They stood at the bottom of the stairs, and one of them said, "The Lord of the immortal martial realm invites all the geniuses who participated in the battle of the ancient monument to enter the monument." Lord of the immortal martial realm. Everyone's heart trembled violently, and then the envoy of the immortal martial realm waved his hand, and the ancient monument in front of them retreated to the sides, and an ancient road appeared, leading to the bronze giant gate. "Senior, is the Lord of the immortal martial realm the owner of the immortal martial realm?" Gu Lifeng asked. After all, he had seen the owner of the immortal martial realm with his own eyes, and that was a real immortal, and should not be in the royal Holy Land. No, after the master of the Xian Wu realm created the Xian Wu realm, the master of the realm is the ruler of the Xian Wu realm. An envoy said, and Gu Lifeng nodded secretly. This is right. The master of the Xian Wu realm is a legendary immortal. He handed over the Xian Wu realm to others to manage, and the envoys of the Xian Wu realm all obeyed his orders. In the crowd, the core disciples of the ancient sects such as Emperor Shi frowned slightly. They had never heard their elders talk about the existence of boundary monuments, nor did they know the master of the Xian Wu realm. It seems that this time is a little different. 75 people participated in the Battle of the Ancient Monuments and will be listed in the ranking of the Ancient Monuments of the Xian Wu realm. Only they are qualified to step into the boundary monument. They all raised their feet and walked towards the ancient road in front. Qin Wentian and the other three led the way to the bronze gate and stepped up step by step along the stairs. They came to the boundary monument. This is a palace full of starlight. On each stone wall, there seems to be a brilliant light flowing, and sometimes there are ancient characters shining. In front of him, there is a figure sitting cross-legged on a stone platform in the water of the star pool. At this moment, his eyes are slightly open, and there is a ray of dazzling starlight in his eyes. He nodded slightly to everyone. This is a realm master. An envoy from the Xian Wu realm introduced him. Qin Wentian and others did not dare to neglect him. They bowed slightly and shouted, "Junior greets the realm master. It is rare that the boundary monument is open today. I am also very honored to meet the descendants of the Huangji Holy Land. Are there any people from the warring states among you?" The Xian Wu realm master looked around at everyone with a smile on his face. The crowd looked at each other. Among the more than 70 people, there was no strong man from the warring states. Seeing that no one responded, the Xian Wu realm master sighed, seeming to be a little disappointed. The senior is the son of the king of martial arts of the warring states, period 300 years ago. At this moment, a voice was heard. The person who spoke was Jiutian of the southern barbarians. He looked at the lord of the immortal martial realm, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that someone still remembered me. The lord of the immortal martial realm pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, and everyone's heart trembled violently. The lord of the immortal martial realm was actually a person from the warring states period, a prodigy of the imperial sacred domain. Wu Mu, the son of the king of martial arts of the warring states period, was a genius and a prodigy of the era of Xiangang realm suppression. He ranked first in the ancient monument ranking of the immortal martial realm 300 years ago. 3 years after he won the first place in the immortal martial realm, he entered the celestial realm and disappeared from the imperial sacred domain. His whereabouts are unknown. Many people searched in their minds and remembered a page of records in the ancient scroll of the sect master, and they were even more shocked. The son of the warring states martial king who had disappeared in the past had actually become the current leader of the immortal martial realm. This made some disciples of the major sects take a deep breath. They had vaguely known some rumors, and now that they had been confirmed, it seemed that the immortal martial realm was indeed recruiting people. In this case, then the three people who had achieved the top 3 in the immortal martial realm, Qin Wentian, Gu Lifeng, and Hua Taixu, had also been invited by the immortal martial realm. Therefore, at this moment, many people's eyes fell on Qin Wentian and the other 3, and they were a little envious in their hearts. This Wu Mu was now unfathomable, and who knew how powerful he was? He might even be trying to reach that legendary realm. Today, Wu Mu is very happy to meet all of you young people. I will host a banquet for you for 7 days. When the immortal martial realm opens, this trip to the immortal martial realm will end, and I will go back to the imperial holy land. Wu Mu said with a smile, and then waved his hand, serve the banquet. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal martial realm envoys set up a banquet, and more than 70 people sat at the banquet. On the starstone table in front of them, there were fine wines and delicacies. Duan Han, junior brother Qin, junior sister Lu, let's sit together. Ji Fixu called out, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Can I join one? Lin Ziner smiled softly and walked over. She looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. She also wanted to know how the battle between Qin Wentian, Gu Lifeng and Hua Taixu ended. If the fairy is willing, it will be our honor. Ji Fixu smiled and nodded. The 5 of them sat together. Princess Jiaoying glanced over here and sat not far from them. Emperor Shi's expression was like a sharp blade stabbing at Qin Wentian, with a fierce killing intent. He wanted to rush forward and kill Qin Wentian on the spot. Everyone, don't be polite or rigid, just sit down. The 7-day banquet will not end. Eat as much as you can and drink as much as you can. The World Master Wu Mu said with a smile, and everyone nodded. Some people have already started drinking and eating delicious food. This wine. A cry of surprise came out, and everyone looked at Li Yuan, who had drunk the wine in the glass. They saw that the other party's face was flushed at this moment, and there was a roar of star power in his body, and his face was red. So strong. After spitting out these 2 words, Li Yuan felt as if his whole body was roasted in fire. These dishes are all treasures, more precious than the best elixirs, and they have temporarily enhanced my perception of star power. Another person exclaimed, and everyone's expression suddenly became solemn. Looking at the wine and food on the table, it seemed that they realized the meaning of the words just spoken by the World Master Wu Mu. The banquet lasted for 7 days. Eat as much as you can and drink as much as you can. Haha, drink as much as you can. These things are all great tonics for you. Wu Mu laughed loudly. Lu Bingyu also tasted the wine and her face flushed immediately. The frost beauty was so beautiful that Ji Lifeng and Duan Han were stunned. Lin Ziner also took a sip. Her beautiful face was also stained with red. The 2 stunning beauties made people around them look over here frequently. Mr. Qin. Lin Ziner called softly. Qin Wentian looked at Lin Ziner. Facing the intoxicating eyes, even though Qin Wentian had long been accustomed to beauties, he still felt a little trembling. Lin Ziner, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the Huangji Holy Land, was now covered with red clouds on her face. She was shy and there was a hint of gentleness between her eyebrows. Her lethality was absolutely amazing. Can you quietly tell Ziner the ending? Lin Ziner said in a gentle voice, and winked at Qin Wentian. Suddenly, many people looked at Qin Wentian. This was what they wanted to know. No one could refuse to answer a question from a beauty like Lin Ziner. Qin Wentian was stunned. He had just taken a sip of wine, and his body was boiling hot. The power of the stars was boiling, and his whole body was hot. When he saw Lin Ziner's beauty, he was a little absent-minded for a while. Lu Bingyu also looked at him, as if there was a bit of burning meaning, wanting to know the ending. Shaking his head, Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, secretly cursing himself for not having enough concentration. Don't be curious, Qin Wentian will be ranked first in the ranking of the ancient monuments in the Xianwu world. A voice came, causing the crowd's heart to tremble violently. If other people spoke like this, perhaps everyone would still have doubts, but when this person spoke, no one questioned the authenticity of the words, because the person who spoke was Gu Lifeng. Qin Wentian will be ranked first in the ranking of the ancient monuments in the Xianwu world. Everyone knew how much weight Gu Lifeng's words carried. He was not the third, nor the second, but the first. A person who is not one of the 8 great prodigies of the era of suppression, a person who is regarded as a rising star, defeated Gu Lifeng and Hua Taixo and won the first place. The crowd only felt their hearts beating violently, unable to calm down. From now on, Qin Wentian's reputation will be as loud as the 8 great prodigies of the era of suppression, and will be known by the royal Holy Land. Ji Fixu's heart trembled fiercely, took a deep breath, and looked at the young man in front of her, not knowing what it felt in her heart. Lu Bingyu looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and her calm heart seemed to have set off a huge wave at this moment, making her heart beat non-stop. Lin Ziner looked at Qin Wentian with burning eyes, and her red lips seemed to be outlined with a soul-stirring smile. She looked at the calm young man in front of her with seductive eyes, and whispered, "I really want to kiss you." P.S. The 3rd update is here, and there will be more updates today. Chapter 597, List. Lin Ziner's voice was clear and pleasant, and her face, which was slightly red from drinking, seemed to add a bit of shyness to her. Her eyes were full of affection, and the lethality of her slightly shy and gentle expression was no less than that of Hua Taixu and Gu Lifeng to Qin Wentian. On weekdays, Lin Ziner was not charming, but she was already a beauty who brought disaster to all living beings. At this moment, she could really bring disaster to all living beings and make people unable to extricate themselves. Lu Bingyu glanced at Lin Ziner. Although this woman's words and deeds made her feel a little inappropriate, she felt that Lin Ziner was not a bad person, otherwise she would not have taken the Emperor's killing palm for Yiling Shuang and the others before. Even so, Lin Ziner did not mention this to Qin Wentian. Although she had a bad reputation, she had a good heart. Of course, the so-called bad reputation is just what Lu Bingyu thinks. She is not very experienced in the world and has heard a lot of rumors about the fairy cult, so she doesn't have much good impression of it. She thinks that as a woman, she shouldn't be like that. But in fact, Lin Ziner has never done anything out of line. The ambiguous words she said at this moment are the limit of Lin Ziner. Ahem. Qin Wentian coughed, without looking into Lin Ziner's eyes. Those shy eyes that seemed to be reluctant but also welcoming could seduce people's souls. No wonder the people of the Royal Holy Land regarded the saint of the fairy cult as a disaster. If Lin Ziner really wanted to seduce someone, I'm afraid few people would be able to resist and fall into it, and there was no pretense at all. Tisk, junior brother Qin ranked first on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, and now he is favored by the fairy. He is really the envy of others. Jiufixu smiled, lowered his head without looking at Lin Ziner, and his heart was trembling slightly, secretly cursing that Lin Ziner was really a fairy. That sentence was not even said to him, but it made people feel like a flame burning all over their body, let alone facing her. Qin Wentian. Ziner, don't tease me. Qin Wentian calmed his mind, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Ziner, I am speaking the truth. Lin Ziner giggled, and her slightly shy eyes made everyone around feel ecstatic. They secretly thought that if Lin Ziner could do this to them, they would definitely have a good time with this fairy. Qin Wentian was speechless. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Ziner's beautiful eyes sparkled. She then picked up the wine glass and whispered, "Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. It's a great honor for young Master Qin to have won the first place in the ancient monument ranking of the immortal martial realm. Ziner wants to toast you." Okay. Qin Wentian looked at Lin Ziner again at this moment. Although her face was still flushed, her eyes were calm when she looked at him. There was no ripple at all, and it seemed that she had no interest in him at all. The two of them clinked their glasses and drank them all in one gulp. Their bodies began to burn more fiercely. The star energy was boiling, surging wildly in the meridians and acupoints in their bodies, and their yuan fu was roaring. Bang! Just as everyone was still savoring the shocking news that Qin Wentian had won the first place, they saw a wisp of murderous intent spreading out, which seemed a bit out of place. So what if you are the first in the immortal martial realm? It just represents potential. Even if you have great potential, if you die, you are nothing. A cold voice uttered, and everyone turned their eyes and saw the figure of Emperor Shi, and everyone was calm again. Everyone knew the grudge between Emperor Shi and Qin Wentian. The person who was most unhappy about Qin Wentian getting the first place was probably Emperor Shi. Not only did he have a grudge against Qin Wentian for killing his brother, but he was also the only one among the 8 geniuses of the suppression era who did not enter the top 10, and he happened to be blasted out of the ancient monument by Qin Wentian. Of course, Emperor Shi was unwilling to admit the ranking of the immortal martial realm. Jiufixu, Duanhan, Lu Bingao and Lin Ziner all frowned. Emperor Shi had a big battle with them before, and he was very dangerous after entering the 8th level of Xiangang. If they hadn't joined forces, Yiling Shuang and the others might have been killed. Qin Wentian didn't know about this yet. The sound of people drinking and eating at the banquet rang out, and because of Emperor Shi's words, the banquet became a little quiet. How can you compare with Shi? You are ranked 11th in the Xianwu world. You were defeated by junior brother Qin in a fair fight, and then you attacked your friend Wentian whose cultivation was suppressed. That's all you can do. What you did and said will naturally spread. The so-called prodigy who suppressed the era is just a false reputation, but if someone's name is still on the list afterwards, it will be unworthy of the name. Junior brother Qin, I'm afraid you will replace someone in the future, Jiufixu said coldly. Qin Wentian's expression frightened and he said, Senior brother, you said he attacked my friend. I was just about to tell you about this. He has entered the 8th level of Xiangang. After the ancient steel was removed by you, he attacked your Ling Shuang and your friend. If it weren't for the fairy who stopped him, the consequences would be disastrous. The fairy was even injured for this. You should thank the fairy. Jiufixu said this naturally to remind Qin Wentian to be careful of Shi. Tell Qin Wentian about the other party's realm and what he had done so that Qin Wentian could be prepared. Otherwise, Shi would do it again in the future. Qin Wentian suddenly felt a strong chill, and rushed towards Emperor Shi through the air. Emperor Shi also stared at him, picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine, and pointed his finger at Qin Wentian, with a very obvious provocation. Qin Wentian ignored the provocation, but he already had a strong killing intention in his heart. Emperor Shi was listed as a person he must kill. Qin Wentian drank a glass of wine fiercely, ignoring the burning feeling. He turned his eyes and looked at Lin Xiner. Although Ji Fixu only mentioned it, he could imagine that if it weren't for Lin Xiner's action, it would be easy for Emperor Shi to kill Yi Lingshuang and the others with his strength. It must be that Lin Xiner was willing to be injured to block Emperor Shi and buy time for Ji Fixu and the others. Moreover, if Ji Fixu hadn't said it, Lin Xiner wouldn't even mention it, which made Qin Wentian inexplicably grateful. Xiner just doesn't like it. Mr. Qin, don't think too much. Since the fairy has regarded Mr. Qin as a friend, don't thank me. Lin Xiner still smiled softly, and Qin Wentian nodded. Xiner, don't call me Mr. Qin in the future, just call me Wentian. Lin Xiner looked at Qin Wentian with a smile, and said softly, Wentian, it's easier to say this way, so you can take advantage of it. At this time, Wu Mu, who was on the stone platform in the pool, looked at everyone with a smile on his face. At this moment, he said, I think you all want to see the situation outside. Since the banquet is ready, let's add some elegance to the banquet and prepare to engrave the ancient monument ranking. After Wu Mu's voice fell, everyone stopped, and the crowd looked behind Wu Mu, where there was a huge star stone monument, as if it was the back, and their names were engraved on it. Isn't this the ancient monument at the entrance of the Xian Wu realm? The ancient monument ranking is also engraved on it. Someone exclaimed. So, the boundary monument we are in now is in the inner space of the ancient monument of the ranking of the Xian Wu realm. Someone guessed where they were. Haha, yes, this is the ancient monument outside, with your names written on it. Do you think these rankings were created by yourself? We carved them inside. Wu Mu said with a smile, without any airs, and everyone suddenly realized. So, this place is both the entrance and the exit. We went around and returned to the original place, but the scene outside has changed. Li Tian asked. Yes, yes. Wu Mu nodded, and everyone completely understood what was going on. At this time, the ancient monument became transparent, and from here you can actually see the situation outside clearly. The vast and endless figures are standing outside the Xian Wu realm waiting. Seeing those people, they are deeply shocked. Seeing it with their own eyes, they know that there are so many people in the outside world waiting for the end and waiting for the rankings to come out. Master is here. Lu Bingayu's beautiful eyes froze, looking at the outstanding figure standing on the stone pillar outside. It was the Maishan sword master. As if she had thought of something, Lu Bingayu secretly glanced at Qin Wentian again, her eyes slightly complicated. If the master knew that she not only failed to surpass Ji Fixu, but also became friends with Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian also won the first place in the immortal martial realm, I wonder what he would think. Emperor Shi's pupils shrank, and became more and more ugly. He saw outside, where the strong men of the emperor family were waiting. Qin Wentian's eyes only fell on the beautiful and charming figure. She looked at the ancient monument nervously, her small hands were slightly clenched, and her beautiful face was faintly expectant. Seeing her expression, Qin Wentian felt a warm feeling. Perhaps only when it comes to his affairs, the beautiful figure will show a nervous expression. Who is he? Qin Wentian saw the old man next to Mo Qingchang again. This old man had an extraordinary temperament. The strong men of the Medicine Emperor Valley stood behind him respectfully. Mo Qingchang would occasionally look at him nervously, which made Qin Wentian guess. Could it be the Medicine Emperor? Now it seems that many powerful figures have arrived outside the Xian Wu realm. It is not impossible that the Medicine Emperor has come in person. Separated by an ancient steel, the people inside have their own thoughts, but the vast figures outside the Xian Wu realm are all very nervous. The names on the ancient steel disappeared, and they knew that the Xian Wu realm ranking list was about to appear. The light shone, and the first name was engraved. It was the last one, and it turned out to be a strong man from Qianlong Fort, which disappointed the people in Qianlong Fort. Then, the second name, the third name, from the back to the front. Princess Jiaoyang's name also appeared, and she didn't even make it into the top 20. Many people were amazed. Many of those floating names were very famous people, but how many people could enter the top 10? Bingayu hasn't appeared yet. Maishan Swordmaster was a little nervous at this time. She hoped that Lu Bingayu's name would appear as late as possible. Emperor Shi, it's up to you. The people of the D family looked excited. They wanted to see Emperor Shi appear in the top 3. Every time a name was engraved on the ancient steel, everyone's heart beat. Until the top 20 began to be engraved, everyone was nervous. None of the 8 era suppressing geniuses have appeared. It seems that they will all enter the top 10. The crowd thought in their hearts. Although Qin Wentian's name has not appeared yet, the crowd seems to have selectively forgotten it. However, there is one person who cannot be forgotten, that is Mo Qingchen. Her face is slightly ruddy and she is very nervous. Wentian, he has not appeared yet, he is in front. Finally, when the 12th place was engraved, many people took a deep breath. It is finally coming. It seems that the 8 suppressing geniuses are really in the top 10. Emperor Shi, you will not let the family down. The people of the Emperor Shi family were a little excited. At this time, the name of the 11th seat was engraved. The two big characters Emperor Shi were imprinted in the eyes of the crowd. In an instant, it seemed as if a wave hit the hearts of countless people fiercely, and at the same time shocked the people of the Emperor family. Emperor Shi, the 8 suppressing genius Emperor Shi, his name, the 11th seat, was kicked out of the top 10. P.S. The 4th update is sent. It is very late. Good night everyone, it will be a new week soon. Please vote for the monthly recommendation. Chapter 598, Ranking of Immortal Martial World Ancient Monuments. Emperor Shi. The people of the D family almost spit out blood when they saw the figure of Emperor Shi appear, and their faces turned red. Why did so many of them come here? It was undoubtedly to see with their own eyes that Emperor Shi, the pride of their family, could get a good ranking. However, now they found that Emperor Shi not only failed to get a good ranking, but was kicked out of the top 10. Feeling the countless eyes around them and the constant whispers, they were depressed. They didn't know that Emperor Shi could clearly see their reactions in the boundary monument at this time. They were also extremely painful, and their killing intentions towards Qin Wentian became stronger. Emperor Shi was kicked out of the top 10 and only ranked 11th. In addition to the 8 great prodigies of the era of suppression, there should be 3 more people in the top 10. Who are they? The crowd began to search for the remaining names in their minds. There were 7 of the 8 great prodigies of the era of suppression, and there were still 3 places. The corners of Meishan's swordmaster's mouth drew up a proud arc, and he whispered, "Bingao, you really didn't disappoint me." Now it can be seen that Lu Bingao has officially entered the top 10. Yes, Meishan's swordmaster's disciple Lu Bingao has entered the top 10. Meishan's swordmaster's voice immediately caused an uproar. He didn't expect Lu Bingao to be so powerful. Haha, my disciple Si Ling, you are indeed the master's precious disciple. Not far away, a strong man from the Purple Thunder sect laughed, causing the crowd to tremble again. This guy is really proud, and he actually called him a precious disciple. Many people had goosebumps, but it's no wonder. It's such an honor to enter the top 10 of the ancient monument ranking list of the immortal martial realm. Yes, Si Ling's name is on the ancient monument, but it hasn't appeared yet. Obviously, his name should still be behind. Lu Bingao and Si Ling are both ranked above Emperor Killing. Si Ling, the pride of our Si family. The Si family's strong men also came. They took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. What Shuangtong, the prince of the great Shuang dynasty, had not done, their Si family's Si Ling had done. He was worthy of being the first genius of the Si family. Mo Qingcheng's little face was not only nervous but also a little excited. Others rarely remembered that there was a name called Qin Wentian that had not appeared yet, but Mo Qingcheng was the only one she cared about. Medicine Emperor turned his eyes and looked at Mo Qingcheng. He looked at his disciple with a smile and whispered, "Why, it seems that your little boyfriend has entered the top 10. Are you very happy?" Mo Qingcheng looked at her master, clenched her palm slightly, and nodded seriously. She looked very ladylike, but revealed a sense of determination. Of course she was happy. The people in Medicine Emperor Valley were all shocked. Yes, Qin Wentian's name had not appeared yet. Next, the top 10 rankings will be announced. Everyone was nervous, but the top 10 rankings had not appeared yet. But at this moment, Wu Mu, the master of the immortal martial realm, saw the excitement of the people in the boundary monument and smiled slightly. "Are you looking forward to it? At this time tomorrow, we will engrave the top 10 list again," Wu Mu said with a faint smile, which seemed to be a bit teasing, deliberately whetting the appetite of the people outside. He wanted to let these people know the importance of the ranking of the immortal martial realm and make them look forward to it. Everyone at the banquet was ashamed, but since Wu Mu said so, they could only smile bitterly. So everyone ate and drank, and changes continued in their bodies. Qin Wentian felt like he was in a dream. His perception of the stars seemed to be stronger. The ancient characters floating on the starry stone wall seemed to become clearer. This banquet is really a great tonic. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He felt that if he ate like crazy for 7 days, his realm might break through to the 7th level of Xiangang. But after half a day, he found that he could not eat or drink anymore. He was a little drunk. Not only him, but others were the same. They understood Wu Mu's words more deeply. Eat as much as you can. You must eat and drink as much as you can. So everyone was like crazy. They ate even if they couldn't eat, and drank even if they couldn't drink. As a result, when they woke up the next day, they found that their bodies were lying on the banquet. What made Qin Wentian embarrassed was that after waking up, he found Lin Xianer facing him in front of him. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and the fragrance was so fragrant that it made people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. That beautiful face was close at hand, extremely tempting, and behind him, Lu Bingyu fell on the other side, with an arm as pure as jade and soft as boneless hooked around his head. So Qin Wentian carefully moved the jade-like arm away, then took a deep breath, climbed up, and saw Wu Mu looking at him with a smile. "Senior, this wine is too strong," Qin Wentian said embarrassedly. "Well, it's too strong. If it were me, I wouldn't wake up so quickly," Wu Mu said with a smile, which made Qin Wentian embarrassed and his face flushed. This scene made Wu Mu couldn't help laughing. At this time, Qin Wentian did not see Lu Bingyu's pure face. Her eyelashes moved slightly. Her whole body was extremely hot. Her face was as hot as if she had a fever. She woke up when Qin Wentian moved her arm away. Now she could only continue to sleep. At this moment, Lu Bingyu wanted to die. She actually hooked her arm around the man's neck. Lu Bingyu's heart was beating fast. She didn't know what else she had done after she got drunk. Thinking of this, her heart was beating wildly and her body was trembling slightly. It seemed that she couldn't drink the wine here casually. Huh? Qin Wentian took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful face outside. Seeing Mo Qingchang looking at the ancient monument nervously, Qin Wentian cursed himself secretly. Qingchang was still waiting for him outside. I'm afraid that since he stepped into the Xianwu world, Qingchang has been so nervous. Thinking of this, a soft smile flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, very gentle and brilliant. When Lin Xianer opened her eyes, she saw Qin Wentian's pure and brilliant smile. The arrogant young man who was invincible in the Xianwu world actually had such a gentle side. She sat up and looked outside. She saw the dazzling and beautiful figure at a glance. Such a woman could attract people's attention at first sight no matter where she stood. Everyone woke up one after another and truly experienced the power of the banquet, but after waking up, they felt that their cultivation seemed to have moved forward a little, which made them very surprised. Immortals are immortals. They all come from large sects, but it is impossible for them to eat and drink like this on weekdays. If they can eat and drink like this every day, their cultivation will definitely improve faster. Prepare to engrave the list, Wu Mu said lightly. Everyone outside the Xianwu world had already discussed it heatedly, and they were all guessing what the specific ranking of the top 10 would be. Now they have figured out who the 10 names that did not appear are. Even Qin Wentian was remembered. They couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. They didn't expect that Emperor Shi ranked 11th, but Qin Wentian actually stepped into the top 10. It was really surprising. The 10th place should be Qin Wentian. Many people thought in their hearts. At this time, a dazzling light burst out on the ancient monument, and then several large characters emerged. It was a name with golden brilliance. This is the treatment of the top 10. Si Ling, it's Si Ling, the 10th place in the immortal martial realm, Si Ling. Everyone was a little surprised. They thought Qin Wentian was more likely. The people of the Purple Thunder sect looked a little unhappy. It was only the 10th place? The Sword sect had 3 people in the top 10. 9th, it should be Qin Wentian, right? At this time, another bright light shone, and the second name appeared, Lu Bingyu. The Sword sect, Lu Bingyu, the 9th place in the immortal martial realm ancient monument ranking. 3 people from the Sword sect have made it to the top 10. That's amazing. Lu Bingyu is 9th, Qin Wentian should be 8th, and I wonder which place the most powerful Jifixa will be ranked. A sharp light flashed across Maishan Swordmaster's eyes. Was Lu Bingyu still unable to surpass Jifixu? Moreover, the young man who stood in the Yi Kingdom Palace and threatened him seemed to have not appeared yet. Qilian, the 8th place, it's Qilian. The crowd exclaimed, and another name appeared. Qilian, a disciple of the Blood Demon Palace and a descendant of the Qi family in the western regions, was extremely powerful. but he was only ranked 8th. Fan Maioyu, the 7th place. Another name shown. The only woman among the 8 geniuses of the suppression era, the powerful Fan Maioyu, was only ranked 7th. This made many of the powerful people from the Wangsun Tower who came here a little disappointed. For Fan Maioyu, 7th was not a good ranking. Ji Fixu from Xianjian sect, 6th place. How is it possible? 3 people from Xianjian sect, Lu Bingyu and Ji Fixu, have appeared, but Qin Wentian has not yet appeared. Is it a mistake? Could it be that Qin Wentian has been excluded from the ancient monument ranking? Did someone else miss it? When the name of Dongyu Hanjiang, the 5th place, appeared, this kind of speculation became stronger. Something must have happened inside, and Qin Wentian's name was excluded. Otherwise, how could Qin Wentian be in the top 4? Li Tian, the 4th place is Li Tian. The crowd exclaimed as they looked at the ancient monument. Next, it was the top 3. Gu Lifeng really didn't disappoint us. He is still so dazzling. There is also the mysterious Hua Su. He is so powerful. As for the other person, who is it? Could it be that someone was missed? Although Qin Wentian has some reputation, he is still far behind the 8 geniuses of the suppression era. The crowd would rather believe that there was an accident than think that he can take the top 3 places. This is too incredible. Mo Qingchang's beautiful face was faintly flushed, and she was so nervous that her heart seemed to be about to jump out. He is still so outstanding in the top 3. Mo Qingchang was still afraid that she would not be able to explain in front of her master. Now that she saw Qin Wentian's ranking, Mo Qingchang relaxed a lot. In this case, her master should like him too. At this time, a dazzling light burst out from the ancient monument. In the second row of the ancient monument, 2 names appeared at the same time, 2 names in a row. They were Gu Lifeng and Hua Su. The top 3 seats, Gu Lifeng and Hua Su, are they considered tied? Who is the first? The crowd's hearts were about to jump out. Gu Lifeng, he didn't take the first place. Maishan's swordmaster frowned. She didn't think Qin Wentian could take the first place. But then, when the most dazzling light shone, 3 golden characters shone on the top of the Xianwu realm ranking monument. The ironclad fact hit everyone's heart hard. The first place in the Xianwu realm monument, Qin Wentian. Chapter 599 A tier. The ancient monument of the ranking of the immortal martial realm shone with a golden light. There were only 3 large characters on the top, which shone with 1,000-foot-high brilliance. Qin Wentian, surprisingly, was really Qin Wentian. At this moment, the outside of the immortal martial realm was not boiling. Instead, it was somewhat terrifyingly quiet in this brief moment. Countless eyes stared at the 3 characters, and there were turbulent waves in their hearts. They thought of too many possibilities. They thought that Qin Wentian might have been eliminated from the ranking for some reason, or that the first place was a genius figure that they had overlooked. But the fact was so shocking that there was no surprise. The remaining first place was Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, the rising star who had killed Yu Kongfen in the Yi Kingdom Palace and killed Di Yu, the young ancestor of the Di family, in front of Di Shi, used this experience and assessment in the immortal martial realm to complete a gorgeous transformation. His name was engraved above the 8 geniuses of the suppression era. During the trip to the immortal martial realm, Qin Wentian overpowered the 8 people who were famous in the Imperial Saint Domain. After this session, Qin Wentian's name will be known to the Imperial Saint Domain. Perhaps one more of the 8 great prodigies who suppressed the era will be added. The 9th prodigy of the Xiangang realm who suppressed the era officially appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Of course, it is also possible that one more person will be kicked out. When did I go blind? Or was it an illusion? A voice broke the calm, and then there was a bang, and the silent space was completely boiling, marveling at the emergence of another peerless prodigy. The strong men of the Di family once again received an incomparable strong impact. Emperor Shi ranked 11th, but the first place was actually their enemy Qin Wentian, the Qin Wentian who killed Emperor Yu. I really want to know how he defeated Gu Lifeng and other prodigies to take the first place. Unfortunately, I didn't see it with my own eyes. Perhaps this will become my lifelong regret. I really envy those who stepped into the immortal martial realm and were able to witness this battle with their own eyes. They witnessed the rise of a legendary figure. Someone exclaimed. No matter what doubts they had about Qin Wentian before, when the name of the first person on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm was engraved with those 3 words, everything was settled. The ranking list of the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm never deceives people. The first person may not be the strongest in combat power, but his potential is absolutely unquestionable. Qin Wentian can be ranked first, which means that at least at this stage, his potential has surpassed the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era. The ranking list of the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. This list has been accumulated for tens of millions of years, which makes the people of the Royal Holy Land very convinced. This list is a truly authoritative list. No matter how much you doubt Qin Wentian, it will all be over when his name is engraved. Qin Wentian. The masters of King Hu Mountain stood together. One of them stared at the 3 words, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. When he was in Zhuanwang City, he had the opportunity to fight for Qin Wentian to become a disciple of King Hu Mountain, but he missed it. Why is this name familiar to me? A strong man from the direction of the Sea family whispered. A middle-aged man behind him suddenly looked at the young man next to him, with a bright light in his eyes. Si Kaiong, is this the number 1 on the destiny list who suppressed you? I remember you said that you would wash away the shame and kill him in the future. Si Kaiong's body trembled slightly, and his face flushed. His current cultivation level is the peak of the 4th level of Xiangang, and he is about to enter the 5th level of Xiangang. He once participated in the Battle of the Destiny list of the Great Xia Dynasty. He originally planned to step into the Xianwu realm in 10 years, hoping that his name could be included in the ancient monument of the Xianwu realm and become one of the names on that list. However, now, the young man who once defeated him on the battle stage of the Destiny list has already been ranked at the top of that list, which makes Si Kaiong feel ashamed. Withdraw all the people of the Si family in Daxia, and do not have any connection with Daxia anymore, and let go of all the past grudges. The middle-aged man said lightly. Their Si family suffered a loss in Daxia in the past, and Si Kaiong was ready to mobilize forces to make a comeback and blow up the imperial mausoleum of Daxia, but now, this plan had to be abandoned. Their Si family did not want to offend a genius with unlimited potential. Now, as long as Qin Wentian nodded, he could directly step into the Huangji Shengzong and become the most core disciple. This is the weight of this list of ancient monuments in the immortal martial realm. Any name on it can be sent directly to the Huangji Shengzong without participating in the Huangji Shengzong's assessment. Moreover, Qin Wentian is a disciple of this Hanjian sect. Once this list is released, his status in this Hanjian sect can be imagined. At this time, there were many disciples of the Sword sect in this vast area. They were already cheering, because the Sword sect occupied 3 of the top 10 seats in the ranking of the ancient monuments in the immortal martial world this time. The 9 major sects, 7 major families, 2 dynasties, and various major sects of the Royal Holy Land, many forces competed for these seats, and the Sword sect occupied 3 of the top 10. You can imagine the weight of it. What's more, the name at the top is also a disciple of the Sword sect. However, there was a figure from the Sword sect who was in an extremely complicated mood. This person was the Maishan Sword Master. Her eyes stared at the ancient monument in front of her. With her state of mind, it was difficult to calm down at this time. For many years, there had not been such a violent fluctuation. She herself didn't know how to describe her mood. The Maishan Sword Master remembered that when she first met Qin Wentian, she didn't even show up. It was just when Qin Wentian was unraveling the 14 swords, she asked Qin Wentian if he was willing to worship her. At that time, Qin Wentian refused her. At that time, she said that Qin Wentian didn't know how high the sky was and how thick the earth was. The second contact made a deeper impression. He became Yi Qingyan's adopted son, and dared to threaten her in the Yi Kingdom Palace. At that time, she was high above, looking down at Qin Wentian, and felt that he was so small and insignificant, but he dared to speak wildly to her and disrespect his elders. She once said that in the Xianwu realm, Lu Bingai would teach him a lesson. However, now, she didn't know whether her disciple Lu Bingai in the Xianwu realm had a head-on collision with Qin Wentian, but at least, her disciple Lu Bingai, who had high hopes, was still only the 9th in the Xianwu realm after getting Yi Qingyan's treasure, and Qin Wentian was the first. At this moment, Maishan Sword Master actually recalled the situation in the Yi Kingdom Palace that day in her mind. At that time, Qin Wentian looked at her in the void, his sharp edge was exposed, and he did not hide his youthful arrogance at all. She had to admit that Qin Wentian had done it and taught her a lesson. It has been a long time since a young junior figure has caused such a violent wave in her heart. Although Ji Fixu is one of the prodigies of the suppression era, she has never had this before. Maishan Swordmaster even found that many eyes were on her at this time, and people in the vast crowd behind her kept whispering. I heard that Qin Wentian is the adopted son of the Emperor of Yi country. On that day in the Yi country palace, the strong men from the Purple Thunder sect, the Warring States, the Linglong Kingdom, the Li clan and other strong men forced the Emperor to dig out the treasures in his body. The Emperor Qin Wentian fought in all directions and looked down on the world. A respected figure from the Purple Thunder sect was injured. Later, Maishan Swordmaster came in person and faced Qin Wentian, who was surrounded by enemies, and forced him to dig out the treasures in his body. It was extremely cruel. At that time, although Qin Wentian was a disciple of the Sword sect and a junior of Maishan Swordmaster, he still spoke for justice and confronted Maishan Swordmaster. Now that Qin Wentian has won the first place, the Sword sect is celebrating, but Maishan Swordmaster must be feeling bad. It was nothing before, but now these things must be dug out, and Maishan Swordmaster is embarrassed. But the happiest person this time should be Medicine Emperor Valley's Saint Mo Qingchen. Last time, Qin Wentian killed Yi Kongfen in the Yi Kingdom's palace, defeating the strong with the weak. How arrogant he was. The reason was that he was furious for the beauty of the Medicine Emperor Valley. Yi Kongfen liked Mo Qingchen, but he couldn't get her, so he spread rumors and slandered her, angering Qin Wentian. At that time, I knew that Qin Wentian would definitely be a big shot on the future. You don't need to talk nonsense. He was able to kill Yi Kongfen by leaping 2 realms, and dared to contradict the Maishan Swordmaster. Everyone knows that Qin Wentian will definitely become a great genius. Someone sneered, completely forgetting the shock when Qin Wentian's name appeared before. Qin Wentian is so talented, and the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley is a 5th-level alchemist, and she is also the most beautiful woman in the Royal Saint domain. They are really a perfect match. I heard that they have been childhood sweethearts and have been engaged since they were young. When did the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley become the most beautiful woman in the Royal Saint domain? Are you stupid? The Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley has impeccable appearance. How could she be worse than Lin Ziner? In the past, it was just because few people knew her. Now she has appeared here, her beauty is famous in the world, and she will become the wife of Qin Wentian, the first in the immortal martial realm. For such a pair of immortal lovers, isn't it a matter of time for the saint to be named the most beautiful woman? In the crowd, similar voices came one after another. Qin Wentian, who was not optimistic about it before, suddenly became the destiny unexpected in their mouths. As for the love rumors between Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen, they also began to spread like a fairy, and gradually many versions appeared. Qin Wentian has not yet stepped out of the Xianwu world, and there are already many legends about him in the Huangji Holy Land. As an indispensable part of the legend, Mo Qingchen's beautiful face was full of excitement at this time. Looking at the dazzling 3 big characters, her eyes were slightly red. She seemed to want to say something, but she found that the guy had not come out yet, and she didn't know who to talk to. The people in the Medicine Emperor Valley behind her were also shocked and speechless. I remember that when they first met Qin Wentian, the saint threw herself into his arms and cried heartbrokenly. At that time, they were actually very unhappy in their hearts. This unhappiness became even stronger when Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen were alone in a room later. They thought that Qin Wentian was not worthy of Mo Qingchen. But now, they have to decide that things are impermanent. This pair of lovers may have been destined to be the center of attention and be worshipped by people. The Medicine Emperor's beard was flying, and a meaningful smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. This is the guy you like, right? Yes. Mo Qingchen nodded heavily and looked at the Medicine Emperor. He saw that Mo Qingchen's eyes were red. That look made the Medicine Emperor's heart tremble slightly. He rubbed her head and said dotingly, "Silly girl. Master should like him." There was a strong obsession in Mo Qingchen's beautiful eyes. As she spoke, she could no longer control her tears and slid down her beautiful face. How could I like him if he dared to make my precious disciple cry? The Medicine Emperor blew his beard and glared, causing Mo Qingchen to laugh. Although she had tears in her eyes, her smile was still touching, and the Medicine Emperor couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how deep the love of this silly girl was. The old man next to the Medicine Emperor remained silent. His gaze was fixed on the name on the ancient monument in front of him. In his deep eyes that seemed to see through the vicissitudes of life, there seemed to be a ray of tears shining, so bright and dazzling. Chapter 600, 7th level of Xiangang. In the monument of the immortal martial realm, More than 70 Xianjiao could clearly see the reactions of the people in the outside world. Especially at the moment when the 3 words Qin Wentian were engraved on the top of the ancient monument, the outside world seemed to have set off a great uproar. Countless figures were shocked and numb, and then a storm was set off. Emperor Shi saw the disappointment of the elders of the family, Lu Bingaiyu saw the complicated expression of the Maishan sword master, and Si Ling saw the surprise of the Purple Thunder sect and the Si family's strong men. Qin Wentian saw Mo Qingchang's tears. Looking at the beautiful face that couldn't stop the tears, Qin Wentian felt a warm current in his heart. Her nervousness, her excitement, and her happiness were all imprinted in Qin Wentian's heart, making him remember this stunning woman who fell in love with him in Chu. At that time, she was the most beautiful woman in Chu, and he was just an unknown person. Now, she is the saint of Yaohurong Valley and a 5th-level alchemist, and he is a disciple of the Sword Sect, the adopted son of the human emperor, and the number 1 in the monument of the immortal martial realm. They were all working hard. Fate made them meet. Then, he would seize fate and not let the pure and flawless beautiful woman get lost in his life. Lin Ziner and Lu Bingaiyu also noticed Mo Qingchang's tears. Lin Ziner had a bright and gentle smile on her eyes. She glanced at the young man beside her and whispered, "You must treat the saint well." Qin Wentian looked at Lin Ziner, smiled and nodded. "Cheers, when are you going to marry the saint?" Lin Ziner raised her glass, Qin Wentian clinked glasses with her, and drank them all in one gulp, not caring about the strong liquor burning their bodies. Seeing the thoughtful look in Qin Wentian's eyes, Lin Ziner couldn't help but blink her eyes and snorted proudly, "You haven't thought about it, have you?" Qin Wentian nodded in shame and sighed, "I have experienced too much along the way. I have no time to stop. I really owe her a lot." "Then it's not too late for you to think about it now. If you don't marry a woman like the saint, there are many people who want to pursue her." Lin Ziner giggled, her watery eyes were still so moving, and she was filled with a faint fragrance that was intoxicating. Qin Wentian looked at those soft and bright eyes and felt that he couldn't see through them. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded heavily. He was thinking that maybe it wouldn't be long before he would return to Daxia. At that time, he would return to Chu. If Qingchang was willing, then they would get married in their hometown of Chu. In that case, Qingchang would definitely be very happy, and so would my godfather, sister Qin Yao, and teacher Mo Shang. They would all be very happy. I really miss everyone. I wonder if my godfather and the others are all okay. Brother Qin, I'm really envious of you having a woman like the saint who loves you so deeply. If you get married, you must invite all the brothers to the wedding." Ji Fixu raised his glass to Qin Wentian and said with a smile. His eyes accidentally glanced at Lu Bingaiyu next to Qin Wentian. He saw that the other party lowered her head slightly, and her long black hair was casually scattered, but he could not see her cold eyes. "Of course, when the time comes, Brother Ji, Brother Du and Han, and Bingaiyu, you all have to come." Qin Wentian responded with a smile, and drank another glass of wine, looking quite happy. Lu Bingaiyu raised her head and looked at Qin Wentian in surprise with her cold eyes. Qin Wentian happened to look at her. His handsome face was slightly gentle, and his clear eyes revealed a bright smile. At this moment, he did not have the slightest arrogance or weirdness. He was like a ray of sunshine. Both his eyes and face were very beautiful and very comfortable to look at. "What's wrong?" Qin Wentian saw Lu Bingaiyu looking at him absent-mindedly and whispered. "Nothing." A strange color flashed across Lu Bingaiyu's face, and then he hurriedly turned his eyes away, lowered his head again, and said nothing. "Fine wine and delicious food, accompanied by beautiful women, how happy it is," Ji Fixu said with a smile. Everyone continued to enjoy the fine wine and delicious food here, and changes continued to occur in their bodies. Occasionally, they looked outside the boundary monument. Although the ancient monument ranking list had been released, few people left, as if they were still waiting for these people to leave. As for the topic of the ranking of the ancient monuments in the Xianwu realm, it continued to ferment, and there were more and more rumors about Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't know all this, and he didn't have much interest. In addition to eating and drinking, he looked at the beautiful figure outside, with a soft smile on his face. Although separated by the boundary monument, she was still by his side, always looking at him and waiting for him. In the past few days, Qin Wentian felt that his strength was improving little by little. Many of the Xianjiao characters here were drunk and woke up and got drunk again. What surprised Qin Wentian was that a woman like Lu Bingaiyu did not try to restrain herself and let herself get drunk. Ji Fixu would usually watch her from the side to prevent Lu Bingyu from being taken advantage of. Such a small episode made Qin Wentian smile meaningfully. Meishan sword master taught his disciple Lu Bingyu, hoping that she would surpass Ji Fixu. Lu Bingyu must have always been targeting Ji Fixu. Ji Fixu, a disciple of Lingshan sword master, was a potential competitor, but perhaps also Lu Bingyu's idol. She must have paid more attention to Ji Fixu than to anyone else. A woman as outstanding as Lu Bingyu, who was young and beautiful, could not help but have a ray of admiration for Ji Fixu, even though Ji Fixu is one of the 8 prodigies of the suppression era. The two of them are quite compatible. Qin Wentian was sitting in front of a stone wall at this time, looking back at the light on the boundary monument, and muttered, "Really?" Lin Xianer beside Qin Wentian smiled non-committally, her red lips curled up in an arc, as if with a smile of some special significance. Maybe, not necessarily. "Did you see the runes on the stone wall of the boundary monument?" Qin Wentian asked Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer shook her head, a ray of strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Can you see it?" "Well, I couldn't see it at first, and then it was a little blurry. Now, I can see it more clearly." Qin Wentian nodded, causing Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes to flash with a ray of strange color, and said to Qin Wentian, "I really don't know where you came from, but what you saw should be correct. I also feel that there is something extraordinary in this boundary monument. The Lord of the Realm set up a banquet to entertain us. These banquets can promote our practice and enhance our perception. I think it is to pave the way for the stone wall in this boundary monument." "What did you see?" Lin Xianer asked curiously. "It's too profound. I still can't understand it." Qin Wentian's lips curled up with a smile, which made Lin Xianer glare at him, but she didn't know how attractive she was when she showed such a coquettish look. "But, I should give it a try." Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, then closed his eyes, and actually entered a state of meditation. Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes beside him flashed. This guy is really cruel. Is he so unattractive? Thinking of this, Lin Xianer sat down next to Qin Wentian, and moved closer to Qin Wentian like a prank, with her beautiful face leaning against Qin Wentian's face, as if she could feel the other's breath. "That's right." At this time, Qin Wentian suddenly spoke and opened his eyes, which scared Lin Xianer. She stepped back in a hurry, and her face instantly turned red. Her heart began to beat fast, but she saw that Qin Wentian's expression was not abnormal at all. He smiled at her and said, "Xianer, please prepare some good wine and food for me. I may need them at any time." After saying that, Qin Wentian smiled brilliantly and closed his eyes again, which made Lin Xianer completely confused. She kept blinking her eyes. Why did she feel like she was being teased? "You are so cruel." Lin Xianer was speechless. Someone actually ordered her to do something. It was really abominable. However, she still walked over and moved the fine wine and delicacies to Qin Wentian's side, causing many Xianjiao figures to look at Lin Xianer. Some envied Qin Wentian. These looks made Lin Xianer feel a little embarrassed. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the boundary monument, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. He was still sitting cross-legged, and there was a bright starlight on his body. On the stone wall in the boundary monument, there was a faint dazzling starlight shining, which kept falling on Qin Wentian's body. Those starlights were like beating runes. This boundary monument can actually be used in such a wonderful way. Everyone was shocked. No one knew what happened to Qin Wentian, except Wu Mu, the master of the Xianwu realm. He smiled. The Xianwu realm ancient monument ranked first, which was definitely not luck. The vast starlight became stronger and stronger, gathering in Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's body was roaring, and the Wuming Xiangang was ringing. The wheel meridians were rumbling, and the stars turned into a raging sea. Qin Wentian was like a bottomless pit, allowing the surging talisman light to enter his body. In just one day, Qin Wentian's body roared violently, and a surging breath filled the air. Qin Wentian's breath actually changed. 4 Wuming Xiangangs were suspended above his head at the same time, which was even more dazzling. One day, the realm has been broken. Everyone's heart trembled suddenly. Qin Wentian's cultivation entered the 7th level of Xiangang. Remember that he was still in the 5th level of Xiangang before entering the Xianwu realm. Now, he not only won the first place in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, but also obtained many powerful magical skills, and his realm has entered the 7th level of Xiangang. Everyone understands that even in terms of real combat power, Qin Wentian will directly endanger the 8 Xianjias of the suppression era. At this time, Qin Wentian felt as if he was sitting in a vast starry sky, with the stars of heaven and earth as a plate. He was bathed in endless starlight, and the talisman light was blazing. The endless starlight was introduced into his body, but he could not absorb it at all, which was a great waste. As if thinking of something, Qin Wentian's consciousness invaded the Star Man in his mind. His consciousness constantly invaded the depths of the Star Man, and infiltrated into it with endless starlight. Qin Wentian wandered for a long time in the inner star space of this Star Man, and finally came to some huge star fragments. These star fragments were the deep space star fragments he found, which were more complete than the shallow star fragments. He couldn't open the memories hidden in it before, but now he should be able to try. Perhaps, the star fragments here hide the deep memories of his father. Endless starlight rushed in and attacked a huge star fragment. The star fragment became brighter and brighter. With the invasion of endless star power, it finally shattered. A memory rushed into Qin Wentian's consciousness. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.